Good morning and welcome to the final round of the HKRC Kart Racing Club Championship for 2025 here at Kimbolton, where drivers are getting ready for the first race of the day. Junior Rotax heat number 1 starting in a few moments' time, but we welcome you to round number 11 of the championship here in December, the finale at the Kimbolton circuit, roughly between Huntingdon and on the way to Peterborough in the centre of the UK. My name is Chris Sora, joined with Charlie Ellis today, and looking at the conditions, some proper wintry weather here today. Lovely crisp morning, lots of sunshine, a bit of glare on the track. But we were discussing this before the start of the racing, Charlie. The first few races today could be very interesting because this Kimbolton circuit has been dry. There's been no rain, and there is no rain scheduled for today either. But there's a lot of moisture on the track. It does seem to gather the moisture on it, and at the moment it's a bit of a gamble between slicks and all-terrain or wet weather tyres.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of gambles going on in the first few races. Drivers going for slick tyres, some drivers staying on the wets, taking the safer option. There is a dry line starting to form, and we'll pick that out as we're going along. But yeah, again, we're in for another day of great racing, but we've got some championships to decide as well.
Yeah, it's a big deal today, of course, the final round of the championship. A lot of interest once again in the Junior Rotax, where much like in November we have 3 heats, the first of which is starting very shortly, along with our regular classes, the MicroMax Mini Inters, Honda 200s, KZ UKs, Senior X30, Senior Rotax, and the Rotax 177s, with plenty of titles, as Charlie said, on the line today. Very important day. And with the 3 heat formats for the Junior Rotax, who will be starting shortly, all drivers will be going at twice. There's a B final early in the afternoon, and our final race of the day will be the Junior Rotax A final. And this is going to be a tough race here because we're at the very first race of the day here. The heats will be vitally important for drivers to avoid having to go into the B final. But the track, as you say, Charlie, far from perfect. So there is certainly a dry line out there, but it's what they don't want to be doing here is spinning off the track or hitting trouble and not getting any points.
Yep, exactly what you said. I mean, obviously, for those who don't know how the system works, in your heats, wherever you finish, you will get an amount of points, and you want to accumulate them, a maximum amount of points you can, and that will then detect which final you're in. If you don't have many points, if you're sat near the back of the pack, you're going to get put into that B final, but you still have that opportunity to get into the A final. If you finish inside the top 4, you accumulate to the A final, but starting from the back of the grid. So we're definitely going to see a bit of luck going on. With the gambles that are going to go on, people are going to have to try and fight through the pack as well. These are random grids as well, so we're going to see drivers who may be near the front of the pack pace-wise, but need to fight their way through. We're looking at the grid at the moment, and I want you to focus on the first 2 drivers on your front row here, both for the same team, Jack Deck Racing, but Blake Southern, who will start from pole position. He is your championship leader going into the last round. Pretty much settled the deal, but has to get this one done. Matthew So will start from second place from Piers Winslade and Charlie Wolfit. Joseph Berkery and Tobias Johns from Archie Buckman and Christian Keller from Laurie McVie, Ryan Rapini, Sam Aston, Adam Clark from Connor Large, Zach Turner, Alex Goodson, and Jackson Heath rounding out your 8th row. As we keep moving down the field, of course, a max grid of Junior Rotax karts always provides some excitement. Maximilian Braskoff from George Johnson, and it's Max Wheatley and Archie Watson, John Richardson and Alex Shepherd from Lucy Wilden, and Stanley Williams rounding out your 12th row. Watch out for Stanley, a very quick driver. Of course, Callum Sims, who was his right-hand man, he's moved up to Senior Rotax. One to watch out for Aidan Hammond as well as Teddy Cooper, your Kimbolton plate winner, another strong driver. Dan Butcher from Jacob Aston, Cody Lee Paturo, and Izzy White from Toby Varvin, and Sebastian Geldenhuis rounding out your 16th row, and Augusta Lacquer rounding out your final driver on the grid. 33 karts will take to this first heat. Let's see how many finish it.
Just like the Indy 500, 33 starters. We are out to get things underway. Drivers now on the dummy grid, now waiting for the gate to open. They'll make their way out onto the formation lap. A last chance opportunity here to get some temperature into the brakes and the tyres, because they will be going straight through to the start line, and the first race rolling start, of course, for the Junior Rotax. They'll be getting underway in just a few moments time. The karts now make their way out onto this rather treacherous circuit, I would say, in these first few races. As we were discussing a few moments ago, The Kimbolton circuit carries a lot of moisture, and you'll see the drivers now working very hard to get some temperature into the tyres, getting the back end out there on those power slides there, just to get that temperature into the rear wheels as well. The front tyres will be having a lot to ask for into the first corner as well. Quite a fast start straight into the first right-hander here at Stowe Corner, where it's a really aggressive braking point, you would say.
Yeah, these guys are going to be tiptoeing around this opening lap. I mean, you know, it's like driving on ice, really, for these first laps. There's just nothing when they go into these corners as the drivers start to line up. As I said, Jack Dex Racing locking out your front row, but we've got plenty of drivers who are looking to make up spots near the back of the grid. Ryan Rapini as well, another one to watch out for. Now you'll see the marshal here telling these drivers to line up in formation. Of course, these guys will have to form into the tram lines, these little white lines that you'll see when they start heading down. Well, we get the first race of the day underway. No, we don't. They're going to go around again. A couple of drivers moving out of formation.
That was, I think, Matthew So. They're very quickly moving out of his position into the centre of the grid, so they picked that up. And a full start. Drivers will go around again. Sometimes there's a little bit of brinksmanship going on here. I think the drivers do like to get an extra lap squeezed in, but of course it's winter now. It's a bit tight with the daylight, so the organisers will be very keen to get this race going as quickly as possible.
Yeah, especially in these winter conditions, as you said. These drivers need to work the car as hard as they can. Look at Blake Southernett really throwing the car around. He needs to get the temperature in the tyre, otherwise they're just not going to work, not going to be optimal. And obviously, when it's quite important, especially on a track like this, where you've got a lot of hard braking zones. If you're going on the brakes with cold tyres, you're going to lock up that rear axle and you're just going to go straight on. So it's very important to get these tyres warmed up, and you'll see them do a lot of weaving.
Notable thing to see here is the drivers, most of them wearing very aggressive mirror-tinted visors here, because you may see in the background, nice sunny morning here, but the glare is pretty severe as well.
Yep, it's little things like that that can really affect your performance. If you're getting blinded by one spot on one corner, that's going to lose you a few temps. Accumulate that over a race, that's a couple seconds, and that's literally what it comes down to at the very end of the race. Drivers now getting told to really slow it down, get in that formation, most importantly stay in the formation when they come round. Of course, it'll be quite hard to see it here. We'll see if we can try and spot it, but these drivers have to line up in tram lines, little white lines that they have to stay in, and they can't come out of that until they've gone all the way past and down the start-finish straight. So, can we get going for the second time of asking them? Plenty of drivers in the battle, and there's a problem for the Jack Dex Racing cars. That is not ideal for Matthew So, but racing still goes ahead as they head down into turn one. Blake Southern with a very, very big margin as they head through the first couple of corners. All drivers trying to sneak their way through. You'll see in the background now, carts all over Cambridgeshire as they head into Derek's corner for the first time. And Southern still leading the way, but watch out for the driver who was in fourth, up to second place now, Charlie Wolfett, racing for the global karting team. Buell Winsley still there in third place, one of Project One carts up to fourth, but that's the start that Southern would have wanted. His teammate, on the other hand, falling right down the pack.
Yeah, Matthew So letting the entire pack go at the start. He pulled to the centre of the track to let the tram lines go, started off in last position. Now he is working his way back through the field, so whether he's had some kind of mechanical issue, but apart from that, a good sensible start here from the Junior Rotax. No incidents on the first lap, everyone keeping it on the track, and we are underway with some good clean racing here as Blake Southern gets away at the front. Charlie Wolfett on his tail though in second place, number 6, having a look as they go in towards Derek's corner, but no one in any great rush to go for anything too wild here. They're still sorting themselves out, learning the track here in these opening laps of the final meeting of the season. But Southern and Wolfett just starting to pull away now. Laurie McVeigh in third briefly, number 133, but has been overtaken now by the 21 of Samuel Aston, who is now in third place. The leaders now making their way through Kimbolton corner, still Southern number 100, closely followed by Charlie Wolfett. 0.2 of a second between those two as they make their way down into Stowe corner. No one going for any wild braking manoeuvres here though, taking it nice and easy, keeping a cool pace. And look out for Samuel Aston in third, who is just starting to close up. There's a Wade Yellow on Derek's corner where they're coming to now. A cart off the track. May just see it on the side of the circuit now. There in number 39, that is, that has gone off the circuit. So that's Augustin Lacquart. But the race goes on regardless, and Southern looking good. But Wolfett keeping that pressure on in second place.
I think Wolfett's just sitting behind because, of course, as we've seen, it's still a wet circuit. So if he moves offline to try and find a spot, he has a real risk of getting onto that dirty wet moisture and sliding straight off. So he's really got to be thinking about where he puts the kart. And you can see him doing different lines. They're all trying to find different bits of grip. But I want to watch out for Seb Aston, who's in 3rd place. Now, those past couple laps seems to be one of the fastest drivers out on the circuit. Wolfert is the fastest man out on there at the moment, but Seb Aston's going to look at trying to close in. In 4th place as well, Lauren McVie, another strong driver who we haven't really seen much throughout the year, but he's slowly picking his way through. And of course, I think now, coming to the last round, we're going to see a lot of drivers who have been working on maybe their driving or getting the setup right, getting the chassis right. And we're going to see them at their best in this round, where they put everything together to try and accumulate that perfect weekend. We're going to see a lot of drivers making big progress. And for some of these drivers, this is their next step into next year. Of course, some drivers who may have moved up from the cadet categories into the junior categories, it is a big leap and a big step. So they use these winter rounds just to get used to it all, and by next year they should be right on it. But as I say, watch out for these two at the moment. They could be closing in on the guys at front, but of course Blake Southern, one of the fastest man all year, and that's why he's leading the championship.
This battle of the 3rd place now is about 3 seconds adrift of the 2 leaders. We're currently looking at Sam Aston and Lauren McVeigh. Quite a few drivers with these jumbled up grids starting from quite far down, making their way through the field. The K-plate holder Teddy Cooper is up to 12th position. Alex Shepherd has made up 12 positions now into the top 10. Stanley Williams up to 10th place. These drivers, of course, will have a better grid position for their second heat later on today. So they're just trying to make the most of this bad start and get the best positions they can, because likewise the likes of Blake South and Charlie Wolfert will be starting further down the grid later on this morning. But as things stand, we've got just under 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and number 100 Blake Southern leads the way. Charlie Wolfert in 2nd place, Samuel Aston in 3rd, Lauren McVeigh, Connor Large, Tobias Johns, Zach Turner, Ryan Rapini, Alex Shepherd making up 13 spots into 9th position, and Aidan Clark rounding up the top 10 at this stage as the leaders make their way down towards Stowe Corner. This wonderful camera angle gives you an idea of the speed into the first corner and that low sunlight that they're having to deal with, as Wolfert just made a little bit of a mistake there on the first corner. I think he may have just caused a wet patch there, Charlie.
Yeah, it shows how consistent you have to be lap by lap, because that one mistake, and you see the gap just be absolutely lost between the leader and, of course, Charlie Wolfert. Now he's going to try and work to close that back in at number 6 down your screens. Now you'll be wondering why he's running that number 6. He claims 6th place in the British Karting Championship. So any numbers that you see below 10...
He's pulled off the circuit.
Oh, issue there. Issue for Charlie Wolfert. And, well, what on earth has happened to Charlie Wolfert? The number 6, we're talking good about him. Commentator's curse once again. And, well, what does this do for Southern? It's giving him an even bigger lead. But, yeah, I wonder what's happened there for Charlie Wolfert.
Well, that was something pretty terminal. I think the kart stopping on the Kestrel corner. He just simply drove off the circuit into the infield and has stepped out without a backwards glance. He's now walking off to the infield off camera. And... quite evidently a pretty serious problem there for Charlie Wolfert. I wonder if maybe there's an engine seizure or something like that. But the battle now, this is 2nd place now, which promotes Connor Large, who has already made up 10 places, now moves into 2nd position, number 73. Over 7 seconds adrift of the leader is number 41, Zach Turner. Another one on the charge, has a peek down the inside as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner. So good fortune here for Samuel Aston and Connor Large here, get promoted another position, and Connor Large now starting outside of the top 10 into 2nd position. Zach Turner, number 41, now to 3rd place now. They just saw him going through with the predominantly green helmet in 3rd place. Samuel Aston, Ryan Rapini up to 5th place now. Lauren McVeigh, Graham Tobias Johns, and then Alex Shepherd, Teddy Cooper, Stanley Williams, all making up major positions in this race, starting outside of the top 20. And sometimes, Charlie, that's what it's all about, really. These drivers just outside of the top 10, they've got those positions after that bad start, and that's one of the important ones to get through to the A final.
Yeah, 100%. That's what these random grids are all about. It's the drivers who can work their way through but have the pace at the front end of the field. Going back to Wolfert, he has lost out on that front start, so when it comes to his second heat, he's going to have to start right from the back and work his way through. So in another sense, that's what some of the drivers don't like, these random grids, because it really, once you have a bad heat, it completely ruins your day, and you've just got to keep working at it. But here is Southern on your screens, and he's driving pretty good so far. Buer Winslade, no, my apologies, that's the 152. who he's already come into lap. So pretty impressive stuff to be lapping people in a heat race.
He had a quick glance over the shoulder there. Do you think he's aware now that the number 6 has dropped out of the race?
Oh, 100%, because he would have felt him on the back of his tail the whole way around, at even points pushing him round. And of course, that's just going to be a big relief for him. He's got that gap, he's just got to take it nice and steady. I mean, the gap is 6 seconds at the front. So he's just got to take his time, pick these back markers off one by one, and it's pretty smooth sailing till the end. But you've got to be steady, especially in these winter conditions. One little mistake, one being just a little bit offside, and that can put you off. You know, you've got to be really steady. But watch how smooth he is with the steering wheel, how smooth he is with his brake inputs, with his throttle inputs. This is a drive of a champion. This is why he's going to be crowned a champion today. All he has to do is just keep on his tails, get these heat wins like he's just done. And, wow, he's started his day off pretty good going into the very end. So, Blake Southern takes victory then in your first heat of the day. Conor Lange from 13th on the grid makes it all the way up to second. It was Zach Turner who started behind him. He's also up into the top 3. And it was Ryan Rapini from Teddy Cooper who made up 21 places to the top 5. And it was Alex Goodson from Stanley Williams who made it to 7th from 24th. Sam Aston and Alex Shepherd from Tobias Johns who ran out your top 10. It was John Richardson from Aidan Clark. Lauren McVie drops down to 13th from Max Wheatley and Maximilian Braskoff. Izzy Wykes, Aidan Hammond, Cody Patorell, Archie Bookham, Christian Kevoff rounding out your top 20. And in the race, we only lost Charlie Wolfett and Augusta Lacar.
Notably there, Ryan Rapini with the fastest lap on the penultimate lap of the race by quite some margin there. I think he was about nearly a second faster than the winner. So really does demonstrate that the grip is starting to come to this circuit as well.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be hard to see. We'll try and show it when we're going around again, but we can see just from the commentary box, we're starting to see a lot more grey normal patches that we're used to of just dry lines. But of course, there's still these wet patches, and where the moisture's been sat, that can really make a difference. And of course, if you're side by side with someone, you can just sort of nudge him along, try and put him into the wet patches. But we're going from our junior drivers back to the cadets, and a great season so far for the MicroMaxes, and a pretty strong grid as well. We'll run through the grid now. It's going to be Noah Wicklow who will start from pole, Jensen Darlow in second place, from Kai Suri and Jayan Prakas, Mason Munzer who will be clinching the championship today if all goes well. From Archie Gupta, there was Zach Andrew and Hendrix Fellert, Arthur Bowers and Lali Eden, Arlo Gamble, Oliver Woodall from Jackson Foot, Rafe Owen, Jonah Allen and Caden Hanley rounding out your field of drivers. I'd say not many drivers in this field, but a really good mix of drivers, and it's going to be one to watch out for. Some drivers in the mid-pack who, of course, we need to watch out for. Mason Munzer, championship leader, a very strong but consistent driver. That's what it's all about. That's what these champions are made of. It's not about, just winning one round and being at the back of the next one. It's about being consistently at the front. And I think we nearly saw that with Jack Dan in Senior X30. Took him only last month for him to actually get a final win, but he's leading the championship by a massive margin. So it's all about consistency. As I say, we go through the grid once again. No Wicklow, Jensen Darlow on your front row, Kai Suri and James Prakash, Mason Munzer, Archie Gupta, Zach Andrew, Hendrik Fallett from Arthur Bowers and Lali Eden, Arlo Gamble, Oliver Woodall, Jackson Foot, Ray Owen, Jonah Allen and Caden Hanley rounding out your field of 16 drivers. So, of course, we're going into our cadet categories now. So these are some of our younger drivers that we'll see out on circuit. You can get into this class from just 8 years old. It's pretty impressive stuff, isn't it?
Yes, certainly is. When you look at the age of these drivers and the racecraft that they demonstrate from such a young age, we've seen drivers quite regularly starting out at the back of the field, looking to get more experience, and then as the season goes on, just gradually start to pick their way through the midfield rankings, and then very quickly get themselves up to championship front runners as the season goes on. So cadets getting underway with the MicroMax, a little bit jumbled up at the start. They make their way through over the line. It looks good. Here we go into the first corner. Everyone guarding that inside line to the last minute, opening up as they make their way down towards Stowe Corner. The Rotax has got through okay. Will the MicroMax? Yes, indeed they do. Nice clean start as they make their way to the Willows. This switchback section A little bit like Beckett's at Silverstone, you might say. That switchback that goes through there, left, right, left. And then into Derek's corner. Nice, clean start here. Looks like Noah Wicklow, 53, has held on to the lead. Yes, indeed, he has. He makes his way through towards the Dan Weldon corner. This double apex right-hander at the top of the circuit. Closely followed by Kai Shuri, I think, has got through to second position now as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner. Charging down in, we're going to have a peek on the inside. Yes, indeed. Now, that could be Darlow, I think, on the inside as they make their way through. But Shuri going for the switchback as they race down towards the first corner.
Pretty impressive stuff there from the driving side from pole. But look at this from Prakash to the inside. A very strong move. Of course, we saw Jay and Prakash last year in the Honda Cadets. Moved over to the MicroMax. Having a pretty strong year so far. Doing a lot of the national series as well. Of course, teammate in third place, Kai Suri. So these guys will try and work together. Oh, say that, Kai Suri having a little off. That's going to put him right in the tail of Arthur Bowers and the rest of the pack.
That's excellent news for Jayan Prakash, who had a brave move going down into Stowe Corner. Now, of course, that mistake has left him almost alone at the front with just one other driver for company.
Yep, 100%, and it just shows as well what one little mistake can do. Of course, you saw him just nipping onto that wet moisture patch, and it just sent him flying off. Just couldn't get that kart stopped. Lost temperature in the tyre as well. That's not going to have helped. But Prakash looking so far so good at the front of your field. Saving the fastest lap, of course. 48.85 to start us off. We'll watch the times tumble down as more laps get set on the board. Kaisuri fighting back through the Willow section as the rest of the pack was flying through. Into third place has come...
That's Hendrix Fallat, I think. Yeah. The driver who, if you know what you're looking at here, very recognisable with the Nigel Mansell helmet. There he is at the front of this little battle in third position. And maybe that's like a Senna helmet. You've got to be fast to carry that one off.
Yeah, that's... you put a lot of pressure on yourself to run a Mansell helmet. Darlow just there behind. Of course, we've seen Jensen Darlow a lot this year. A very, very impressive driver. When he's been here, he's been at the front end of the field. He's won races in MicroMax before. And a move going on. Arthur Bowers looking to the inside, into Stowe Corner. That was a pretty smooth move. And he's got that one done on Arlo Gamble, another one of the Sam Pollitt racing drivers. And a promotion actually for Sam Pollitt, because what they are trying to do is a sort of Karts to Cars program, working with the Junior Janetta MDD development car as well. So it's nice to see the karting guys trying to get their drivers into those next steps, because of course karting is just the grassroots of motorsport, and it's good to see that the karting guys are helping feed into other series as well, especially in terms of junior series. A good move there by Fallot, fighting back. Actually, that's for third place. So they come through. Never mind, second place actually past Noah Wicklow.
Yeah, he's Noah Wicklow's dropped back a little bit now. Jayan Prakash on his own at the front. The gap currently 2 seconds, but Hendrix Fallat, who's probably got the worst of his two grid positions in this first heat, had to fight his way through 6 positions out to second place, and he's got his way through quite deftly up to second place. The gap currently 2 seconds, so by karting standards that's quite a margin between first and second place. But look at Fallat in second place, number 15. He is just starting to break away now from the drivers third through to around 5th, 6th position. We've got Wicklow, Bowers, Jensen Darlow, Arlo Gamble. Kai Suri drops to 7th as Oliver Woodall and Raith Owen start breaking into the top 10 from Zach Andrew. But they're all running quite close from 3rd down to around 10th position. But Fallat just trying to break away, although it looks like number 99 Arthur Bowers has now broken through to 3rd and is getting a tow. The gap just whittles down slightly to 1.7 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. Arthur Bowers setting the fastest lap of the race here, 48.36, so it looks like he's on a charge. He's keeping the pressure on Hendrix Fallat, who's had pretty much the whole race his way. He's fought his way through to 2nd position. And Bowers still there in 3rd place. Noah Wicklow then drops to 4th and falls into this whole little gaggle of drivers fighting for 4th place. Now it's number 26 up to 4th place, Jensen Darlow. Looks like Wicklow just losing a couple of positions. Number 53 is number 17, does a bit of lawn mowing there, Kai Shuri, but nothing too serious. He stays on the circuit. So we're going to cross the line once again. Jayan Prakash leading the way. So another bit of a dice here for what will be 5th place. Prakash leading the way. The gap goes down to 1.6 seconds. So Hendrix Fallat was down the inside. Nice little move there from Arthur Bowers. We've got just under 2 minutes left here, Charlie, and I think Bowers has got visions of trying to catch the leader.
I mean, his pace at the moment would say as well, because of course at 48.18, he's 4/10 faster than the leader. Now, the time is 1 minute and 40 seconds plus the additional lap. That's the gap on your screens. It sounds like a lot. It's 1.6 seconds. It sounds a lot, but you can see it on your screens. It's not that big of a gap. That can be closed down. And after stipulating to behind, saying, come on, we've got a win, we could get here. This is going to get close, I think. We're going to come down to the wire. And, well, I think Fala, all he needs to do now is just follow behind Boas. Boas is quicker. Boas is quickest on the circuit. Well, Prakash needs to just stay consistent, keep it smooth. But Boas is closing in now.
At the moment, he's pulling in around 1/4 of a second a lap here. So he's going to squeeze through. I think he'll get through just before the clock goes to 0. So we're going to have 2 more laps to go here. So on paper, he'll bring that down to about 0.8 of a second, which won't be enough. But there again, it's just the momentum, really. When you're starting to go faster and faster, you see yourself closing up. It's almost like you're drawing yourself into the leader yet more.
Well, the thing is, when you get to that half a second gap period, you are pretty much right on their tail. So you can be a bit risky with stuff. You can maybe go for that late move. But it's interesting here. We're watching Jensen Dahl on your screens. I thought he would have been a bit quicker in this one. I think he's just having a few issues out there at the moment. Of course, this is the thing with these winter cold temperatures. It can completely affect the kart and the driver itself. Some drivers are better in that sort of warmer, hotter condition when the karts are nice and grippy. Some drivers are a bit quicker when you have to work the kart a little bit more, be more aggressive. It's just about driving style, driver etiquette as well. But yeah, you can see it. You can really see it now. We'll watch when they come round again. But Prakash is really getting closed in now. Gap is about to go under a second between the two. And, well, this battle for 4th is still going on as well.
Yeah, that's the 72 we're looking at there. Arlo Gamble fighting for 5th place with Jensen Darlow. Oliver Woodall has fought his way through into 4th position now as we make our way down to what will be the final lap when they cross the line next time. So this is the battle for 4th position, headed by the number 40 of Oliver Woodall. We just saw the leaders making their way through as the last lap board goes out. And back to our leader, Prakash, keeping that gap at 0.8 of a second as he throws the kart into the first corner. He's certainly not going to give this one up lightly. He's just keeping his eyes ahead down the road, not looking behind him here particularly. He's just focusing on the track ahead, although Arthur Boas having one last try here. Boas the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, 48.18, and he's been catching up all the time. The gap currently 0.7 of a second as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. The double apex right-hander. Oh, and Prakash, he knows that somebody's coming here. Had a quick glance over the shoulder. Boas not giving this one up. It's going to be a tough one now as they make their way down into Kimbolton corner. I don't think it's going to be enough. And Prakash, with that early move in the race, is going to do enough to hold on and take the checkered flag.
Very impressive drive there from JM Prakash. Arthur Boas, a very strong second place. One to watch out for definitely later on. I would say for Prakash, stop looking behind, because it was just going to keep pulling him in. He just had to focus on getting that lap done, but he was managed to hold on to the end. Hendrik Fallett rounding out your top 3. It was Oliver Woodall from Arlo Gamble, Kai Sturi and Jensen Darlow from Noah Wicklow, and Rafe Owen, and it was Zach Andrew rounding out your top 10 from Archie Gupta. Mason Munster, a consistent 12th, losing a couple spots from Caden Hanley, and it was Lani Eden, Jonah Allen, Jackson Foots, and we didn't lose any drivers in that one, which is always great to hear.
Everyone bought it home. 16 drivers started and 16 finished. So we're going to move on to our 3rd race out of 26 in total today. The first block of heats, 9 races in total this morning. So race number 3 starting very shortly is the Mini Inters, who are currently on the dummy grid rating to get away. We've got Jack Fulbrook, arm number 94, will lead them away in just a few moments, with number 89 George Wielden in there as well. The drivers on the front row of the grid. Inters now making their way out onto the circuit for their formation lap, brought to you in association with iRemote Coach. And once again, we should be seeing the drivers, once they get through the willows, they'll be really start to get those temperatures into the tyres. We'll have a look at the grid. So it's Jack Fulbrook from George Wielden. Row number 2 is Edward Munns and Toby Wortley. Row number 3, Noah Hammond and Otis Cleary. Row number 4, Alfie Phillipson and Jake Hansford. Taking us down to row number 5 is the number 77 of Teddy Murphy from Seiki Komatsu. George Quinlan and Finley Beals make up row number 6. Austin Oman and Ethan Coupland on row number 7. Ethan Manzi and Dimitar Uzanov on row number 8. The 9th row is made up of number 57 Eddie Duncan from Adam Corsa, row 10 Jensen Sale, Roger Golkath and James DeVroe, Ruma Komatsu on row 11, Jackson Hilton and the K-plate holder Rian Townsend down in 24th. And then it's Elliot Bork, Lewis Herbertson, Rio Paniotu, Jacob Underhill, William Moore, Jess Kirby, Jude Story, Roger Phillips and Jack Brown making up a big grid of mini-inters.
Let's see if we can get going then for the first time asking. I'm going to be interested to see what George Wilden can do. We're going around once again. That was a full start. Drivers out of the tram lines once again. Going back to George Wilden then. So, George, a driver who we haven't seen up at the front end much this season, but this is going to be a really good opportunity to show what he's got. And this is what the exciting thing about these random grids are. We're going to see drivers really get a shot to show what they can do at the front end of the field, who usually don't have those opportunities come at them very easily. Jack Fulbakama, a very, very quick driver who has raced up at the front end of the European stage this year as well. We've got plenty of quick drivers in this one as well. The driver 71, Toby Wortley as well. You'll see him there on the Dan Holland racing machine a bit further behind. And, who is this? This looks like Edward Munns, who is starting from 3rd spot. Now, he did spin on the formation lap, so he's managed to close back into where he should be starting. And you'll see the rest of the pack come flying through. Yep, Sam Pollitt have a few more carts in this one as well. Coles Racing. Great to see a bunch of them lot back out as well. We're seeing a good mix here of teams and privateers as well. Guys who run just down the ladder and the driver off near the back of the pack. We'll wait to see who that might be when they come round. But of course, we've got a big grid of drivers in this one. We'll have a little look. Watch out for Rian Townsend, the Kim Bolton plate winner. He is in the championship battle with Lewis Herbertson, who's also way down the field. So I want you to watch out for the K plate and the number 53. Them two are going to have to try and work their way through. They are battling for it. Can we get going for the second time asking here at Kim Bolton, the 3rd race of the day, and we're off and away down into turn 1. And a great start from the Kinex Racing Carts as they head into turn 1, and it's hit the wet patch, sliding straight off the circuit. Puts Toby Wortley into the lead of the race. Jack Fulbakama in 2nd place. But that is exactly what I was worrying about when it came to these starts, that you're going to get into that wet patch and you'll be sliding straight off the circuit. But happily, they've managed to carry on going, but just a bit further down the field. Yeah, that was Toby Wortley, I believe, that caught the wet patch. And like Charlie said, their perfect demonstration of the jeopardy of these early races of the day. There's that one wet patch into the corner. He just caught at the wrong moment. The kart just simply glides off the circuit. But the number 11, Otis Cleary, is not worried about that one bit now as he makes his way through. He's clear at the front and closely followed by Jack Fulbakama as they make their way down to the first corner. Z Cleary defensive there, then just opens up at the last minute in towards Stowe Corner. So at the moment these two just starting to break away from the rest of the field. Noah Hammond then up to 3rd place. George Quinlan with a very good start, number 17 currently in 4th place from Teddy Murphy. Austin Oman in 6th position. Finley Beals, George Wilden, Ethan Manzi and Jensen Sale rounding out the top 10 as the leaders make their way out of Derek's corner up towards the Dan Weldon corner, the TKM straighting. Just see number 94 Fulbakama having a peek on the inside. It's a neat little corner there for Dan Weldon with the way it opens out coming through here. Now they make their way down towards the final corner. Notably here, looking at the virtual marshal, the race control, number 11, the race leader, has had a warning flag and is currently under investigation. Interesting stuff as they head back into turn 1 through the Willow section. You're going to be nice and smooth around here. But as I say, under investigation is Otis Cleary, who is on your screens at the moment, leading the way. Jack Fulbakama there in 2nd place. In your top 3 as well, George Quinlan, a driver who I haven't really spoken much about yet. He is someone who's been fighting their way through all season long. Was right up there in the championship as well, but just a few unfortunate and quite bad luck really. Fell through sort of the mid-stage of the season, didn't really help himself as they come into the final corner. Let's see what our 2 championship protagonists have got up to. The K-plate, Rian Townsend, he is up to 12th at the moment. He's made up 12 spots. And Lewis Herbertson struggling at the moment. He's inside the top 20, up 6 spots, but still plenty of work to do. We've got some high movers in the midfield as well. Jacob Underhill is up 14 spots. He's up to 14th. But yeah, plenty of drivers working their way through. Jacob Underhill racing for the Jack Dex Racing team. But we're seeing drivers all throughout the field working their way through. There is Jensen Sale on your screens as well, number 40, of course, champion from last year. He had a go at trying to take it back again, but the competition was very, very competitive this year. Purple sectors all throughout the field as well. Sector 1 going to Rian Townsend, and Otis Cleary taking a final sector, Rian Townsend taking a second one as well. 44.71 is the fastest lap out there at the moment for Otis Cleary, and that got very close for second place as George Quinlan loses out. Actually, that's for third place, my apologies, and that's because Austin Oman is up into the top 3. Watch out for Teddy Murphy as well, another one of the Sam Pollock drivers just behind. But yeah, it's looking good out there for these all these mini Inter drivers. Of course, still some of our younger drivers as well who can get into this at just about 10 years old.
Yeah, this is very much towards the younger age scale of the karting classes that we have here. And the mini Inters, obviously starting from around 10 years old. These are very much kids, you would say. But when you look at the racing out here, the racecraft that they develop very quickly indeed. A lot of coaching out there as well, and resources available to the drivers. But it certainly brings in some good racing. You see them just starting to learn the track a bit now, where the braking points are in these very treacherous early morning conditions. The track will change as the morning goes on. We got the second heat of the mini Inters getting underway around midday, so the track you would imagine would be in prime conditions by then. A little bit of a nudge there on the 124 from the K-plate holder. That is Rian Townsend, who is now firmly into the top 10. Has made up what will be 16 places now to get a good position, and there's still a couple more laps to go here, so there's every possibility of Rian Townsend getting up towards the top 5 as the race goes on. Otis Cleary still leading quite comfortably, the gap just over 1.5 seconds from Jack Paul Ricama in second. Austin Oman with that brilliant drive through to third place, although down the inside on the number 81 there, a little bit further down, we just saw going into the first corner as they make their way through. Townsend then up to 8th place, Eddie Duncan, Noah Hammond, Albie Phillipson, Jacob Underhill, Dimitar Uzunov, and Ethan Manzi just making us down towards the midfield drivers. But meanwhile, the number 57 there, or 77 I should say, Eddie Duncan, battling with the K-plate holder. So Eddie Duncan 57, the 124 of Noah Hammond just on the edge of the top 10 as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner once again. Quite a few drivers here battling their way through with these jumbled up grids. They have the worst position in the first heat. They'll be starting towards the front of the grid in heat number 2. So we're seeing the likes of Oman, Sale, Townsend, Jacob Underhill as well, fighting their way through the field as the race goes on. 1.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. Otis Cleary is under investigation here, but currently leads by 1.5 seconds.
As you said before as well, these are going to be very important laps for these drivers, because every lap the track is going to change and adapt, and it's how quickly they can manage to do that. That's where we're going to see the real fast drivers as the ones who can learn and adapt. That's a move going for 4th place. On the inside goes Jensen Sale past George Quinlan, and they're going to have a little battle as they head down the start-finish straight once again. Teddy Murphy falling back down to 6th as they come through. We'll have a little watch here. This is a lap of the Kimbolton circuit. It'll be nice and hard on the brakes going to turn 1, and be nice and smooth with the steering wheel through the Willow section. You've got a little bit of a straight now to have a little breather before you go into Derek's corner. Braking in the middle of the circuit, using the first curve to rotate the car, getting nice and close to that second one just to bring you round. Keeping the momentum up through this second sector as you head into Dan Weldon Complex. A free apex corner, really hard to get right, but try and aim for your exit, get that speed on straight away as you head into the final couple of corners you can see on your screens. You want to be nice and smooth through here as well. Try not to slide the rear end. The second you get that rear end out, it really slows you down, especially for this very long straight. One of the longest straights in British karting, that start-finish straight. Keeps going on and on and on, and you'll see most of our carts reaching well over 80 to 90 mile an hour in the more junior senior carts. Back marker getting out of the way, that's a bit further down. That's one of the air carts. That looks like it may be Adam Causa, might be Rotary Phillips as well. So the timer has struck to 0, so we have got 1 lap left, and it's going to be led by this man on your screens, number 11, Otis Cleary, who moved over to the Dan Holland Racing team not long ago and seems to be doing alright with them. He's had a good start to the weekend so far, and it's only going to get better. Austin Oman's up into 2nd place. Jack Provocama hanging on to your top 3. The battle for 4th place keep raging on, and we've got about 6 or 7 karts in that battle for 4th place. That will keep going down to the wire. But on your screens here, watch Otis Cleary throughout the day, because he's going to be one to watch when it comes to that final race and to the evening. Number 11 on your screens as he comes round into the final couple of corners. Watch how smooth he is with that steering wheel, just trying to keep it on the circuit, staying on the dry patches. And as he comes round the final corner, it's going to be a nice victory for the number 11. Otis Cleary takes a dominant victory from Austin Oman, who comes across in 2nd place from 13th on the grid. And it was Jack Fulbakama and Jensen Sale up 15 spots. Reen Townsend rounding out your top 5. That will do well for his championship, up 19 spots from George Quinlan. Then it was Teddy Murphy and Finley Bills. Then it was Eddie Duncan and Jacob Underhill from 28th on the grid, rounding out your top 10. Then it was Noah Hammond from Alfie Flipson from Lewis Hubson, who got all the way up to 13th. It was Dimitar Ozanov, Elliot Bork from Ethan Manzi, James DeRux from Seki Komatsu, Toby Wortley, and Edward Munns rounding out your top 20. And we didn't lose anyone. It was only Adam Corsa and Roger Phillips who got lapped, but of course it was a very hard track to drive, and of course the track was just changing lap after lap, so I think all the drivers did well in that.
Yeah, it was a good first heat there. Not many incidents in these opening races, which is a real testament to the drivers, because the track has been quite difficult. There is more of a dry line starting to develop now as you head towards our 4th heat of the day. Honda 200 heat number 1 is getting underway in just a few moments. We have 26 races in total throughout the day, and our first block of heats now well and truly underway. The second of our junior Rotax coming up a little bit later on. We've got the KZ UK shifter karts after this as well, but we stick with the cadet categories here with the Honda 200s, who are making final preparations and will be out onto the circuit in just a few moments' time. Mason O'Connor and Alistair Saunders will lead them away for the first heat of the day. I think there's, just off camera, there's a little bit of work going on the track. 1 or 2 of the marshals just on track. Maybe there's a bit of debris possibly, but it's all just getting sorted out now. And as soon as we get the all clear that the track is safe and ready for racing, we'll get the drivers out onto the grid for their first heat of the day. So as we say, Mason O'Connor from Alistair Saunders on the front row here. They'll be getting underway in just a few moments' time. A reminder of the rest of the block will be taken up with the KZ UKs getting underway after this cadet race. Junior Rotax heat number 2, Senior X30, Senior Rotax, and the Rotax 177 to round out our first block of racing. The green flag has gone up at race control, so the grid as follows: Mason O'Connor, Alistair Saunders on row 1, Mason Becker, George Pickett on row number 2, Marcus Cooper, George Lilly on row number 3, Soy Henderson and Harry Search on row number 4. Row 5 is the 21 of Rowlands there on row number 5. Dana Rowlands from Zach Squire, Harrison Maxwell, Jensen Kuller, James Windsor and Cian Delaney on row number 7. Archie Edgar and George Teat on row number 8. And the final 3 drivers made up of Finn Hollis, Phoebe Shelton and Connor Rata on this 19-driver grid. The drivers now making their way out towards the TKM straight. We'll see them very shortly making their final preparation before the race gets underway. 1 or 2 drivers just getting a little bit of temperature into the tyres as they get themselves prepared in this the 4 strokes. Of course, now the Honda 200s making their way down towards the final corner and headed by the Senna livery there of number 12, a very appropriate number for a Senna-inspired driver. You'd say Mason O'Connor leading the pack away.
Let's see if we can get going for the first time of asking. Will we get going? No, we won't. We're going to go round once again. So the championship battle looks pretty much set for Sawyer Henderson to take victory. Arthur Murphy, he was in the battle with Arthur, not here this weekend. Oh, a little bit of contact there with the first front 2 drivers. But Sawyer Henderson does look set to take victory. The battle for 3rd place is still going on. That involves Cian Delaney. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. And a driver on the grass as they head into Derek's corner. That's a bit of an interesting one. Hopefully he can get back onto the circuit. Now, we've got plenty of drivers to watch out for. Alistair Saunders was a driver who we've had leaps and bounds throughout this season. He's really been up there at certain stages, especially through the heats. with that amazing kart livery. It was Mason Becker, who's had a pretty strong season so far as well. He's going to be starting from third. Harry Search, another driver who's had some pretty dominant results, some really consistent results as well, which is always impressive as well. Deno Rowlands, what can we say about Deno? A really good year so far. If you'd done all the rounds, would he be in the championship fight? I would have said yes. But let's go racing then. If we can get racing for the second time asking, yes we do. And down into turn one, we're going to be nearly 4 wide as we go into turn one. This should hopefully be all clear, or is it? Oh, Saunders into a spin. That is not what Hunter Saunders would have wanted. And all of that big talk about him, and it's commentator's curse once again. Saw Henderson up into second place, and Becker into the pole spot. But he seems to have already got a bit of a gap, which is all good. Dana Rowlands up into third place as the rest of the pack was flying through into Dan Welland corner. So Henderson getting that rear end out, and that's going to ruin his opportunity, really ruin his momentum as well. That's going to allow Rowlands to try and close in, and he's right on his tail now. Henderson can't afford to make any mistakes, but here goes Rowlands to the inside for second place, but Henderson's on the cutback, gets that one back. Keen Delaney's there in fifth place as well as they head down into turn one. Delaney on the inside of George Lilly, who we haven't really seen much of this year, but seems to be doing very well so far as the pack files through once again.
Yeah, Mason Becker looking very good at the front of the field. Lap on the first tour there, 50.67. Soy Henderson, K-plate holder, now up to second, and has eyes on the leader, getting past Dino Rowlands, who's keeping the pressure on in third place, number 21, as they make their way to the Dan Weldon corners. There's just a small gap, just over a second between first and second place as they make their way down the TKM straight towards the end of the lap. The Kestrel corner, Kim Bolton corner, quite a common position for overtaking into Kim Bolton, the final corner. Rowlands has a little peak there, but not quite close enough. Perhaps he's lining himself up for a move as they make their way down the Heinz straight into the first corner. There you can see Mason Becker clear of the field. No one having a look just yet. Still early stage in this race. Over 5 minutes plus the 1 lap left to go. So no need for anything too rash at this stage as they fly through the willows and onto another lap down towards the Imitsu straight and into Derek's corner as very neatly there down the inside there. Denner Rowlands nips into second place as they make their way into Derek's corner. And we can see now, well, what can Denner Rowlands do? Can he fight back? He has got the number 91 of Kane Delaney just behind in fourth place. George Lilly moving up a position to fifth position. With this train of drivers second through to fourth place, they may want to work together here to try and close up on the leader. I'm going to look at the lap charts now as Mason Becker goes over the line. The gap was 1.1 seconds. It hovers around the 1 second mark as Denner Rowlands sets the fastest lap of the race, 49.43. The lap time's just starting to tumble here. And another driver getting involved in this fight for second place. Looks like the number 51 of George Lilly. You can see with the orange helmet there, just a little bit further behind. Now tagging on to this train of drivers in second. No one really fighting for position for second place here as they try to close up on Mason Becker. The gap around 1 second. And this is the position here, Charlie, where the drivers would be wise to work together here and try and catch up with the leader.
Yep, 100%. I mean, that time that they spent battling with each other, that was just losing time to Becker, and there was no point in them doing it. They might as well catch up to Becker and then at least have a battle then, and then they're in that lead battle. But, well, Rowlands at the moment, he's very quick. I mean, 49.12 just on that last lap alone. Delaney's going for third place on the inside of Henderson. Henderson's got to keep this weekend really chilled. Don't do anything silly. He's going to take that championship home if he just keeps it nice and steady. Of course, Delaney's battling for that third spot in the championship. But look how close Rowlands got now to the back of Mason Becker. Now, is that because Becker's had a few laps where he's just thought, you know, just got to chill out a bit, just get into a rhythm, or has Rowlands really put the power to the floor? Now, here he is. He's right on the bumper now. He's just got to think about this move. There's no point trying to throw it in straight away. He knows the pace is there. He's just got to pick a time and go for it. And that time is now. And he's going to go to the inside. But look at Becker on the cutback. Will Becker fight this one back? I don't think so. We'll watch him as they come into turn one. Becker's going to get the run, but will he go to the inside? No, he doesn't. He sticks behind. That's a smarter opportunity. I
think in fairness to Rowlands here, he has been finding some pace here. Mason Becker has been putting together some very fast, consistent laps on the last, so he hasn't really dropped the pace, but Denner Rowlands has carried a lot of momentum here And now they're really starting to put the previous race leader, Mason Becker, under some real pressure in that second position. So Becker, you can see already, though, losing ground as Cian Delaney now on the charge. Number 91 slips into second place, setting the fastest purple sector on the first part of the lap. So he's stringing together some good lines on the first part of the lap through the Willows. And the gap only 0.6 of a second, covering the first three as they cross the line with 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Still some time to go in this race. And look at the second place here. Cian Delaney, well, I said he had the purple sector on the first part of the lap. He set the fastest lap of the race, 48.83. The pace in this Honda 200 race is starting to pick up as the track really dials in now. Drivers getting used to the circuit, and Cian Delaney, who has made up 12 positions since the start of the race, has really settled in quite nicely now. It looked at one stage like Rowlands might start to run away with things here, but Cian Delaney starting to make a fight of things as the race goes on. We look at the number 52, the previous race leader, Mason Becker, who has now dropped back a little bit now in third place, coming under some pressure from the champion-elect and K-plate holder Sawyer Henderson in fourth place, who has a look on the inside, doesn't go for the move, but keeping the previous leader, Becker, under some real pressure in third place. Leaders now over the line as they make their way down to the first corner. We look at this battle of third as having a look on the inside. Oh, he left it late there. Perfect move there from Sawyer Henderson. He just did enough there, I think, Charlie, to get the front wheel in there, just to let him know that he was there and take the apex away from him.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you got to do. That is what these overtakes are all about. You just got to be alongside so they can see in their peripherals that you're there. And there's no point really trying to fight at that point, because you can try and stick it around the outside, but you're just going to make yourself vulnerable for the rest of the lap. Now, watch this from Cian Delaney. Delaney's going to have a look for the lead here. This is a bit interesting. Looking at the times, I mean, Delaney's got the pace. He's about a tenth quicker than Rowlands, so it's really going to be about what mistakes Rowland can make. Of course, he's been consistently at the front all year long, but look at Delaney with the speed going down to turn one, and in these winter conditions, slipstream becomes very effective. Rowland's going to go back to the inside. He had a look, a little bit of rear contact with his rear bumper, but he manages to hold on to second place there.
Delaney did very well there to cover that corner. He was very hot down the straight. He made that move almost coming out of Kimbolton corner with the momentum that he carried, but he did have to cover the corner there to make it stick because he was very hot, and Rowlands certainly not giving this one up in second place. He was the early pace setter in this race, you would say. Now Delaney on the charge, and it looks like Cian Delaney is not shaking off Dino Rowlands just yet as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner. The clock is down to 0, so next time they cross the line we'll get the last lap board. Over the line they go. We've still got the fight for third place with Sawyer Henderson, Mason Becker, George Lilly, Marcus Cooper now to fifth place from Lilly, Jensen Culler, George Pickett, Phoebe Shelton, and George Snitch rounding out the top 10. But now it looks like Dino Rowlands is taking the fight onto the final lap of the race.
This is going to be interesting. What will Rowlands do? He's going to have a look to the inside of the final lap of the race. He's going to get that move done. And that was a very strong move. I was contemplating whether he was going to go for the move or just think more about the final, getting that consistent result. But there is no hanging down from Rowlands. He's got 2 more corners left, though, and a very, very quick Cian Delaney. What will Cian do? Will he ever look into the final corner? I think he's just a bit too far back as they come round the final corner. It's a very strong drive from Rowlands, who takes it on the very last lap. Probably the best overtake we've seen so far today. Rowlands takes victory then from Cian Delaney. Sawyer Henderson a very consistent third, and Mason Becker in fourth. It was Marcus Cooper who ran out your top 5 from George Lilly. Then Jensen Culler from George Pickett. It was Phoebe Shelton from George Teese. Alistair Saunders recovered to 11th for what could have been for the number 58. There was Archie Edgar from Harrison Maxwell. Mason O'Connor dropped all the way down to 14th. Really unfortunate from Harry Search and Finn Hollis. Zach Squire, Connor Ratter, and the only driver we lost in that was James Windsor. So, brilliant driving there from definitely the top 5 there. Really showing that you just got to keep consistent, keep at it, and when it comes to that very last lap, it's all about who's there at first.
We move on now to our 5th race for the day, KZ UK Heat number 1. You can see the smoke from the pre-mixed 2-stroke fuel in the waiting zone as the drivers warm the engines up, and they'll be straight out onto the circuit in just a few moments' time. The drivers do have a little bit longer to warm themselves up before the racing gets underway. The KZ's the fastest karts here this weekend, and we'll have a look at the grid Only 6 rows here, but we'll run through them. Hannah Lang will lead them away from George Robinson, Bo Phillips, Kai Springfield, Isaac Smith, Lucas Ellingham on row number 3 from Oliver Harris, Harry Walsh in 8th position. And the final driver is the number 77 of Neil Hepworth in 11th place. So drivers making their way down the Amitsu straight in full. They cut out Derek's corner here. Now, one factor here could be about halfway down the Amitsu straight where Derek's corner is. There's that section that's not been used all morning, really, for the racing. So it's still a little bit greasy out there. So they'll just want to learn the track a little bit now. They make their way around the first sighting lap here. They have the front and rear brakes on the KZ UK karts and the shifter transmission as well. And these karts in the right conditions can top out at nearly 100 miles an hour down the Amitsu straight when they make their way down towards the Dan Weldon corner. So quite a small field of drivers here, Charlie, but that's not to say that the racing will be affected. You
only need 2 karts to have a race. It's as simple as that. So we've got plenty of action still to come. We've seen a lot of drivers moving up from, I say, the X30 and the Rotax ranks into these KZ karts because it's like properly going car racing. These karts are super impressive, and we were talking about it earlier. There's a lot of Formula drivers, especially high up, who will come into the KZ karting just to keep themselves intact when they come through the winter periods and they can't be out in the car as much. These karts are pretty much exactly the same. The forces you feel are nearest the same as a Formula 1 car. It's very impressive stuff. And we, of course, we've seen a lot of drivers come through. Lucas Ellingham is your championship leader in this one. He pretty much has settled the deal in this championship. You see him now in that blue and white kart, the MS kart. George Robinson, is he having a couple of issues? No, he's just doing a couple of practice starts. You'll see these drivers doing practice starts just to make sure that they can get the clutch bite point at the right spot. Of course, these guys have standing starts, which is a bit different to most of the driving we've seen so far today. Couple of drivers to watch out for. Of course, these drivers have a very hard starting procedure as well. They've got to try and put it into first gear and hold on the clutch until it's green. Now, we're going to be watching at the gantry. We're going to be watching for the lights. It's 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights are on the board, and it's lights out, and away we go for the final race weekend of the year. And George Robinson's had an awful start and could not get them tyres spinning into turn 1.
Both of the drivers on the front row of the grid there span up. We saw Hannah Lang drop the clutch and the wheels just span away, much like the second on the grid as well. So brilliant news there for Bo Phillips, who got a lovely drive. And look at the gap already. That's what it's all about with a standing start. Lucas Ellingham with a very good start as well, right on the tail of Hannah Lang, who has done well to hold on to the second place. But brilliant stuff here for Phillips, who charged already down towards the Kim Bolton corner. Number 22, your new race leader from the second row of the grid. That was a fantastic start and absolutely flying over the line as they make their way down to the first corner. So Phillips leads. Ellingham goes now into second place from Isaac Smith. Hannah Lang now drops to 4. Then we've got Leah Robinson, Harry Walsh, James Harvey, George Robinson, Kai Springfield, Oliver Harris and Neil Hepworth rounding out the field. As you can see on the camera angle here, they go the full length of the Amitsu straight, but Bo Phillips, absolutely fantastic start there. And yeah, I was watching the first 2 drivers on the grid there, and Hannah Lang, especially on pole, was worst affected of all, just dropping the clutch and the wheels just spinning up. Cold temperatures today, the start very difficult.
You've got to be really smooth with the, of course, these guys have clutch paddles for where they're trying to get away. Yellow flags are out. It's the second to last corners, trying to work out who that might well be.
It's a kart on the infield.
James Harvey, it looks like. So really unfortunate for James Harvey. But as I was saying, you've got to be really smooth with them clutches, especially in these sort of winter conditions. It's very hard to get the clutches warm as well, which can help out a lot.
They both seem to struggle on the first row of the grid there, but but I would say Bo Phillips absolutely was like a boost off the start. He absolutely nailed it.
Probably got some NOS on or something as they come through. Hannah Lang still battling there. Up at the front end, 4th place at the moment, trying to hold on inside the top 5. Leah Robinson behind. Leah Robinson 2nd place in the championship, so he's had a good run so far this year. Just couldn't get on the tail of Lucas Ellingham when it came to being more consistent. Lucas Ellingham has some really good drives across the year and was on it straight away at the start of the year. Of course, he nearly had that first podium on his first time out, and I think he had a little spin on the final corner. So there's been a couple of times where he should have got podiums when he really hadn't, and it's been a tough year, but to take it home at the end would be something to be quite proud of, I say, and it would be quite impressive.
Looking at Hannah Lang here, settling in nicely after that tricky start in 4th position, fending off the number 36 of Leah Robinson, who's putting the pressure on in that battle for 5th place. Leaders are making their way into the first corner. Look out here for Lucas Ellingham, who's turning along Isaac Smith as well, the number 123, as they make their way through the Willows and onto the Amitsu Straight. Bo Phillips really checking out at the start of the race, but Ellingham and Smith are carrying a bit more pace at this stage. We're back to Hannah Lang here, still fighting for that 4th place. Quite a close battle developing here as Harry Wolf's number 73 looks to get involved as well. Lang now comfortably in 4th place, just behind the leading group, and covers the corner nicely though, down the inside. Neat little move there from Leah Robinson, and parking the kart on the apex to block the corner. Wise driving there from Leah Robinson, because he would have left himself open for a repass down the straight from Lang. And Leah Robinson very neatly moves into 4th place. Lang still keeping the pressure on, and Harry Walsh watching there in 6th place, looking to get involved here, number 73. But already Leah Robinson just starting to pull away. Red flag has been displayed, and there's a trouble on the first corner. Driver down, and can't tell you who the driver is at the moment, but there is a driver in trouble on the first corner, so the red flag has been displayed. Just off camera shot here, we'll keep away from the incident for the time being, but there's a driver in trouble on the first corner and medics down on the scene.
Yep, so big incident into turmoil. Looks like the driver may have hit the barrier on the entry. Driver has flew out of the kart, which isn't always the best, but the marshals were there immediately, which is always great to see. We always have to thank the marshalling crew as well as the medical crew. They do incredible stuff to keep these events going, and we'll let the marshals and medics do their job. The rest of the field will be parked up on the start-finish straight, and they will wait patiently, and hopefully we should be hopefully the driver is okay, whoever's involved. The driver who was involved, we'll try and work it out. It might have been Neil Hepworth.
That's what we can see from this. This is the rest of the pack basically we're looking at the moment. James Harvey out of the race, number 26. That's the driver pushing his kart on the infield, and well, we won't say for definite here, we'll wait for confirmation, but looking at all of the other karts in the race on the held on the line here, we are missing, unfortunately, Neil Hepworth, so we believe that is the driver who is in difficulties on the first corner. Medics very quickly onto the scene, and as Charlie said here, once again, this is where the professionalism and the rigorous training that the marshals go through really comes into play. When there is an incident and a driver hits trouble, they're very quickly able to get the race stopped where they think a driver needs further attention. Medics stationed on pretty much where this camera is now on the starting grid. They can get the ambulance out to the circuit if it's needed. We don't like to see this sort of thing in racing, but unfortunately it is a part of the sport that we can't ignore. And unfortunately the KZ UK first heat has drawn to a close because we have got a driver in trouble on the first corner. The race stopped with around 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. So, I mean, the first thing here is you have to say the full attentions are currently on the injured driver, and driver safety always the important thing. So they'll give the driver the time they need to sort that out. But what will happen here, Charlie? Will this be just a case of picking up where we left off?
Well, it will depend on how long this the situation will take. Of course, the medical crew, the marshal crew, need to take their time with this because it's priorities at the moment. But of course, these guys are running on really tight schedule. We have got to think as well that it is getting dark, 4:30, which does not make racing very easy to fit in. Of course, we've got about 30 races in a day to try and fit in a few hours. It can never be easy. And when these sort of things happen, of course, when they do plan this, they will plan a little section just for red flags and if there's Battenbergs and bits and bobs like that. But something that might take this long, I think they'll just call the race here, get on with the next one.
We shall wait and see. I can tell you, just off camera, looking out from our vantage point, that the injured driver has got up, so and he's walking away under his own steam. So hopefully that's a good sign. The driver was down on the ground for quite some time, which we don't like to see. Obviously, indication that the driver's in trouble. Could be, well, sometimes if you get winded, you're just down on the ground for some time. But they were very quick to get the red flag out there when that incident happened, because there was a driver on the track. So hopefully this will be nothing too serious. We'll have to wait and see, of course, but I did see the driver standing up with assistance from the medics. So let's say hopefully that won't be anything too serious, and we'll nonetheless, though, there's still quite a situation on the track, and a lot of focus. Just you can see on the camera here, the ambulance is parked up. This is where the incident occurred, on the braking point from the Heinz Straight into Stowe Corner.
That's the scary thing. It's one of the highest
fast
speed.
Part.
It's, you know, they're going to be definitely going over 100 mile an hour into there, and to hit that wall. And I think it's probably that sudden stop that's going to have caused the most damage.
Yeah, it's never the speed that's an issue. It's the sudden stop, isn't it? Unfortunately, so that does tend to hurt, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not always a nice thing to see, but as you say, this is unfortunately what we have to deal with motorsport. It's one of the things that happens. We always say it's a non-contact sport, but it does happen now and then.
So the ambulance, as you can see now, moving away. There is a lot of attention just off camera on the tyre barriers going into the first corner. We didn't see the incident occur ourselves, but he must have lost it under braking and clobbered the tyre barriers, so they will need to make sure that's repaired and safe before the racing gets back underway. The ambulance is currently leaving the circuit. As you say, we believe it's the number 77 of Neil Hepworth. We've also lost James Harvey in a separate incident, seemed to have some mechanical issues, and James Harvey is out of the race, so we saw him pushing the cart back to the paddock. We hopefully will see him later on as well. So at the moment, with 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, just waiting for confirmation as to what will happen next in terms of this race. But as things stand at the moment, Beau Phillips leading the race from Lucas Ellingham, Isaac Smith in third, Leah Robinson fourth from Hannah Lang, Harry Walsh, George Robinson, Kai Springfield, and the remaining driver in this race, the 9th position, number 63 of Oliver Harris in the Pro Train kart. You can see at the back of the grid, their drivers remaining in position here. So one would presume we're looking to get this race back underway. This is the remaining competitors in this race all lined up. Ambulance currently, we may see it shortly, currently making its way off the circuit. So the injured driver, which you believe is the number 77 of Neil Hepworth, is being taken away for some further examinations in the medical room. Was standard procedure really. If a driver does take a big hit, they will make sure that the driver is examined and is safe to continue. But as you say, this is a real credit to the medical crews and to the marshals, not only here at Kimbolton, but a lot of these marshals get involved in motorsport events across the UK, various, not only karting, but the motorsport tracks across the country as well. And we see quite a few of them getting involved in Silverstone, in the Formula One, and the likes of Le Mans. I remember know one or two people who have marshalled at Le Mans, and you'll hear just as many British language as French being spoken at the marshal points.
Awesome stuff. We do love it. We love the marshalling crew. They are a great community, a great bunch of people, which is always great, because if you want things to work well, you've got to be friends with everybody. You know, you've got to have that work ethic. But they all enjoy it. They always have a good time. There's always a good crack. I always go and stand when they have their briefing, and they always have a good crack, which is always great.
I always remember there was he's the head of Honda nowadays in motocross, Roger Harvey, one of the top British riders in the 1970s, said he always liked to make friends with the marshals, because if there was a fallen rider on the track, the marshals would perhaps go into more inclined to help him out and warn him of the oncoming riders. Yeah,
it works out in your favour sometimes. Well, no, we won't say that. They stay as professional as they can be. The marshalling crew do a mega job as always, and a great bunch of people. And if you are a racer yourself, give yourself the time to talk to a marshal, understand what they have to go through, because you'll find out there's a lot more things than just waving a flag. There are many, many opportunities, and of course, if you're interested in getting into marshalling yourself, and not just on track waving a flag, there's a lot of off-track marshalling duties that take place as well. Head over to the Motorsport UK website, and they can talk you through it all and get yourself onto training days, because of course every marshal here is trained and signed off. They have licenses that say they are licensed to marshal, so you're dealing with the best in the business. But if it's something that you're interested in, you can head over to the Motorsport UK website as well. If you want to be a scrutineer or anything within the motorsport paddock, Motorsport UK do a really good job now of getting more people involved and providing stepways into these paths, which is always great to see.
That's always if you're a geek sort of thing, that's always an interesting part in itself, the scrutineering, because
it's tough.
Yeah, it's to me, just to clarify things, these karts, they have to comply to stringent regulations in terms of what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, and they need to be safe to race as well. So they will be scrutineered, which in other words, somebody will have a good look over these karts before they're allowed onto the track, and they have to be passed to even go onto the track in the first place.
Yeah, 100%. So obviously, of course, we have the Saturday practice day. So either through that, or if you don't do the practice day, you can just turn up on a Sunday morning. But you have to. It is a rule. You have to take your kart down to the scrutineering area, and they will have a check round. They'll check all your equipment as well. Make sure there's no rips in your suit or damage to your helmet. Just make sure, give it the kart a once over. Just make sure that everything works productively, and it complies with all their regulations. Of course, this is the Motorsport UK and FIA regulations.
Because if you don't know, I suppose even the karting overalls have a sell-by date in effect, don't they?
Yep. And of course they have an expiry date, and a few people do get caught out by that.
If you look very closely at some of these drivers towards the back here, the numbers 63 and 97 Kai Springfield in particular, look closely at the back of the neck, just at the where the helmet is there, the base of the head. Well, they're just starting to move away, I think, now. But
they're going to be heading back to the pits.
Yeah, looks like this one's off.
Yeah.
But those little labels on the back there, that essentially is the FIA regulation for the overalls, and there's a point where they're not allowed to use them anymore for racing as such. I think you can still wear them for arrive and drive and whatnot. But
yeah, you can do your old test day and bits and bobs, but for actual professional racing, you can't use it unless it's within the dates and it's got all the bits and bobs that you need. And of course, it's all checked over by the scrutineers, and into this bay now where the drivers will head into, that is the scrutineering bay. So the first few, I think there's about 4 karts they'll put to one side, and they'll go through the weighing scales, make sure the kart is of course to the above weight. Of course, all these karts have to be a minimum weight with the driver. So sometimes the drivers have to lose a bit of their belly to be below the weight limit, but of course if they're below the weight limit, they got to put a bit of lead on to move the weight back up.
I remember racing at the pro karts, the twin engine Hondas at Le Mans. They have to equalise things a bit, because all different drivers taking part. They have a minute. It's almost like a handicap race, like the horse racing, like the Grand National. The jockeys and the lighter pilots have to carry lead on the karts. And I mean, some of these drivers on our team, they were like 5 foot and about 6 stone dripping wet. And I remember having to carry the lead back to our awning, and that was an achievement in itself, carrying the lead.
A whole workout.
Yeah, they even lined it in the seat and everything to get the carts just to the minimum weight, because the drivers are so light.
Because that's also another thing. There's only certain areas you can actually put the lead, because if you put it in a certain place, it could help, with setup and bits like that. So they have to have it in a certain area. Which also the scrutineers check over as well. But there's a lot of things that they check over, so it's always important that you keep on top of the stuff, and that's why a lot of people nowadays will buy the blue book, which gives you all the regulations, because it's always good to have one just in case.
Even in karting, a good knowledge of the rulebook is very important indeed. The drivers we're looking at the moment are Junior Rotax. They're the next race that is scheduled to get underway. The medical crews have left the circuit now. Just to recap, the red flag came out in the KZUK kart race due to quite a high-speed crash going into the first corner, so medical crews dealing with the injured driver at the moment, and Junior Rotax heat number 2 will be getting underway in just a few moments. The clerk of the course and marshals currently having a bit of a debrief on the circuit before we get the confirmation that the track is safe and ready to go. There will be 3 heat races in total for the Junior Rotax before the B final and the A final, which is our final race this afternoon. B final in these situations, as always, acting almost as a repechage for the drivers who fail to make their way through the heat races into the A final. There is 4 positions on offer, offering automatic qualification to the A final, as we look at the panoramic view of the Kimbolton circuit. This track just outside of Kimbolton, it's the former home of the US Air Force in World War II. This is one of the storage and access areas from the old airfield, and a lot of the surrounding area now industrial units of the former airbase. And this is situated just not too far from Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire, on the way towards Peterborough, pretty much in the centre of the UK. We're about I'd say about 45 minutes an hour away from Silverstone, a little bit further down south as an example as to where we are. And this, you would say, very much the founding. A lot of people do take up karting as a hobby in itself as well, but When you look at the recent situation in motorsport with the likes of Lando Norris adding his name to the illustrious list of Formula One world champions, and Arvin Lindblad being called into Formula One with the Racing Bulls team, so quite a healthy British contingent now in the Formula One grid. And all the star names, they have raced here in the past, and Lando Norris, our new Formula One world champion, he's also graced this turf in years gone by as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, Lando was a very strong British car. He did a lot of racing here in MicroMax before they went into the cadet chassis. A lot of stuff around here as well. Arvin Lindblad used to race here in Miami Cadet with the Oliver Rowland motorsport team before they unfortunately shut down. Of course, Oliver Rowland, the Formula E driver, who used to do a bit of stuff in Formula 1, Formula 2 as well. So it's good to see a bunch of the old Formula guys getting involved as well. And we were talking earlier, throughout the winter period, especially the start of the year, when it comes to the Saturday practices, you might see a fair few of the F2, the F3, even the F1 drivers actually come and do the practice sessions. They mostly do it in the KZ karts because it's more similar to what they're used to racing, which is their Formula cars, and because they're so physical, it's a good workout for them just to keep them going.
It's one of these things that you might say is different to other sports. I mean, for example, a football player will be able to train and practice football all the time. A tennis player will just be hitting tennis balls all day long. For example, a Formula One driver, with the testing regulations and the cost and so forth, it's and they get sim nowadays as well, but it's very difficult for I suppose a Formula driver to actually practice driving a car in real time.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, yeah, depending on the budget and what you're spending, you're only going to get 50 times in that car throughout a year. So it's important that you use all your other resources to maximise your time, and that's why a lot of people turn to sim racing. And the sim racing community has got massive. And I mean, it's part of, we talk about Max Verstappen. It's part of his success, really, is all of his sim racing. I mean, who sits up in the middle of the night on an F1 weekend sim racing?
He's you might say he's one of the new generation Max Verstappen, really, in that very much a real strong advocate of sim racing and actively uses it as part of his training.
Yeah, exactly that, and it's good actually because he's bringing sim racers into the real world, which overall we're seeing a lot of now. There's a lot of sim racing drivers who are finding these championships that are getting them real drives, and then of course them real drives lead you on into more opportunities, and it just keeps building up, and it's great to see because we always want to involve more people and get more people involved, and it's good that sim racing is providing them opportunities.
Of course, Max Verstappen, he's born in Limburg on the Dutch-Belgian border and did a lot of his karting back in the day at Genk in the Flemish part of Belgium.
Mega circuit.
That's awesome, isn't it, Genk? It's like a little stadium inside there as well. It
is cool. There's a lot of stuff going on there. But yeah, as we said before, it's great to see so many young drivers come through Kimbolton, and then we watch them go up. And it's not just in F1; it's touring cars as well. Ash Sutton used to race round here. I think actually was a champion round here. And of course, plenty of other drivers have done their own work around here as well.
When you look at the track here at Kimbolton as well, it's very much in the old school here. When this camera angle of the starting grid here just gives you an idea. It is a proper racing surface, a little bit bumpy in places into the first corner, but you can see the actual track surface itself is very smooth, very well turned out. And a lot of it's not like, for example, Daytona or Wilton Mill, which is also a corporate venue. This is purely a racetrack, and they don't really get too much opportunity to drive on it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, due to other reasons, they only have a certain amount of time throughout the year. But it makes the racing so much better because you can't come here and test. And when it comes to these privateers who can't afford to go out every week or weekend or just test and test, it creates an equal opportunity for everyone, which is really good to see. And of course, it's a racer's track. You've got to be on it round here because it's not like certain circuits where you can just do half a work for one sector and just be nice and smooth out the rest. You've got to be on it all the time round here because one little mistake and it's putting you off the track and you can lose a big amount of time.
It's very much an old school track here at Kimbolton. We're looking just down, talking about Silverstone a moment ago. I've actually been on the new Silverstone karting track, albeit on 2 feet rather than 4 wheels. I was at the Silverstone half marathon recently, which also incorporated a lap of the all new Silverstone karting track, which is all set to be for the British Championship. I believe gaining or going for the world at some point, are they? Or
I think they're having a go at it, but wow, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the funny thing with it is they've got all the track built, but they haven't got any of the other facilities fully done. So they're letting people drive around it, and when they post it on, say, YouTube or anything, they have to blur out like the clubhouse and everything because it's not all done yet.
Oh, there's all piles of plasterboard and not bags of plastic out there at the moment.
You'd think they'd think more logistically about it all.
But it's a very different track to this. Is very much an old school track. We made mention there about the US Air Force. It's one of these old airfield style tracks that it's very fast long straights and connected with some very slow technical corners. So not in a negative sense when I say it doesn't flow, but it doesn't flow like a modern track where there's lots of purpose-built corners flowing into you. You drive the track as it's laid out almost. Yeah,
pretty much. It's sort of you just turn up, you crack on with it. You know, a lot of newer tracks now, they have certain flow and features around them. They try to make it flow, but to be honest, that's not what you want. You know, you want something that's old school, gets you going. You know, this track's been here for what, God knows, over 65 years.
1959,
perfect,
to be precise.
It's one of them things you've got to be on it. You know, it's not like, you know, your Wilton Mill or your Silverstone where it's nice and smooth and you can just let the kart do the work. Because that's what we see a lot when we go to the circuits. There's a lot of drivers who just let the car do the work for them. And round here, it's like, no, mate, you're going to drive this circuit with your two hands and your pedals. You know,
it reminds me somewhat of there's a track over back home in Shropshire, Rednall, which is just outside of Oswestry on the Welsh border. Similar to this, it's got its origins as an old airbase, and it's got a lot of straights and then some really tight, nasty little chicanes.
It's a tight little track.
It's a shame because their big thing is corporate karting, really, so they don't really have that many, I don't have any at all nowadays, any kind of race events apart from their own little championships occasionally, so there's not really much owner-driver racing there anymore, which is a real shame, but their bread and butter is the corporate karting.
Yeah,
you get the opportunity to go on there, which is a good track.
I think that's what makes the circuit so good, is that we haven't got all the corporate stuff, so the track isn't getting teared up every day, which is mega, because it means that we can turn up here on the race weekend and it's the same as it was, you know, 30 odd days ago.
Isn't it? Yeah, the racing here pretty much once a month, on the second weekend of each month. They have the practice days on the Saturday, racing on the Sunday. This is the final round of the 2025 championship. We start once again. There's not much of an off-season, as it were, because the first round of the championship is on the 10th of January. And that'll be the second. Once again, pleased to say that it will be on TNL Sports in 2026, and myself and Charlie will be talking through all the action, so it'll be great to bring you all the action next year. Just to recap though, if you are tuning in right now for the final round of the HKRC 2025 Championship, things have gone a little bit quiet here. We did have the KZ UK karts on about 20 minutes ago, but there was a red flag during the race. A driver crashing quite heavily at the end of the Heinz Straight. We saw the driver get up, and he has been taken away for further evaluation at the medical centre, but obviously the medics taking some time, as you would expect, to safely deal with the incident. There's no rush with these sort of things. It is important that they safely deal with the incident, so we're not in a position to go racing at the moment. We just saw some karts in the formation grid. That's the junior Rotax. They will be out for heat number 2. The KZ UK race has been, the first race has been abandoned, so it has been called as a result. I believe the red flag coming out, it was about 20 minutes ago. Bo Phillips, in that case, I believe, will be declared as the first heat winner, from Lucas Ellingham, Isaac Smith, Leo Robinson, 4th place, Hannah Lang, Harry Walsh, George Robinson, Kai Springfield, and Oliver Harris rounding out that field in KZ UK heat number 1. James Harvey retiring from the race. We believe the driver caught up in the incident itself was the 77 of Neil Hepworth. So marshals and medics currently dealing to safely resolve the situation. As I'm sure you can appreciate, driver safety is the priority, so we'll give the medics and the marshals the time they need to safely deal with the situation, and we should be underway very shortly with Junior Rotax as soon as you get the all clear from the clerk of the course. So just to recap, KZ UK, I believe, has been called as results. That would be Bo Phillips, Lucas Ellingham, Isaac Smith, Leo Robinson, and Hannah Lang rounding out the top 5. It was quite a close race. Bo Phillips absolutely nailing the start, and the KZ UK is on what's been quite a slippery track. He jumped out of the second row with a fantastic launch, But Lucas Ellingham and Isaac Smith closing up and keeping the pressure on when the red flag came out. So I think later on that will bode for a good heat later on.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, obviously, Lucas Ellingham trying to stay consistent as he can. He's got that championship to worry about. Lee Robson trying to find his way through as well. But as I say, it is a very difficult circuit, especially with these KZ cars, because, of course, they've got them front brakes that they've got to get warmed up as well. That also becomes sort of a safety risk, because, especially when it comes to these hard braking zones, you get that braking run, especially with them front brakes, you could be locking up, going straight off. So it's good to see that the track looks to be pretty clear. Now, I think they're just sorting everyone out in the medical centre, because obviously when the medical centre's out and the ambulance crew are in there, it's not always the smartest decision to go racing again in case something else happens. So of course we're going to give the crew the time needed. Of course we're not in any rush. We want to give them as much time as they can, and hopefully we'll be back to some racing soon, as I know we all want to see that. Now our time screen has just ticked over to the next race, which is the Junior Rotaxes, so I would suspect that we'd be getting ready, so I'll say come back in about 5 minutes time. We should be going just then, but as we say, 65 years of over 65 years of Kim Bolton racing, and we've had loads of history, loads of big names fly through the field, of whether it was through the club racing or through the national events. If you have got time in your day, just search up Kim Bolton karting and you'll see a bunch of the old pictures and a bunch of the old F1 drivers. I know there's a really cool shot of Lando Norris flying through the Willow section in his MicroMax karts, and a bunch of other standing out drivers throughout the field. And it's always great to obviously, as we said before, see them come back to their grassroots.
As we touched on there a few minutes ago there, Charlie, with the karting as well, the fundamentals of the sport are very closely matched to Formula 1. Of course, the speeds are a lot lower, as you would expect, with the racecraft, and the power to weight ratio isn't too far removed from Formula 1.
Well, they say the speeds are lower, but you got to think they're 2 inches off the ground.
Isn't it? Yeah.
You know, you are pretty much scraping your arse when you're going around the circuit, which is very impressive.
I'm sure it was... I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it was Johnny Herbert that said he was obviously an ace in karting. Never felt as comfortable with other Formula cars, Formula 4 for example, and the Formula 3 until he got into a Formula 1 car, and he said that felt a lot more like driving a kart.
Yeah, well, to be honest, Johnny still does a bit of karting now and then.
Keeps his finger in, doesn't he?
Yeah, I've seen him there and you know, around Shennington and bits and bobs like that. It's always good to keep your foot in. It's always good to just go out and have a bit of a laugh, which is always good. And that's what we like about karting as well. You know, for most people, for much people, this can be a hobby as well. Of course, a lot of these younger drivers are trying to make it a bit of a career, but when we sort of go to our senior Rotaxes, the 177s, they're all out just have a bit of a laugh, which is always good fun. And what not better way to spend your weekends? Yeah,
a lot of the senior categories like the KZUKs and Rotax 177 is drivers who enjoy doing karting as a hobby in itself. Really,
it's an expensive hobby, but it's all right.
Yeah, people complain about bikes, how expensive that is. When you add 2 more wheels, I think it gets even more so sometimes.
Yeah, especially the prices of tyres nowadays. It's just keep going up. But there we go. That's the way karting is going in day and age.
Sometimes there are regulations in terms of the tyre usage as well, because the tyres are about 150 quid, aren't they? Roughly?
Yeah. A lot of championships tend to. I mean, I know one for a fact. GX UK. They only tend to run, I think, 1 or 2 sets a year, which is amazing. Which is really good for definitely a cost-effective championship.
That's the thing with the budgets. If you got the money, if you could replace tyres all the time, they might lose 5%, but that 5% makes all the difference.
Yeah,
so you just want to try and keep an even playing field. It's great as a if you own your own car, just tooling around the track. If you want to buy some second-hand tyres, they'll last you all season, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. Which is always good. But as we say, the one issue with the sport that it will always keep falling into is how much it costs. And to be honest, we do see it now. There is a bit of a performance advantage that comes with it. We're seeing a lot of times that doesn't always make a difference, and of course it does always come down to the driver at the end of the day, because you can always have the best equipment.
That's the thing. So we are due to get underway with the Junior Rotax heat number 2. Oliver Barton from Miles Burton, Peter Lee, Jacob Aston, Noah Moulton, Harrison Bishop, Aidan Hammond and Stanley Williams on row number 4. Row number 5 is Adam Diditis from Alex Shepherd, Zane Parry, Archie Ray Watson, Logan Hartshorn, Max Wheatley, George Johnston and Jackson Heath on row number 8. And then we'll have Oscar Keane and Kevin Ivanoff on row number 9 from George Phillips, Aidan Clark, Theo Hamilton and Zoe Cattett on row 11, Laurie McVeigh and Benjamin Lawn on row number 12. And looking a little bit further back from Benjamin Lawn, we have the 277 of Christian Kahoff, Jack Corser, Joseph Berkery, Fletcher Jameson, Charlie Wolfett, Bo Winslade, Blake Southern and Matthew So at the back from Agastya Laka and Hugh Phillips. So Southern, who won the first heat, starting right at the back of the field.
Yep, he's got a lot of work to do, and it's going to be interesting to see what Matthew So can do as well. Of course, he had that issue on the opening lap. Can he get going this time around? Will we get going for racing? Yes, we do. Down to turn 1. Miles Burton straight to the inside line with that new racing team, the Liam Atkin racing team, and he's into a spin. He's got in from behind. Managed to keep it going as the rest of the pack comes trying to find their way through. It gets a bit tight, but the top 2 have already gone at the front. Sam Aston and looks like, who could that be? That might be Harrison Bishop into second place. What drive he's having so far this weekend as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Burton's managed to hold on to third place. I don't know how he's done that, but he's managed to do it. Bishop to the inside. That was close, but he's got that move done. Sam Aston to second place, and well, it still doesn't look like that track has fully dried up, and there's a lot of drivers all over the place in Cambridgeshire at the moment.
It was interesting to watch off camera there, the number 100 of Blake Southern starting right at the back of the field. He was in no rush to get involved going into the first corner. He almost was hanging back on the straight. He let everyone sort themselves out and then just picked everyone off going to the willows. So that's the racecraft in play. We'll see how he gets on. Winner of the first heat starting at the front of the grid. So he, of course, has got to fight his way through from the back in heat number 2. Wrestling stand at the moment, Harrison Bishop with that neat start. Number 115 leads the way, 47.7 on the first lap. Trouble on Derek's corner, we just saw behind there with one of the front runners going off the circuit. Leaders charging through. One spinner left on the track, but doesn't appear to be anything too serious. The race goes on as Harrison Bishop tries to break away now from Jacob Aston. Oh, neat little move down the inside into Kim Bolton corner from the number 84 of Stanley Williams, who goes through into second place, and immediately waving on there Jacob Aston and Miles Burton to chase and try and catch up with the leader. Looking a bit further back, Kevin Ivanoff, one of the newcomers to Rotax, with a very strong start into 7th place, making up 11 places. Laurie McVeigh, front runner from heat number 1, also up to 13th position as the pack charges on through towards Derek's corner, and Blake Southern just picking his way through slowly up to 22nd right now. But interesting to watch some of these drivers towards the back. They're not, you'd imagine if you were starting at the back of the field, you'd be gung-ho fighting into the first corner, getting a front wheel in there, but sometimes you just see them just hanging back a bit, let the race come to them on the first couple of laps.
Yeah, it's, there's no point trying to find your way through, especially for Blake Southern. He's pretty much got the championship clinched. He just has to be sensible about everything. So there's no point trying to go from, as I say, guns blazing into turn 1, try and make up 20 places on the first corner. That's just not going to work. You're just better off just letting them crack on with it, let them crash into each other, and just nip your way through. It's simple as that. But Miles Burton up at the front of the field at the moment. He's up into 3rd place, and you can just see a few of the drivers here. They're using a good mix of, say, wet and dry lines, trying to keep just where the grey bits are, because that's where the most grip is. Of course, the more darker patches, that's where your moisture is, and an issue for the it's like Theo Hamilton, number 30, as he came through Willow section. Looks like might have had a bit of a bogging issue as they come into turn 1 once again. Harrison Bishop leading away once again. Stanley Williams is 2nd place, number 12, under investigation. Now that's a bit further down the field.
It's Max Wheatley, I think 9th position right now, the number 12 currently under investigation. Miles Burton then dropping to 3rd, but looking neat in 3rd place with some pressure from Jacob Aston. Alex Shepherd, Aidan Hammond and Logan Hartshorn making their way through. Kevin Ivanoff still there in 8th place, but our leaders now making their way down towards the Kestrel corner. 115, Harrison Bishop coming under a lot of pressure from Stanley Williams. Oh, look at that down there. He likes that inside line going into Kim Bolton corner and once again makes it work. Stanley Williams at the fastest lap of the race last time round, 42.1, and he's only a few thousandths off that time last time round, but a neat move there on the Kim Bolton corner. It's very difficult to make that pass stick going into the right-hander, to not lose the pace going down the straight. as if you're wise to it, if you fail to block the line, the driver you're overtaking can repass going down the straight. As a whole gaggle of drivers here fighting as they make their way down the Hines Straight in towards Stowe Corner, a bit further down in the midfield there, further back. And that's the likes of Adam Udice, number 24, Jackson Heath, Matthew So making up 9 places up to 23rd, Zane Perry and Zoe Catterton 25th. They're all fighting towards the back of the field. Blake Southern, the first heat winner, now to 19th position. Charlie Wolfett, who had that nightmare first race, he's really got to work hard in this one. He's up to 15th position, so the number 6, who is currently just on the edge of the top 15, really does need a good result in this race to avoid having to go through to the B final.
That was a mega move from Stanley Williams. He was pretty much at the second to last corner when he went late on the brakes trying to get that move done. Another one of the Evolution carts coming into the top 5. That's Alex Shepherd. Right on the back now of the number 19, that's Jacob Aston, shall I say, and Miles Burton as well. You'll see Miles Burton, that very nice yellow and blue sticker kit, now being taken on the inside by Jacob Aston, and Shepherd trying to go 3 wide as they come down. Did he start a finish straight? That's never going to go well. Miles Burton pushing straight to the concrete, but manages to hold it on the inside. He's racing with the new Liam Aitken racing team, and a new team that's side up. Great to see if more drivers can get involved with him. And Bishop's taking the lead back. Don't know what's happened there, but Stanley Williams lost that big time. And Bishop back into the lead, but Stanley Williams is not going to give this one up, and he nearly had a look into Dan World, and that nearly got a bit too close for comfort. But, well, Stanley Williams, he knows he can make the moves from late back, and he's going to have a go again into the final corner. But can't go too deep because this will happen. Bishop trying to get that momentum back in the slipstream, down into turn 1. Will he have a look to the inside? No, he doesn't. 6 behind. Move 4th place going on. Oh, there was, but no moves just yet. But, well, this battle's on now.
Yeah, the leading group incidentally just starting to spread out a bit now, making it a bit more difficult for the likes of Charlie Wolfett and Blake Southern to get through towards the front positions here. They really have strung themselves out in the top 10. The repass once again there for Stanley Williams on the Kim Bolton corner. Really does seem to have nailed that corner, not only to make the pass, but also to cover and prevent the switchback going on to the Hines Straight as they make their way down into the corner once again. Looked like Harrison Bishop had shut the door on him there, but Stanley Williams finding half a gap as he makes that move once again. But Harrison Bishop, 1:15 in second place, is living with the number 84, the race leader, and these two currently around 2 seconds ahead of the fight for third place, which you can see just coming out of the Willows now. The likes of Miles Burton, Jacob Aston, Alex Shepherd and Logan Hartshorn, who's made up 7 positions, all fighting away as they go through Derek's corner. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, with 6 there. Hartshorn just a little bit further behind. Aidan Hammond, Max Wheatley, Kevin Ivanoff and Charlie Wolfett has gone into the top 10. And Charlie Wolfett, who you may remember DNF the first race when he had that good start, and now at the back of the field, fighting through to 10th place, as there's trouble on Derek's corner as well. 1 or 2 drivers on the infield as we go to the last lap of the race, but Stanley Williams looking to hang on here.
It's going to be close. Well, Stanley Williams able to hold on. He's got Harrison Bishop behind him, but the gap is a bit too far back. There he is on your screen. So Harrison Bishop there, the orange helmet, the orange suit, as you can see, he's just a bit too far back to make a move, but he's still in that striking distance. Now they come through the final couple of corners now, down the final straight. 2 more corners to go in this race. Can he try and send a late one? There wouldn't be much need to do so. And so round the final corner will come Stanley Williams to take a very good victory, actually. That will set him up quite nicely for the rest of the weekend. Harrison Bishop in second place from Miles Burton in third. It was Alex Shepherd from Jacob Aston. Then Logan Hartshaw, Max Wheatley from Kevin Ivanoff and Aidan Hammond. Then it was Charlie Wolfett, who went all the way from 29th up to your top 10. But of course, that DNF in the first heat will not help him out at all, as that's all his heat racing done. It was Aidan Clark from Blake Southern, who made it all the way up to 12th, up 19 spots. It was Lloyd McVie, Benjamin Lawn from Oliver Barton and Fletcher Jameson, Alan Judicus and Peter Lee from Zane Perry and George Phillips, Oscar Keane, Matthew So, Joseph Berkery and Christian Kevov, Sturcatet, Piers Windlade from George Johnson, Augusta Lacar, Hughes Phillips from Noah Moulton, who went off twice in that one, both at the Derek's corner. Theo Hamilton, who had a couple issues, and we lost Archie Watson, Jackson Heath and Jack Corser in that race. So plenty of bits and bobs going on, and we're just getting a recovery now. That is, of course, Ray Watson, who has went off at the second corner, which is
so we'll get that stricken kart off the track, and we'll move on to Senior X30 very shortly. Just looking a little bit further down the top 10 of the Heat 2 there, we saw Blake Southern finishing in 12th place, so coupled with that win, that should get him into the A final quite comfortably. But that 10th position there for Wolf at their number 6, is that going to be enough, do you think, to get him in the A final?
It'll be close.
It'll
be very, very close. But of course, that first heat, that's what I mean. If you have a DNF, if you have a disqualification, a DNS, or just a bad heat and you're down beneath the top 20, that's going to really affect your performance. Senior X30 coming up next, and it's going to be Isabella Banks who will start from pole. Jessica Fitchell will line up alongside a full women front row, which is always great to see. Alex Wiley from Peter Jurovic, then Natalie DeBeck and Aaron Lass from Jamie Jenkins, Max Anderson's James Reynolds from Katie Ashman, and it was Hayden Eldridge, Josh Jones from Bailey Brooker, and championship leader Jack Dan, Monty Breathwaite, Max Wright, and Benjamin Cohn rounding out your field of drivers. Now, Jack Dan has finally had a final victory last month, which was great to see. Only took him 10 months to complete, but we're always going to know. And I think that's Isabella Banks, who went straight off into the wall at the second corner, so she's got a bit of work to do to get back up to her pole spot. But yet again, it's been quite a while for these guys, actually, since they've had their 3-lap practice. So they're going to have to try and learn this on the spot. And of course, the track's going to be adapting every single lap. So it's going to be completely different to how it was, at the start of the practice sessions. Let's see what Senior X30 can bring to us.
Let's have a look then. So just 2 more races to go in the first block of heats after this one, as the X30s get themselves warmed up, headed by Isabel Banks and Jessica Fitchhall. I think Banks just making her way back towards the position. Now she should be able to retake her position before they get through, as they make their way round towards the Kimbolton corner. And headed as well there by Jessica Fitchhall as they make their way up towards the line. And heat number 1 getting underway. They charge over the line. So Banks, I think she got herself into about the midfield as the heat gets underway. Yellow flags on the first corner. Trouble just behind these. And they're bumping and banging there. Quite a few drivers hitting trouble there, but they all just about get through, I think.
It's not Jack Dan into the lead. No way.
It looks like it is, yeah. Well, amidst all the carnage.
The number 62 straight into the lead, and can we just say he started all the way down past the top 10. Jessica Fitchell having a little spin there, and that's put her straight down the field as they head through. Look at the gap he's already got. Jurovic having an issue. That was an issue for Jurovic, who was into second place. But look at Jack Dan at the front of your screens. Look at the gap he's already got, and look out for who's in second place. It's Hayden Eldridge, who's been chasing him down all year long. He's in second place at the moment in the championship. Katie Ashford's trying to have a fight through for third place. Let's have a look then. Up 13 spots.
There's a few
to the lead. It's impressive, that.
It's quite a unique situation there. We've got drivers who started quite far down the field there, just able to hang back a moment, just look for the gap, and Jack Dan making up an incredible 13 places. Hayden Eldridge up 9 places up to second place. Monty Brathwaite in third has made up 12 positions. Katie Ashburn, she's also made up a few positions now, up to fourth, and Max Wright 11 places up to fifth position. The main losers on the first lap, though, the unfortunate Isabel Banks down to 13th position, and Natalie Darbeck down to 15th, and Jessica Mitchell rounding out the field after starting on the front row. So a chaotic start to this Senior X30 race, but Jack Dan really making the jump on the field. Hayden Eldridge living with him in second place. Those who look at the battle for third, it is incredibly close here as Brentford fends them off as they all come charging through. We've got Katie Ashburn there in fourth place, Peter Jurovic, Max Wright, James Reynolds and Aaron Lask all in there as they make their way through the willows.
Number 6 under investigation as well. Now that's a bit further out. It's Max Wright who's been involved in that. Kate Ashman really getting the elbows out on her teammate Jurovic. This battle was really impressive. This is for the final stop on the podium. And, well, it's running all the way down past the top 10. It's always going all the way down to, looks like Alex Wiley, who's in the 10th spot at the moment. These top two are running away at the moment. Of course, Jack Dan still leading the way. Hayden Eldridge there in second place. But as I said, so much went on in that first lap. We had no idea what was going on. But Jurovic is into third place now, trying to cover off And, well, I think leading this pack is the one spot you don't want to be, because there's a whole load of karts behind you that could do some big damage, and that's a mega move from Katie Ashman on the inside of Monty Braithwaite, and look what it's made for the rest of the drivers, just to find their way through. Just one little bit of momentum loss, and it's just let the rest of the pack come through and drive her off as well. That looked like James Reynolds as well. There's so much action going on, I don't know what to say.
Very close indeed here. Jurich now clear in third place, and the number 57 was driving quite defensively at the start of the previous lap, blocking the lines off. We'll have a look down to the first corner. Jurich now knows he's got a bit of a gap here, so he can use his own lines. Teammate Katie Ashman not too far behind. There's a little bit further down. There's a driver hitting trouble on the straight. The 159 of Alex Wiley grinding to a halt. Mechanical issues, it would seem, but the race goes on as we look at Katie Ashman fending off the number 15 of Aaron Lask, who switches through quite neatly, coming out of Derek's corner, but Ashman's got the line covered. This is all allowing the teammate Peter Jurevich to pull away here a bit now, as the number 66 of Max Wright looking to get involved as well, as they make their way down towards Kestrel corner. Ashman not quite able to live with Jurevich, who's pulling away a bit now after that defensive driving over the previous couple of laps, now starting to put some good lines together. Ashman trying to charge and catch up. There is a wave yellow. You can see the stricken cart on the side of the circuit there, so it's a bit of an awkward place. However, he won't be able to retrieve that one, I don't think, so we'll see how that pans out as the race goes on. 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. We have got the stricken cart of Alex Wiley on the Heinz Straight, fastest part of the circuit, so the marshal's currently trying to retrieve that cart. Let's hope they can get that off the track safely. It doesn't require a Battenberg flag. I think the marshal off camera has been able to push that cart off the circuit, so that's good news, and the race will go on a clear track. Still Jack Dan leads the way, heading out to second. We're looking at this battle just on the edge of the top 5. Still Peter Jurevich, Katie Ashman, Aaron Lask and Max Anderson, Monty Braithwaite having a good scrap there for 6th position. There's the number 15 of Aaron Lask, still trying to find a way past Katie Ashman as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. So the top 2 settling down quite nicely, but all the action here with Katie Ashman and Aaron Lask in this battle for 4th position.
She's making that car into a mega bus. She's not letting him by no matter what it takes. Here he is on your screens. The battle still going on, and Katie Ashman is not letting him by at all. But here is a battle on your screens now. I think Aidan Eldridge is starting to close in here. Now, just looking at the times real quick, it would look like it is a 10th difference between the driver of the number 33, which is in 2nd place at the moment, that green cart, and number 62 here on your screen. Jack Dan, he is your championship leader. These are the top 2 in the championship. Now, of course, as we said last month, Jack Dan finally took that first win. It took him quite a while, but he stayed consistent throughout this year. He's picked up many, many podiums. That's what's got him into this spot at the moment. And it's always about getting the wins. It's about staying consistently at the front of the field. Minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, plus the additional lap. Now it's going to be a big ask from Hayden Eldridge to close this gap in. The gap is coming down. It's just down to, well, it'll be probably about under a second as they finish this lap. But will it be enough to close in? Well, he's only got 2 or 3 laps to do so. It'll be a big ask.
Yeah, so here we go. Less than 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining. And still Jack Dan, who had that brilliant start, making up 13 positions on the first lap after the carnage on the first corner. Really opened up for him, and he took advantage of it. Leads the way. The gap 1 second on the button as Hayden Eldridge goes through 40.66, fastest lap of the race, but time is running out for him here. They will, I think it's going to be tight here, but they will be the last lap next time round. I believe the last lap board is being prepared. I think it will click down to 0 just before the race leader comes through, so Jack Dan always going to get impeded here ever so slightly by Isabel Banks, who the worst place to encounter the back marker, really, she had nowhere to go, and finds his way through as they make their way down towards Kimbolton corner. And I think the back marker now separating the 2 leaders, so Isabel Banks currently in 16th place should be overtaken by the leader as the last lap board goes out. Perfect timing for Jack Dan, and Hayden Eldridge having to work hard here to get past the tail ender.
I had to cross my fingers there for a moment because that got very close between Eldridge and Banks. Now, yeah, I don't think there was much time lost. I don't think there was much time gained in that. So I think that was just pretty good driving by both of these top 2, as well as Isabel, who got out of the way. That was good to see following the blue flag procedures. Now the track is all clear for Jack Dan and for the Ben Maxon Motorsport team as they come round the final corner to start the last lap of the race. Look at the gap that Eldrid's starting to close in. Oh, checkered flag, my apologies. So it is Jack Dan who takes victory. So a brilliant start to the weekend for Jack Daniel, Taylor Eldridge, who would take second place from Jurovic in third. Then it was Aaron Lask and Katie Ashman. From Max Wright and Monty Breathwaite from Max Anderson and Josh Jones. James Reynolds rounding out your top 10 from Bailey Brocker and Jamie Jenkins. Then it was Jessica Fitchall who crossed the line from Natty DeBeck and Benjamin Cohn. And then there was only Alex Wiley who we lost due to that mechanical failure. So a pretty good drive from Jack Dan, and on the day where it could definitely be sealed for him, it's a good way to start.
Yeah, excellent driving there for Jack Dan on the first lap of the race. There was so much trouble on the first couple of corners. Drivers banging into each other, running wide, and Jack Dan was able to pick up the pieces. So now our penultimate race of the block senior Rotax will be getting underway in just a few moments. Brought into in association with TrueCut, one of our sponsors of HKRC in 2025. Don't forget, of course, that the 2026 season gets underway in just a few weeks' time. January the 11th is the first round of the championship, and it will all be streamed. All club events will be streamed live on TNL Sports in 2026 as well. So Senior Rotax, penultimate heat of the first block, is about to get underway. Drivers on the grid now, and they line up with Will Forber from George Hart, Joshua Smith from Tom Pryor, Charlie Niv and Michael Morgan on row 3, Aminis Sarabakis on row number 4 from Joshua Valance. Row number 5 is the number 19 of Eli Sangbaden from Sky Fraser, Harvey Williams from Noah Barham, Isaac Reynolds, Mikey Walker, Joe Fox and Joseph Orton. And on row number 9, the number 55 of Ethan Martin from Victor Hansen, Jacob Lee, Callum Sims, Daniel Keough, George Cole, Benjamin Baker and Charles Sutton on row number 12. And then the rest of the field made up of Oliver Walker from Charlie Webb, Jake Fisher, Noose Safa Levers, Miles Roby and Macaulay Bishop on row 15, Adam White, Ryan Hedge on row number 16. And that is your 32 driver field in Senior Rotax.
So we've got one world champion now in this field. Macaulay Bishop, the number 6, crowned the Rotax world champion, and he dominated it in fine style last week in Bahrain. Will he be able to take victory this weekend? We can only find out a bit later on today. William Forber on his first weekend on the OTK chassis with the Vantage Racing team. It's lights out, away we go, down into toe 1. Thomas Pryor moving straight over to that inside line. Will they all get through the first couple of corners? It's going to be a tight squeeze for these senior Rotax cars, and there's a couple of drivers bunching up. One of the couple of drivers getting a bit bunched up, but Will Forber leads them into Derek's corner. It was one of the Precision Racing carts that got involved in that. Looks like Victor Hansen as well, another driver who got involved. Charlie Neve working his way through past George Hart, which was a brilliant move. Joshua Smith in there as well. Of course, Joshua Smith, who won the Junior Rotax.
Flags coming out here
straight away, and that's for looks like 2 of the carts maybe stuck together. 2
of the carts caught up in the first corner melee, still lodged together. The marshals working hard to try and untangle them. I think they've just about got it sorted out now. One driver has made his way off to the side of the circuit. Whether he will look to get going again, I think some of the carts who still haven't come round, we'll have a look at some of these. I think the 2 drivers involved were Isaac Reynolds and Joe Fox. Drivers okay, but the carts were lodged together. The marshals couldn't get them disentangled, so the Battenberg flag, the starter bringing the field down to a slow pace, left it right until the last minute to get the Battenberg flag, giving it every opportunity to try and sort the situation out without the need for this Battenberg flag, but in the interest of safety has to come out. So this it's a yellow and black flag, similar to a Battenberg cake, which is almost like a safety car situation. They are still racing, but they have to go at a reduced speed, and it's all down to the leader, Will Forber, to hold the field. I believe the green flag has now been ready. We've got a clear track, so it's going to be a very quick Battenberg flag here, and very quickly back on the pace here goes the leader, Will Forber, trying to break away from the field. Green flag goes out, and we are back under full race conditions here as Will Forber tries to break away at the start. Tom Pryor, Charlie Neve and George Hart all charging into the first corner, but Will Forber anticipating that green flag very well. I think he knew it was going to be a very quick Battenberg flag that wasn't going to be held on for much longer, and was very quick to get the power down as they made their way through to Kimbolton corner, and has timed that pretty well as he pulls away by just around a lap, half a second or so in the early stages. Charlie Neve under investigation, and a warning flag as well for the 26 of Barnum as well, I think, also under investigation as they make their way through. 4.5 minutes to go, but good start there for Will Forber.
Brilliant start. He made the most of that restart. Charlie Neve as well, making good most of it. He had the jump into second place past Thomas Pryor as they come through the Willow section and down into Derek's corner. And the pack still staying together. Eli Bannon looking for a move on Joshua Valance. Eli Bannon, who was one of our junior Rotax protagonists, moving up to senior Rotax, and a couple of drivers having more issues a bit further down the field. We're trying to keep an eye on who that might have been. Looks like maybe Victor Hansen again getting in to a bit of contact with another driver. Corley Bishop, let's have a little chat about him. He's 15th at the moment, up 12 spots already. My apologies, 15 spots. So he started all the way down 30th. Up to 15th, and we'll be watching out for him in just a bit on the cameras. Joshua Smith in a battle with Eli Bannon. I think Bannon's making up loads of spots here, so Bannon definitely on the drive at the moment. He's up 5 spots at the moment, looking on the inside of Thomas Pryor for third, and that's a very strong move. And I think I saw Bishop on the grass as they were heading down into Derek's corner. There's racing going on all over the place. It's great to see, and a lot of clean racing, which is always what we want. But look at the front edge, look at Charlie Neve right on the tail now of William Forber. I say this is William Forber's first week on the OTK, and on the inside goes Charlie Neve to take the lead of the race as they head down the start-finish straight again. What will Forber do? Forber thinks to stick behind, and I think that was the smarter opportunity, the smarter thing to do. Just keep working with Charlie Neve, work away, build up this gap, and then they can fight a bit later on.
Yeah, I think these two know they've got a decent gap at the moment, although Eli Singh Bannon currently moving up to third place, setting his personal best there, 41.04 last time round. So Baden, number 19 in third place, who's made up 6 positions, is slowly looking to try and get involved in this fight for the lead. The front 2 drivers need to work hard here to stay ahead and not let Baden get involved, because he is charging at the moment. Here they come around the final corner, no one really racing at the front. They're working together, trying to maintain that gap at the front. Neve in first place from Forber. Baden closes up ever so slightly the gap, 1.2 seconds. Red flag has been displayed. There is trouble in the top of the circuit, just coming off Kimbolton corner, so Kestrel corner. The red flag has been displayed. A collision in the so let's have a look at the clock here. I think 2:15 plus 1 to go, but the red flag has been displayed. There's been a crash down by the penultimate corner, by Kestrel corner. 2 karts getting together. I can't tell you who the drivers are. One driver's up and walking about, another driver still down on the ground requiring some attention, I believe. So unfortunately the red flag has been displayed again as the karts very slowly make their way up towards the grid where they will be held. See the karts, no racing now, they have been stopped. The red flag's been displayed very quickly by the marshals, and they will bring the karts to a halt on the grid. So 2:15 plus 1 to go in.
No, they're going straight to the car,
so the race,
calling it there. That's a great decision. Great decision from the marshals and the medical crew, and of course the officials as well. Just get them in, get them out of the way. Looks like so we might have a driver on the ground at the moment. 2 drivers in trouble. Just try and have a look and see who the other driver might be.
We'll hold for the moment. We can't really see who it is that's hit trouble. There are 2 karts in trouble on the infield. We'll hold on identifying them now. It's not too apparent as to who they are. This is just coming off just behind where the Marshall's Bay is here on the Kestrel corner. It was a bit further down the field. We didn't see the incident happen, but 2 karts getting together, and one driver up and about. The other driver still, medics are on the scene though. Very quickly the medical crews are summoned to the scene and will be dealing with the injured driver who still requires a bit more treatment. So with the race called, that is a provisional race victory for Charlie Neve from Will Forber, Eli Singh-Baden in third from Joshua Smith, Mikey Walker, Tom Pryor in sixth place, Joshua Valance in seventh, George Hart, Noah Barham and Michael Morgan rounding up the top 10. Callum Sims, Hyper Williams, Ethan Martin, Jake Fisher and Arminas Zabaruskas making up the top 15. So senior Rotax sadly drawing to a early conclusion due to the red flag. Came out with 2:15 plus 1 lap to go, so the race director opting to call the race as a result, and the drivers now sent back to the paddock. We'll see them later on for their second heat of the day. One more heat to go in this 26 final program. At the end of the first block, we move through to our second block of heats very soon. We've got the Rotax 177s coming up next. But as you can see, the red flag has been displayed. Racing has been stopped due to an incident in the senior Rotax. And there's a driver in some trouble on the infield, currently receiving some medical attention. So we hope everything will be okay, of course, and we'll leave the medics and the marshals to deal with the situation, as they are always primed and ready to do. We always hope that the medics and the marshals have a quiet day. Unfortunately, such is the danger of racing that sometimes we do need to have medical intervention, and once again sadly the medics are on the scene dealing with an injured driver, so we'll give them the time they need to safely deal with the situation, and Rotax 177s will follow as soon as we get the all clear from race control.
So just having a little look, I think one of the drivers involved that's walking around is Macaulay Bishop. Of course, Macaulay was working through the pack, and we're just watching one of the drivers walk over, I think, to the medical centre. The other driver, who is now standing up, which is great to see, limping over to the ambulance crew. So, as I say, great to see him walking around, but yeah, a real big shame, and glad to see both drivers walking. Well, I say walking away, one walking to the ambulance and one walking back to the paddock, but I'm sure will be checked over, and that of course is Macaulay Bishop. So not the way Macaulay would have wanted to start his weekend, of course, bouncing off what's been an amazing week for him since winning the World Championship in Bahrain. But yeah, an unfortunate way to start, and I think he, well, he's looking at his helmet quite a bit. I wonder if the driver may have gone over the top of him, yes, or may have been. Well, we can do if buts and maybes, but we will never know the full story. Does look like looks like the Carkler course is taking his helmet, so his helmet will be assessed. Now, hopefully, if he does have another helmet, he will be able to carry on racing. But of course, without that won't be ideal for Mr. Macaulay Bishop. So
that's been off camera. That's been summoned by the clerk of the course to check. This is all part of the scrutineering as well, to make sure that helmets are legal and safe for use. And if they do get a knock, then they. Of course, the helmet is designed to protect the driver's head, it goes without saying, but in the course of that can be compromised, the damage to the helmet. So the cart's just being pushed back. I think the other cart that was involved, looking a little bit bent, is the number 46, I believe, which would be Joseph Orton, I think, was the other driver involved in the shunt, and the cart has taken a bit of a battering. But
say them side pods look really battered. That's I'm guessing a very strong hit to the side, and the Nazoo was up as well, so a very big impact it seems. But glad that the carts have done their job. You know, we've been speaking earlier about the regulations that they have to follow with FIA and Motorsport UK. They're for very good reasons. It's for that exact reason, to keep these drivers safe. And of course, karting can be as safe as it can be. Of course, it is open wheel racing, so it's always going to be that situation. But it's always good that they're always developing as well, and it's always great to see that the FIA and the Motorsport UK are always working on getting these karts more safer for these situations. But great, of course, from the marshal crew, from the medical crew. I think the medical crew definitely getting their pay for today.
Yeah, this is part of the thing that goes on behind the scenes at these, we say grassroots motorsport, but it is run very professionally. And I think even at club racing nowadays, you will have paramedic trained, sometimes you have doctors in attendance at these events on standby, private medical firms to cover the events. These people, they get paid to go. A lot of these people are actually NHS staff as well, who are doing this as a foreigner job, so to speak. They'll work on private medical crews on their off days as well, and they are perfectly trained for such situations and usually have quite a bit of specialist motorsport knowledge as well.
Yeah, it's what is needed, because it's it's a lot different to treating someone, normal at your hospital. When you're going into an accident like that, you don't know what sort of injuries there could be, and there's a bunch of procedures that do go into place. Of course, we saw the stretcher being pulled out. Now, of course, even though the driver did stand up, you have to bring that out just in case there is any sudden fall. But of course, medical centre on site at the circuit, and you will find with most of these facilities now, most circuits you go to, there will be a medical centre on site. That's just for obviously, I say first checks, that they can just check over, make sure everything's okay. But if it does get any serious, then they have priority when it comes to the big hospital.
It's almost like a triage. You get at a hospital, a medical centre, at a motorsport venue like this. They'll be able to treat any minor injuries. And anyone who's had a knock, they'll just check them over and maybe to apply bandages or whatnot. Anything more serious, then they will look to summon the county ambulances in to get the drivers off for further treatment. I don't know if that's the situation here, I hasten to add. It's just what's going on at the moment. Driver currently being assessed by the medics, so we are paused for a few moments. There is race number 9 scheduled in just a few moments' time. It'll be the final heat of the first block, which is the Rotax 177. 26 races scheduled for today. We have 3 heats for junior Rotax, of which we have had 2 already, and they will also have a B and an A final. All of the classes scheduled to run for 2 heats today, followed by the finals later on this afternoon. And unfortunately, we have had 2 fairly lengthy stoppages now, so this meeting has slipped a little bit behind schedule. So I would, we don't know the final timings at the moment. I would imagine that this case, though, with it being December and it being pretty much dark by 4 o'clock, that we will have some fairly swift and action-packed finals. Don't have much time for those.
Yeah, they will obviously have to shorten them down a bit. But yeah, that's going to be very interesting, because what were they at the moment? They were I say they were only going to be, well, if the heat races were 7 minutes, they were probably going to be about 9 or 10. They're going to probably bring that down now to 7 minutes. It might even go down to 6 minutes, which, it doesn't make for much racing, I say it makes for more racing, not many laps to do it.
Just makes it a bit more condensed, you might say, in terms of the action, because if you need to make a move, you haven't got much time to let the race come to you. You've got to take action on the first couple of laps, really.
Yeah, again, it's why the heat races are so important, because it gets you just up the field. So for someone like Charlie Wolfett now, even if he has to fight his way through the B final, he's only going to have 6 or 7 minutes to make up 34 spots, which is never easy.
Puts a lot of pressure on the drivers in these heat races to get a good position, because unfortunately, if things like this do happen, we have medical interventions, and we can't rush these things, because it is important the medics safely treat any injured drivers. It does add on to the programme, and does mean that they have a little less time to be able to get the heats, the finals underway once they commence in the afternoon. So we are currently paused. 8 races completed. The senior Rotax brought to a early finish due to red flag, with the provisional winner being Charlie Nave from Will Forber, Eli Singbaden, Tom Pryor and Joshua Smith rounding out the top 5. Rotax 177 is coming up next, so they will be underway just as soon as we get the all clear from the clerk of the course. They are currently debriefing on the track at the moment, but Rotax 177s will follow next as soon as we get the all clear. Action throughout the afternoon here on our second block of heats coming up through the early afternoon, and our finals a little bit later on, with racing due to be wrapped up at around 3:30 this afternoon. Of course, with the stoppages, it might mean a bit more pressure for the drivers, with a bit more shorter time for the finals on these shorter winter days. This is the final round of the 2025 season, and they run here at Kimbolton pretty much throughout the year on every second weekend of the calendar. So the 2026 championship will be starting on the 11th of January. There's a practice day on the 10th, so not much of an off-season before we go straight through to 2026. A reminder again that all of the Club Championship events here at Kimbolton next year will be streamed live on TNL Sports. Once again, it'll be a great pleasure to bring you the action once again in the new year. There's no championship round in May, and July always sees the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships mid-July here at Kimbolton, which is a fiercely contested title. It's, as we were saying a bit earlier on about the Formula One and the touring car links, a lot of drivers who go on to success in pro motorsport will race in the British Championships, and one of the old school venues here at Kimbolton. It's a bit like Shennington, a little bit further across in the Midlands, one of the old tracks that's been around pretty much since the origins of karting as a sport. This came about not too long after the war, and much like motorsport, some of the karting tracks in the UK in particular, like here at Kimbolton, using former air bases from the Second World War. And the likes of here, Kimbolton, Shennington, when you look at the history of great drivers, a lot of the big names of motorsport have all raced here at Kimbolton.
Yeah, it's where some of our brightest stars have been formed, and of course, it's one of these circuits where you've got to put the work in. We said about it before, but it's a circuit that it's unlike any other. You go to Wilton Mill, you go to most of the circuits, and they're quite short, they're quite flowing, and there's not much time to have a breather. With this, you've got a chance to have a breather, but that makes the more technical bit so important to get right, as that's a very big fly.
That's a wasp. They're dangerous in They're dangerous in the winter. They're more aggressive. Yeah, we've got a bit of an interruption here in the commentary booth with Mother Nature.
I was going to say, Chris has just started to run around the room now.
Trying to guide us out of the door, I think would be best.
I wish we had a camera in here. It would be absolutely carnage. But just having a little pause at the moment. Hopefully we should get the 177s out soon enough. But as I said, if you're just joining us now, we had a bit of an incident in the senior Rotax race that involved Macaulay Bishop and another one of our drivers as well. Just having another look. I was getting that name for you as well for those who were interested. It was Joseph Orton, number 46, who was involved in that one as well. Macaulay was able to walk away. Other could be said about Joseph Orton. He was taken to the medical centre, so he is getting further checks, and then they will go from there. But obviously we will let them do that bit and we won't get involved too much. But provisionally it was Charlie Neve who took victory, only by 800th of a second from Will Forber, and then Eli Baden managed to make his way up to third, and it was Thomas Pryor and Joshua Smith in your top 5. Now the timing screen has switched over to the 177s, which must mean we should get racing soon enough, and it's going to be Rob Church who will start from pole position. We'll go through the grid now. Colin Walker in second from Ben Hitch and Sam Yaxley. Dan Walker from Sean Rudge, and it's Rob Ellis from Scott Clee. Liam Ferguson, Elliot Kennedy from Ross Simpson and Ollie Goodyear. Reg Hayward from Chris Thomas and Stav Ross from Jack Taylor. And Alex Jones from David German. Oliver Smith from Josh Howard. Dan Wright, Johnny Kent, David Williams, and Mark Hennings rounding out your field of drivers.
Rotax 177, of course. This is what you might say is more of your like adult karting, you would say. So these are the drivers who do karting to its own ends as a hobby and a sport to compete in as well. And so drivers who've been around on the scene for a long time, very experienced karters, and tends to be some very good racing.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe 177s is karting in the day and having a pint at night. I think is the best way to go with it. Of course, it's basically a senior Rotax, but it's a heavier category. So the weight limits with the senior Rotax, I think about 160 kg. So you have to be pretty light.
That's combined, isn't it?
Yes, so
as well.
combined with the driver and the kart, and obviously the 177s means that goes up to 177 kilos, but obviously it wouldn't be very good running them together because the 177s would be a bit slower to the normal senior Rotaxes, so this is why they get their own grid. And the 177s have provided brilliant racing over the year, and we've had a real mix of different drivers come through the field. Liam Ferguson, one who's been standout at the top all year long. Of course, Ben Hitch, another driver who was up there as well. But good to see some new names coming through as well. Rob Ellis, who we haven't seen all year here. He was a very strong driver. I've seen a lot of PFI as well, but British Championship as well. Very quick driver. Sean Rudge claimed the podium not long ago. He's had a decent year so far. Ollie Goodyear, another driver who's been up at the sharp end. Reg Hayward, another quick driver as well. Alex Jones, who stayed consistently up in the midfield, and Colin Walker, another good driver as well. So we've got a good grid. Not like we've had a bit further on in the year, but I guess a bunch of these guys are also fair weather racers.
So yeah, looking to get things underway in this final round of the championship, and things looking a little bit more urgent on the infield at the minute. Marshall starting to take their position, so we've not had an indication from race control yet, but we do believe just by looking at visually that we will be getting racing underway very shortly indeed. I think everyone's getting back into positions now, so the red flag situation in the senior Rotax looks like it's been dealt with as we look to get the racing back underway with our final heat, the Rotax 177s. And as you say, by virtue of the increased weight capacity of combined driver and kart, 177 kilos, it's a bit like this is where karting becomes a jockey sport almost, really. It's in theory, in brackets, to say slower category. It's not because the drivers are less skilled, it's more because of the added weight.
Yeah, I say that, and of course the kart then starts to work differently, and it all messes its way around. But there's still good racing, and of course the whole design of it is everyone's on the same playing field. It's still the same. You're all 177 kg, so it still comes down to what equipment you got and how much skill you got.
The drivers, of course, focusing on karting, so here they go. They make their way out onto the circuit now, headed by Rob Church and Colin Walker to get things underway for our final heat of the first block, Rotax 177s. These sort of drivers, they tend to focus more on the karting as well, so very experienced kart racers as well. Tends to bring up some good racing, so it'll be Rob Church from Colin Walker, Ben Hitch, Sam Yaxley, Daniel Walker and Sean Rudge leading the group of drivers. There's the number 8 of Jack Taylor with the Lando Norris kart, the LN logo there. The driver we're talking about, a past competitor in MicroMax here at Kimbolton, the new Formula 1 world champion, as Rotax 177s gets underway for the first heat of the day for these drivers, making their way around the Kimbolton corner. And off we go. Looks like a good start. They charge into the first corner. 3 abreast. Oh, not quite for number 21 there, Rob Church. The back end was just popping out to say hello and overtakes him as I think number 63, Colin Walker, I think one of the front row starters, also caught up in the melee. Bit of a messy start here to the 177. Somebody else went off at the Willows and rejoined the track in the midfield as the race goes on. There's the 41 of Ben Hitch, has had a good start. Started from third place, has managed to retain his position towards the front of the field as they all come charging down into Kimbolton corner. Very fast, furious start here for the 177s as they settle down at the end of the first lap, and it looks like a very good start there for Sam Yaxley, who jumps up to first place. Ben Hitch in second, and a great start for Goodyear in third, who has jumped up 9 positions. Jack Taylor, the driver we saw on the formation lap there, number 8, has also started off very well and is currently in 5th place, making up 11 positions. Liam Ferguson with a good start as well, the 165. Sam Yaxley and Ben Hitch dispute the lead. Hitch has now taken the lead as we look at the number 73, Ollie Goodyear, who's had that brilliant start and is just looking to put the early leader, Sam Yaxley, under a bit of pressure as they make their way down to Kimbolton corner. Down the inside goes Ollie Goodyear, makes the move stick, and for good measure, Liam Ferguson, I think, has also sneaked through. So Ben Hitch in an ideal position here. He now leads the race and everyone else is scrapping for second position. So for Ben Hitch, We just saw him there at the front of the field. He just had a quick glance over the shoulder, number 41. This could be a very important couple of laps for him here. He leads by 1 second. And now if everyone else starts fighting for second position, that will really allow him to pull away. So for 73 Ollie Goodyear, he will be determined to hold on to that second place. We've got Liam Ferguson and Jack Taylor also making their way through. They've got to really work together now, you would say, to try and keep up with the race leader. So Hitch over the line, 41.69, fastest lap of the race. So he really has put the pedal down here to try and break away from the field. The chasing pack make their way through. Ollie Goodyear 1.4 seconds down in second place, closely followed by Liam Ferguson. Then we've still got Jack Taylor, Reg Hayward, Rob Ellis in 6th position. Rob Simpson up to 7th place now from Sam Yaxley, who drops to 8th. Alex Jones fighting through to 9th place from Daniel Walker, and Scott Clee just on the edge of the top 10. Oliver Smith, and just a little bit further behind there, Stavros Athanasopoulos from Sean Rudge, and Chris Thomas taking us down to 15th place with 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this first heat for the Rotax 177. Ben Hitch comfortably out in front. Ollie Goodyear keeping the pressure on.
to create for some exciting racing as they come round to finish another lap of the race. 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and Connor Large getting that warning flag. Logan Hartshaw and John Richardson, who dropped way down the field on that lap. Harrison Bishop having a little battle with Kevin Ivanoff. That's a bit further down, and we'll work out where that's for a bit further on. I think that might be for the top 5. This could be a move for third. Connor Large getting on the inside of George Phillips as they come round. Let's have a little look. Actually, that is for 5th place at the moment. So Connor Large now into 5th, Phillips down to 6th. And the leader still Toby Farthing with a pretty strong gap now to Cody Patel, Patel, shall I say. And looks like as well could be one of the Cold Racing drivers, Zach Turner, who's now got up into 2nd place. Lucy Wilden, Sarah Paul, a very strong drive from the female driver. Connor Large in your top 5. George Phillips from Harrison Bishop, who's the orange helmet there on your screens. Kevin Ivanoff in that battle as well. Here's a battle on your screens for 2nd place. That is, as I say, Zach Turner and Kobe Paterell. So the 41 and the 88 really getting the
Paterell, quite a new driver to this Kimbolton, so you don't see him too many times this year as the race goes on. Still a bit of trouble in the infield. One driver hitting trouble on the infield. Jameson and Butcher still battling away in the midfield as well as we head towards the halfway point of this final Junior Rotax B, as the number 99 steaming through the double apex and through the willows. The race just starting to settle down in these stages as we head towards the final part. 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and as Charlie was saying, quite an interesting situation with a few batches of carts. Oh, as somebody gets it all wrong. That's the number 43, I think, getting it all wrong going into Derek's corner, but I don't think we'll have gained an advantage there.
Miles Burton trying to have a go at one of the drivers a bit further down. Teddy Cooper, and that's Brian Rapini on your screens having a go, trying to get past one of the AJ Racing carts, it looks like, and some nice hits. Oh, that's a big move to the inside. Ryan Rapini gets past that driver, and some really interesting actually about the AJ Racing team. It's a fully female racing team, and obviously all the mechanics, everyone involved is female, which is always great to see. Always great to see more females in motorsport. But she has definitely got a work cut out for herself, with Thea Hamilton getting involved. And look at this pack of carts. You've got Noah Moulton in there as well. And, well, I think the rest of the pack's in there.
Yeah, they're all fighting away down the edge of the top 10. Every single point vitally important in the end of the Junior Rotax B as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner once again. You see the drivers just trying to work together in these closing stages, because we've got one or two of the drivers towards the front of the field just starting to break away. The likes of Farthing and Paterell now well clear at the front of the field, as the rest of the top 10 charging for everyone, guarding the inside line as they make their way down in towards Stowe Corner. Everyone just staying ultra defensive here, which means they will sacrifice a bit of pace going round the first part of the lap, letting all the drivers in front pull away here. So you can really see, and more trouble there as they make their way through to Derek's corner. This is really fast, furious racing here, Charlie. Just goes to show, with vital points on stake to get through to the A final, everyone really has their claws out at this stage.
And the great bit is that this is a bit further down the pack. You know, these are drivers who are just trying to get their name further up that grid. So always great to see him. And George Phillips goes straight into part third, mate, it seemed like. And well, George Phillips was one of our drivers who were quite up in the field in P6, and has gone straight off. So I have no idea what happened there with the number 62, but that's going to put him right down the field. And so the rest of the pack are flying through. Here is Zach Turner closing in now on Toby Farthing. So of course we can't really see what the times are like at the moment, but it's getting really tight now at the front end of the field. 30 seconds left on the clock. Could Zach Turner close in on this gap and try and get past Toby Farthing there? Of course, all the points matter, as you say, especially when it comes to the B final and the A final. You haven't got enough points and you get put in that B final, you're at real risk of not even attending the final, which can really, really settle, you know, your championship antagonist. So the number 53 here really got to put the pedal to the metal there.
Toby Farthing looking good at this stage. Looks to try and secure his place in towards the that A final. There's Junior Rotax B final coming on later on in the block, but here they come over the line once again.
And at the moment, Farthing looking comfortable at the front of the field as we head towards the final lap of this Junior Rotax heat number 3. Outbreak of this.
No, George Phillips. George Phillips, I think he dropped coolant on the circuit.
Yeah,
it's going to make turn 1 very, very interesting because, of course, all these drivers are going to go into turn 1 and not be able to stop.
On the first corner, on the first corner, they got the slippery surface out there. You can see the drivers very sketchy through Derek's corner. They haven't got the grip on the tyres here. Somebody's dropped coolant on the first corner. They're just getting some more grip into those karts. You can see they're very sketchy going through Derek's corner now.
That's the worst place. The worst place to have it. But Toby Farthing seems to have held on to victory. They're going to come around down the start-finish rate. Yes, it is. Toby Farthing takes victory in fine style. There's battles going on a bit further behind. Lucy Wilden getting pushed off. Zach Eternal finishes second place. Connor Large rounding out your top 3. I think that was Kevin Ivanoff who got to 4th place. Teddy Cooper in 6th place. And Miles Burton from all the way back in the grid. He finished up in 7th place. And we'll watch the rest of the pack come flying in as well when the Dan Holland drivers made it to the 8th. Lucy Wilden finished inside the top 10. A big loss as well was Cody Patterell. He dropped down all the way to 11th.
He was running well in the first part of the race. It just seemed to drop down towards those closing stage. Perhaps one of the drivers caught out by the coolant loss on towards the approach to Stowe Corner. But like you say, Charlie, about the worst part of the track that could happen, dropping coolant. It's the sort of thing that you won't really see either as the driver until you're braking for the corner and nothing's happening.
You're not going to see it until all your 4 wheels are pretty much on it and you're on the brakes trying to get the thing to slow down. But thankfully none of the drivers were injured. That was very good. Very good driving by all of them to try and get the car slowed down. Of course, there are safety procedures and safety barriers and whatnot at the corner, but they all managed to first of all get the car stopped and get it going, which is
that's the important thing as well. Yeah. So the marshals, I think, will be on the track now, just checking that first corner braking zone coming into Stowe Corner to make sure that the coolant is clear. We presume it's coolant anyway, by the way the carts just skidded off the track. We've got the Honda 200s on the dummy grid and getting ready to be underway in just a few moments as we do some final checks on Stowe Corner. We didn't see exactly who it was. Who was it that dropped the coolant, we think?
I first thought it was George Phillips because I saw him go off, but I wonder if he was the first one that actually just went into it.
It happened so quickly that, but like we say, the water-cooled engines, of course, so they do run the radiator coolant. It's very easy for them to, for a circlip to come loose or that sort of thing.
It could be something very little just for it to pop off, and you know, it is one of them things. It is really unfortunate when it happens because it means for we don't like to use the word, but carnage like that. But yeah, thankfully all the drivers were okay. But as I say, it's going to be, they're going to have a look at it.
Yeah, I think you may see on the first corner in a moment, we'll cut back the cement dust coming out onto the approach to the first corner. The Honda 200's being held on the grid at the moment. They've had a good look at the track, and on the first corner they are just putting a little bit of cement dust down just to absorb the fluids that have been dropped on the first corner. And the marshal, I think, will be they'll be triple checking whether that's safe before they let the cart out, because that's a very fast part of the course.
Especially for these Honda cadets, you know, these are 8 years old. We don't want to put them in the silly risk like that. That's just, you know, that's just not the way. But of course, the marshalling team will do their absolutely best, and then also it'll be checked over by the clerk of the course, making sure that it is safe to continue. So we might have a couple minutes break here just for the guys to get that cement dust down. Of course, it depends on how far it's spread and bits above that. So when you're actually walking on the circuit, you'll be able to spot it. But obviously, when you're going 70 miles an hour into the corner, there's no way you're going to spot it at all.
So the cement dust going down onto the first corner. The Honda 200's coming out in just a few moments. One of the cadet classes. We've got our KZUKs, Senior X30 and the Rotax 177 classes for our first final of the day. But Honda 200's our 4-stroke interlude, you would say. The trusty old Honda 4-stroke engine. And this is one that you see in the likes of the in the world of corporate karting and the pro karts as well, using very similar engine blocks. They're very robust for what they are, fairly powerful machines as well, but they got a very narrow power band on the 4-strokes, and it does require extremely smooth driving to keep that power in there.
Yep, 100%. You've got to be really smooth and keep that momentum up, and it's a class that we've seen very dominant drivers come through as well. Of course, when it came to the cadet categories, we talked, about Arvid Lindblad. He was a driver who both did the Honda cadets and the Miami cadets when going through the field. And as well, I was actually looking at the championships from years back, and it was actually funny to see Oliver Behrman had contested to try and win the 2012 championship, and he didn't even get inside the top 5, and look at where he is now.
And we've seen his brother, of course, Sebastian, racing here during the season as well in some of the categories.
Yeah, cousin. You've got to get it right.
Yeah, cousin,
there are so many Behrmans at this point. I think we might as well just give up with them all. I mean, obviously Thomas Behrman, he's gone off. He's doing his own thing in the F4, and of course Thomas used to race here, and we had Thomas here last year in the championship in junior Rotax. He did a lot of racing around here before he went off, obviously, to do his to go into F4, and what a season he had in British F4. And a driver who actually won this championship a fair few years ago, the Honda Cadet Championship, was Ben Kasperzak. Now, not many people will know about Ben Kasperzak, but he went on to race in Ginettas and actually ended up winning the Ginetta Junior Championship. He also went on to race with Junior Saloons as well. He did a bits and bobs in that. So we have seen a bit of success as well with the Honda Cadet classes. Of course, when it went to the British stage, we saw plenty of drivers. We also saw Mitchell Gibbons, who won it in 2020. At the time, he was a very strong karting driver. I think he went on to race stock cars. So there's a lot of history that relies around the Honda Cadets. As well as most of these other categories, there's a lot of history that relies around them.
And it certainly is a category that promotes good, smooth driving as well, to get the most out of those Honda 4-stroke engines. And we should see the final heat getting underway in just a few moments. There has been a brief pause at the end of the junior Rotax heat number 3. No, in terms of no driver injuries or anything like that, but somebody did lose coolant. Quite a few drivers spinning off the track, and as we say, no incidents caused by that requiring any medical attention. But the track itself needs a bit of work. There's some quite lengthy trail of...
goes quite far down, actually.
Quite a lengthy trail of cement dust going down on the first corner at the moment before we wait for the Honda 200s to get underway. So, as you can imagine, any kind of fluids that go onto the track, be it oil or coolant, we think it's coolant that's gone down by the severity, how very quickly it went down. And the marshals very quickly getting the cement dust down just to absorb that and make sure that the drivers have got a decent bit of braking and grip going into the first corner, because like we say, this incident has happened at the end of the Hines Straight going into Stowe Corner, the first corner. This is one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and where the drivers are really relying on the grip being there.
Yep. When you go into a corner like that, you want to make sure you got brakes, because without brakes, you're in a bit of trouble for that corner. And of course, making sure you can actually turn the steering wheel and get round the corner. A lot of these drivers, especially in that last race, they went into that first corner, they just hit the brakes, the tyres get onto the coolant, and you're just sliding off. It's you're pretty much a passenger seat in that point. I mean, of course, these cars don't have passenger seats, but you pretty much turn into one when you're going into that situation. But as I say, thankfully, no injuries. Everyone finished the race, which is always great to see. But as I say, very, very lengthy bits of cement dust, which really shows how far the car had spreaded it.
Yeah, wherever this has gone, it's gone right the way around the first corner at Stowe. We're just waiting for the action to get back underway. A bit of work on the first corner with marshals putting down a lot of cement dust on that first part of the course. The clerk of the course will need to be quite confident that the track is safe to go here before they let the carts back out onto the circuit. It's whatever happens on the track, it's safety critical, but even more so with everyone breaking into the first corner, that grip does need to be there. So another pause here for the final round of the HKRC Championship here at Kimbolton before we get things underway with the Honda 200s, second and final heat of the day scheduled to be underway shortly. We've still got KZUKs for their second heat, Senior X30, Senior Rotax, and the Rotax 177 category to get underway for their heats before we get things underway with the Junior Rotax B final and the remaining finals taking us through to the afternoon with Junior Rotax A scheduled to be underway just after 3 o'clock. I can tell you that the green flag is being readied, so I think the marshals are happy and content that the track is prepped and ready to go. Honda 200s then getting underway for their second heat in just a few moments' time.
It's going to be exciting here, of course. Championships will get decided today. Of course, these will be provisional championship results, of course, so you have to take in these guys all can drop a round. There's either, I think it's about a round or 2 rounds that they can drop, and obviously that will then mess around the tallies a little bit, unless they have a massive points advantage, which then it doesn't really move the points around. So of course these are provisional, they're not the final results. We're just going to be calling them as they are, and of course they may move, they may change around, but just give us a few minutes. Of course the racing will resume, hopefully, or I say resume, hopefully, or resume now. Honda are heading out onto the circuit, and we are going to get ready for some mega racing. We'll have a look at the grid now, just getting it up for you guys. It's going to be Archie Edgar, who starts from pole position, Keen Delaney in second place, who's trying to hold on to third in the championship, James Windsor and Jensen Culler from Harrison Maxwell, and Zach Squire from Dana Rowlands and Harry Search, Sawyer Henderson and George Lilly, Marcus Cooper and George Pickett from Mason Becker and Alistair Saunders, Mason O'Connor and Connor Ratter from Phoebe Shelton and Finn Hollis, George Teese rounding out our 19 grid spots. Now we're still having a few issues with the time. Actually, no, the timings are back, which is always great to see. Makes our life a bit more easier. So we're going to get racing then. Chris just gone for his lunch break, so I'm going to be taking you through all this. Well, there's a bit of piling into the final corner, but we're going to get racing for the first time asking. So they head down into turn 1. A mega start from Delaney on the outside, who cuts across. And look at Henderson on the concrete. They're all trying to get the kart slowed down. Will they all make it through the first couple of corners? It looked pretty smooth sailing so far. Team Delaney still leading the way as a couple of drivers doing a bit of lawn mowing, but manages to bring it back onto the circuit. Henderson to second place. That was a very smooth move down the inside of one of the Ambition Motorsport drivers. We'll get an eye on who that is as they come round to finish this first lap. A couple of drivers already spreading out, especially the top 4 here, breaking away from the rest of the pack. But Keen Delaney, as we saw in the first seat, he's got the pace to win these races. He's just got to put the foot on the power now and get gone down the start-finish straight once again then to finish the first lap of the race. Of course, Delaney leading away with a battle for third, now raging on between Archie Edgar and Harrison Maxwell as he head round turn 1. So flag out, and a driver spinning in the middle of the pack, just off shot. And I think that might have been George Lilly, who was down in the top 10. Now he's got himself going. That is always great to see. Look on the screens here. Still Delaney leading the way. Henderson there in second place. Look at Rowlands closing in now. He's there in 5th place at the moment, but wants to try and close in on this top 4. Marcus Cooper there in 6th. The man who went a bit off-road in the first couple of corners. Archie Edgar there on your screens. He's running a bit wide. Could have opened an opportunity for Maxwell there. He's going to get the run. Coming down the start-finish straight. Maxwell pulls out. Edgar covers off. Very good from Edgar. Delaney, here he is on your screens, but we really want to watch the battle a bit further behind because it's still kicking off third place. And Rowlands up into third place. Looks like round the outside as well. That has gone Marcus Cooper, who has a very good drive so far. Moves to 5th place as well. Mason Becker on the inside of his teammate. Look at George Teese getting involved there in that fully white stickered kart. Alistair Saunders there as well. And with that fully green car, it reminds me of that, I don't know if you've seen the Porsche 911 GT3 car, where it's got them teeth at the front of the car. It looks like a dinosaur, like a T-Rex. And it's a brilliant livery. Definitely one to check out if you have a bit of time to search it up. So you head down to finish another lap of the race. Still plenty of time left on the clock. And plenty of Project 1 karts out there as well. Of course, that is Harrison Maxwell. He's down to 6th place now. So Mason Becker got passed on that last lap into the top 5. Still great moves going on. Of course, George Teese, what a drive he's had so far. He's up into the top 10, but he's made up 9 places from complete dead last on the grid. Great drive. Here he is on your screens. The fully white stickered kart. The number 112. Absolutely flying at the moment. He's trying to chase down Alistair Saunders. And here is the battle for 2nd place on your screens. Rowlands right on the back. Henderson on the back of Rowlands. Rowland's given a touch and the push to try and work together to try and close down on Delaney. Fastest lap at the moment goes to Marcus Cooper, who is definitely someone to watch out for here. He's putting the laps in. This is one of the best drives we've seen so far from Marcus Cooper, so watch out for him. He's just behind Sawyer Henderson at the moment. He's got that red and white helmet, one of the Project 1 carts as well. Look at him, he's trying to go for third place round the outside. Now the pace is there, he's just got to think a bit more about the moves. Number 56 there in your screens. Now he's being closed in by Mason Becker as well. 3 minutes left on the clock. Sawyer Henderson, will he go defensive? No, look at Marcus Cooper on the inside for third place. What a drive we're seeing from the 56, who's excelling in these cold conditions. Down into turn 1 once again, and he's going to try and chase down Rowlands for second place. Mega stuff here from that 56. 2.5 minutes, and Mason Becker now with the fastest lap of the race. He's there in 5th place, up 8 spots at the moment from 13th on the grid. But of course, this is also showing how good the slipstream effect is around this circuit. But you saw how much Marcus Cooper closed in on the brakes there when he went through a down Wenham complex, and he's right now on the tail. Will he go for the move into the last corner? Yes, he is. For second place goes Marcus Cooper. What a drive we're seeing so far from the 56. Now he's got Rowlands on his inside again. Rowlands is going to take the spot back, or is he? Because look at Marcus Cooper. What is he going to do? Will he go for the cutback move? He's going to try and have a go side by side. Oh, I had to back out of that one. That just got a bit too close. And so they feed the power once again. Marcus Cooper giving him a touch from the rear end. Just push him along, saying, come on, let's work together. Let's get the foot down. Let's see what we can do. Can we close up to Keen Delaney? That's the question that'll be asked in a minute and a half. These Honda Cadet drivers being so smooth on the steering wheel. It's so impressive to see. Of course, you can get into this when you're 8 years old. So we're seeing the start of some of the rising stars in British motorsport. Definitely some of the guys we do need to watch out for in the future. You know, catch your eyes on Rowlands, Cooper, and Becker, Sawyer Henderson as well. As I said before, we've had champions here in Honda Cadet who have gone on to do great things. Ben Kasperzak was a main man. He went on to race in Janetta Juniors, but also went on to race further up the Janetta ladder. Of course, a driver who tried to contest for the championship in 2012 but couldn't get it done was Oliver Behrman. So it really shows the competitiveness of these championships, and Becker uses the momentum lost by Marcus Cooper to get on the inside of the final corner. And what is going on to Sawyer Henderson? He just hasn't got the pace at the moment. What is happening to the K-Plate winner? Just struggling to close in on the drivers in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Delaney's just having a world of his own, just driving off from the rest of his pack. But look at this, for 2nd place now, that's Becker on the inside. Becker's definitely got some momentum. Of course, fastest lap of the race. Rowlands trying to fight his way back. That was not going to work on any day of the week. Rowlands drops down to 3rd. Marcus Cooper now trying to find a way by. This could be Marcus Cooper's first podium. He just had to pick one of these drivers off. Last lap of the race in these Honda 200s. The 2nd heat and the final heat for these drivers. Delaney still leading the way, but the battle goes on for 2nd place, and it's side by side, and you'll see it right now between Cooper and Becker and Rowlands as they head down. Rowlands onto the grass as they head into Derrick's corner. Very, very impressive driving by these three, but Cooper is into 3rd place. Becker staying in 2nd place now, but watch out for the 91 on your screens. What a drive so far from Keen Delaney. Could we see a final victory here at Kim Bolton for the final round of the championship? We're going to find out a bit later on, but this Heat 2 win doesn't seem too bad for the 91 of Keen Delaney, who takes a fine victory from Mason Becker in 2nd place, and Marcus Cooper with one of his first podiums this season. What a drive from the 56. Then it was Denno Rowlands from Sawyer Henderson, Alistair Saunders from Harrison Maxwell. Then it was George Teese with an amazing drive up to 8th place of 11 spots. That was a very impressive drive from one of our novice drivers. Jensen Culler from Harry Search. It was Mason O'Connor from Phoebe Shelton, Archie Edgar and James Windsor from Sat Squire, George Lilly, Finn Hollis, George Pickett and Connor Ratter, rounding out your field of drivers. Very, very impressive stuff there from some of our youngest drivers here this weekend. Our Honda cadets putting up yet again a great race. Now we're going from some of our slower karts to the faster karts. It's KZ UK and they will be out in just a minute's time. So the KZU karts, shall we say, are about to head out onto the circuit, and it's going to be Leo Robinson who will take it from the pole spot. James Harvey in second place from Harry Walsh and Oliver Harris, Luke Senningham and Isaac Smith from Kai Springfield and Bua Phillips, George Robinson, Hannah Lang and Neil Hepworth. Now, I don't believe we've seen Neil Hepworth out on circuit, so I think he's had to call it a day, which is really unfortunate. We don't like to lose our drivers like that. So, unfortunately, we are now down to 10 drivers contesting for the race win. Of course, 2 formation laps for these karts to give them the best opportunity to get them brakes warmed up, get the tyres warmed up as well. Now, of course, Harry Walsh, someone who recently came into the KZ category, only his second weekend in the series, and actually did some car racing earlier this year in the Fiesta ST240 Championship, which is great to see, a great championship as well to get involved with. But great to get more KZ racing out. We've had such an amazing year with the KZ UK karts. And as well as all the other gearbox karts we've had across the year as well. We had the 250s here as well this year. Of course, the Super 4s, when they came, absolutely mega racing all the way to the end, which also decided a championship in a way that no one ever thought it was going to be decided. But Leo Robinson here on your screens. Now he's second in the championship, quite far behind Luke Senningham, unfortunately, as the points got totaled up over the year. So Luke Senningham really just has to close in and lock in some decent results. Now, of course, Lucas took the first win earlier on today. Can he do it? For the second time of asking, Leo Robinson will want to bring the fight to him, as well as Harry Walsh, Oliver Harris in his first KZ race weekend. Now the lights are coming on to the board now. We're going to have 4 red lights, and it's lights out, and away we go. And a brilliant start from Isaac Smith across the concrete into the lead. What a start from Isaac Smith, who started all the way on the 3rd row. They come through the first couple of corners. They all pile their way through. Leo Robinson to second place. Bua Phillips had a really bad run coming out of the Willow section and is now being pressured from Harry Walsh in 4th. But as they come into the first big braking zone of Dan Weldon, Isaac Smith, the 1-2-3, leads the way as they head down into Kestrel Corner for the first time of asking. As they come round to finish the last corner, shall we say. Look at them kicking up all the spray as they head down the start-finish straight once again, and onto the brakes very hard for the first time. And you can see some of the cement dust being kicked up as they head through the first few corners. Bua Phillips there in 3rd place. On your screen, so Isaac Smith, that red and white car with a black helmet. Super smooth drive at the moment with a mega start. Of course, when it comes to standing starts, it can make and break your race. You know, you've got to be really smooth with that clutch, but also quite quick with it. You can get off the line and get going. Of course, any wheel spin as well really affects your start as well. But Luke Senningham trying to close in now on 3rd place spot. There he is on your screens. The red and the red and green helmet with the blue and white cart, chasing down the fully blacked out driver in 3rd place. onto the brakes nice and hard. You've got really two big braking zones, being Turn 1 and the Dan Weldon Complex. Two of the longest straights in British karting history. And it's looking very good so far. Lucas Enningham still leading the way. So Lucas Enningham really starting to close in now on Bew Phillips. Of course, the battle for third place still raging on. And it's going to be... well, it'll need to be a late move from Lucas Enningham if he wants any chance to get by, because Bew Phillips won't let this one go without a fight, that has to be said. Now the battle at the front between Lee Robson and Isaac Smith. Is it closing down? Not at the moment. Lee Robson has the fastest lap of the race, but the times just don't seem to be that... oh, I got very close between Lucas Enningham. I was watching that for a moment thinking, will he get that car stopped? He just about got it stopped. But now it's right on the tail of Bew Phillips. Bew can't afford to make any mistakes because Lucas Enningham will pounce. Of course, Lucas is a championship winner around this circuit throughout his senior days, and that's a very, very late move to the inside. Can he get that one done? No, and he's missed a gear change, and he's lost all that time that he once gained, and that is not the way Lucas Enningham would have wanted to get that move done. He's going to have to work for these next few laps, otherwise Harry Walsh might even have a go at him. But Lucas Enningham, we've seen him time and time again on that move into Turn 1, very late on the brakes, just couldn't get it done though. And he'll have to get back to the drawing board for the next one. But yet again, he still has a championship, so if he can just hold on to this spot, it'll be perfect points for his situation. But of course, it's Lucas Enningham. He wants to come and win the race. He's not here to mess about and get a championship. He's here to come and win a race. So of course, he wants to try and get as many points as he possibly can for them final heat results. Well, obviously leading to the final classifications. It's down the start, finish straight, high and straight once again. And onto the brakes into Turn 1. They reach over 100 miles an hour as they head into Turn 1. Now, Bew Phillips, I wonder if he's either made a mistake or Lucas Enningham has closed in big time because he's right on his tail once again. And, well, he knows what not to do. Can he try and find another way past? Of course, he's gone back to the drawing board. He's just got to pick a moment that will suit him right. But he can't rush this. He cannot rush this because any simple mistake might put him out of the race, and that will not be the perfect way to go. He's going to try and go again into Turn 1. He's going to make that move stick, or is he? Because look at Phillips. He's got back on his inside, but they're going to be side by side. Enningham holds on to it. That was a superb move from Lucas Enningham. Mega stuff from the MS kart. And that is why he's a champion around here, because he can make moves like that in pure style. Now he's closing Harry Walsh as well. So 2 for the price of 1 here has really helped out Harry Walsh, who could look at a move on Bew Phillips. Oh, Bew Phillips got really slow coming around that final corner. Minute and a half left on the clock, and the gap yet again still at the front hasn't changed. Half a second is the gap between the top two, and the times only 500ths difference between the two. And there they are on your screen. See 1, 2, 3, and the 36. Of course, 36 and second in the championship. And well, what it would be to claim the championship, it would have to be a disqualification from the event for Lucas Enningham, which, the way he's going at the moment, I don't think there's much likelihood of that happening. It just takes some doing to get disqualified like that. But very smooth at the moment from Isaac Smith, just showing as well that these standing starts can make such a difference. Because if he couldn't get it off the line, he would have to work 10 times as hard to fight his way through. whether he had the pace or not. But 20 seconds left on the clock. So we're going to get 2 laps left of racing here. This is penultimate lap of the race. And the 1, 2, 3 is just putting the laps in so smoothly. No care in the world at the moment. And he's just going to be nice and steady with his gears, trying not to miss any gears. Nice and smooth with that steering wheel, just letting the rear drive the kart for you. Trying not to hit the brakes too hard. That might lock up the front tyre. Might lock up the front brake as well. Of course, you've got to drive these karts so differently to your normal senior kart. You've got 10 times as many things to worry about. But the final lap of the race is on. And Isaac Smith is looking set to take what would be quite a surprising victory, because that start was just superb. They head round the final couple of corners now, and what a drive from Isaac Smith round the final corner, and it's going to be a victory here in KZ. Superb stuff from Isaac Smith once again. Lee Robertson in second place from Luke Senningham with a very solid P3, and Griff Phillips and Harry Walsh rounding out your top 5 from Hannah Lang and George Robinson. It was James Harvey and Oliver Harris from Kai Springfield, and Neil Hepworth, of course, he didn't start the race, and Kai Springfield was the only retiree. So very, very good race in there, and of course just showing that all you need to do is get a good start, and it really sets up your race. Now the next race coming up is Senior X30s, and we've got if there's anything like the first race, it's going to be a very, very exciting one indeed. The sun is starting to come out, which means the track is hopefully starting to dry up just a tad bit more, but it's still going to be interesting as the day keeps going on. Will we get more? Will the track keep getting more dry? We'll have to wait and see. But here's the grid and how it's going to line up. Max Wright will start from pole position from Monty Breathwaite and Jack Dan, from Bailey Booker and Josh Jones, from Hayden Eldridge and Katie Ashman. Then it's James Reynolds who starts in 8th, from Max Anderson and Jamie Jenkins. And it's Aaron Lasker and Natalie DeBeck, from Peter Jurovich and Alex Wiley. It's going to be Jessica Fitchell, Isabel Banks and Benjamin Cohn rounding out your field of drivers. Yet again, 17 karts in this grid. And we are going to have another exciting one. Jack Dan starting from 3rd this time, so he hasn't got that much more work to do. But we've still got plenty of competitive drivers up at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very good race coming up now, as Jack Dan looking to repeat his feat from the first heat earlier on. One thing, just on the lunch break now, listening to the circuit PA system, the finals have been reduced in time to 6 minutes plus 1 lap. All finals will be 6 minutes plus the 1 lap, which means that we will be in for some very fast and furious finals later on today as the X30s make their way across the grid. Start looks good as they charge into the first corner. Everyone fighting for the inside. Oh, trouble on the first corner, some bumping and banging in the midfield. It looks like, I think Dan's got through okay as takes the lead. So yet again, Jack Dan with another lightning start. Guards the inside line as they make their way through towards Derek's corner. That bus stop style chicane halfway down the straight. Dan now leading, and it looks like the number 66 in second place, the early pole sitter Max Wright, right in there in second position as they make their way down the TKM straight in towards the Kimbolton corner for the first time. Jack Dan with another brilliant start as down the inside. That looks like I think they're fighting for position as they make their way out to the corner. So it's Jack Dan, Katie Ashman, my apologies, in second place. Wave yellows on the first corner. There's a cart just off the camera angle on the inside. Brilliant move there from Katie Ashman to go into second place, but immediately fighting back there, the second place 66. Very close fighting for that second position.
Yeah, there was 2 karts there who got tangled up going to someone. They couldn't get going, so they've been dragged off, and that's the end of their race. That was Max Anderson and Natalie DeBeck. But I say, a brilliant move that was from Katie Ashman. Now lost the spot back to Max Wright, but Katie's going to have another go on the inside for second place. What a weekend she's having so far, and look who's trying to get involved as well. That was like Aaron Lask as they head down into turn 1. Lask on the inside What is Max Wright going to do? Because he's stuck on the outside line. He's going to try and hold it round the outside. Oh, contact made. Front wheels lifting up, a bit of wheelie spin. And he's carried on going. Very, very exciting stuff. And, wow, I think that was pure rodeo.
Yeah, very good there between those two. Very good defensive driving there from Katie Ashburn to guard the apex coming into the corner. And, look at that, though. Brilliant bit of driving there from Aaron Lask. Half a gap, and he found it as they go in towards the Dan Weldon corner. Found that second place out of absolutely nowhere. Sneaking down the inside of Ashburn, who was instructed there by Lash to follow on there just to try and work together and get with the leader, Jack Dan, who is already 1.5 seconds ahead of the chasing pack as Aaron Lask tries to break away in this fight for second place. Katie Ashburn hanging on in there in third place, closely followed by the 66 of Max Wright as they make their way through the willows. The rest of the field charging through just behind there. Peter Jurovic, Hayden Elridge, Alex Wiley, who had trouble in the first heat but running well in sixth place. Max Wright, Josh Jones, Jessica Fitchhall and James Reynolds running out the top 10. But Katie Ashburn holding on there in that fight for third place with Max Wright keeping the pressure on in fourth.
It's going to be exciting to see if Max Wright can post an attack, but he's got plenty of time to think about it. Josh Jones trying to get involved as well. Now he's into fifth place, trying to chase these guys down as well. And looks like Hayden Eldridge getting involved as well. He's now behind Joshua Jones. Peter Jurovic in there as well. And a 159 is under investigation. That is Alex Wiley, who's in sixth for the moment. I wonder what that could be for. But look at Max Wright trying to have a go at Katie Ashburn. Had a little look but couldn't get that one done. I don't think Katie Ashburn's going to give this one up without a fight, which she does with no battle at all. And, she's going to try and make that kart as wide as possible.
Yeah, certainly is, as she tries to fend off the number 66 of Max Wright as a peak on the inside going to Kim Bolton, but unable to go for the move. Aaron Lask is now clear in second place, 40.57 seconds, fastest lap of the race for the number 15. Trying to close up on the leader, Jack Dan, who has had things pretty much his own way for the entire race so far. And Katie Ashburn doing brilliantly to guard that third place, coming under a lot of pressure from the 66 of Max Wright. Hayden Elridge, Peter Jurovic and Alex Wiley fighting just a little bit further behind. Aaron Lask trying to close up on the race leader as Katie Ashburn fends off, guards that third place as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner. Once again, this is a prime overtaking spot, but Ashburn's got the line covered as she makes her way through. Jack Dan still leading, and Aaron Lask has brought the gap down to 0.3 of a second as they cross the line, as again Ashburn holds on to that third place.
This is going to be interesting because Aaron Lask has really got the pace at the moment. Fastest lap of the race as well, 40.35. Now he's up in half a second faster than Jack Dan. This is going to get very interesting. So Jack Dan 40.82 compared to the 40.35. This is going to get closer. Look at him already. It's right on the tail now of Jack Dan. Now when is he going to go for the move? Is he going to try now? No, there's no point. He's got to just pick off the opportunity where he thinks is best. He's got to try and do it as clean as possible. The number 19 and 57 getting warning flag, but Jack Dan decides it's my time to defend and push him off wide, and that's exactly what he's done. Dan opens up a bit of a gap, but the battle is on in senior X30. Aaron Lask throwing hands saying, come on, let's work together here. We don't want to let Katie Ashburn close in. That's the last and definitely the least of his worries. But, if Aaron Lask wants to work his way by, he's got to really pick an opportunity here because Jack Dan's not going to let this one give up. But look at Aaron Lask really stipulating to Jack Dan, saying, come on, let's get going.
Yeah, they don't want to risk Katie Ashburn getting too close here. The gap just under 2 seconds at the moment. And there we see the fight for third place. They really want to keep this between those two. Again, you see him gesticulating to the race leader Jack Dan just to hold his line, not to bother defending the corner. But he goes, he sees the opportunity there as Jack Dan outbreaks himself into the first corner, guarding the apex. And Aaron Lask saw the opportunity, takes it away, and now let's see what he can do. Is Jack Dan going to race or just hold on and just try and go for the move later on? We've got 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining. Aaron Lask does seem quicker through the Dan Weldon corner in particular, has a much smoother line.
I think it's the easy thing of, if you're not going to work with me, I'm not going to work with you, and I'm just going to get past you and I'm going to go. So I think that's what Lask's chances are at the moment. Jack Dan just going to try and stick in his slipstream, just following round. It's still a P2 at the end of the day. It's still a good result for Jack Dan, and they just have to work on what he can do to make the final even better. But the battle for third still raging on. Ashman is she going to go defensive? Yes, she is. Max Wright trying to get to the outside. That's going to set up a nice little cut back to get you on the outside going through here, which just isn't going to work. And that's what makes this second sector so exciting, because you can try and set up an overtake, but it's never going to work out because you're going to get put either on the outside or the inside. And, well, it looks like Jack Dan, I think he's just starting to back off a little bit. He's starting to overdrive the car a little bit, and I think it's just time to just let him go. Let him have his victory. You can take the championship instead.
Yeah, at the moment, Aaron Lask really has got this heat race covered. He's jumped up 10 positions in this second heat. The clock goes down to 0, so next time round will be the last lap of the race. And at the moment, Aaron Lask really has got this circuit dialed in the second heat, looking very neat indeed. Half an opportunity for him to snatch the lead. He was trying to push Jack Dan down the circuit a bit there, but Dan, defending the corner, left the opening on the inside, and that's all that Aaron Lask has needed to go through to take the lead with just over 1 lap remaining. The last lap board goes out, and Aaron Lask over the line to go through on to the last lap of the race. It's Jack Dan in second, Katie Ashman still guarding that third place just behind the silver fight for the lead. And those two really dicing the third place. You should see them coming through the willows. Now there we go with Ashman retaking third place as Wright very briefly moved up into third. But Aaron Lask looking very neat. He makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Nice and smooth. You can see the very smooth, minimal inputs on the steering, keeping the momentum as much as he can through that corner. Down he goes into the final corner, and Aaron Lask looking good for the victory in heat number 2.
Well, if you're not going to work with me, I ain't going to work with you. That was Aaron Lask's story all the way to the end. Aaron Lask takes victory in the second heat in X30, and a very smooth, consistent drive for Jack Dan. It was a drag race across the line for third place, but Katie Ashman holds on by just 600ths of a second from Max Wright in fourth. Hayden Eldridge rounding out your top 5 for Monty Breathwaite and Peter Jurowicz, from Alex Wiley and Josh Jones. Then it was Bailey Brooker and Jessica Fitchell from Jamie Jenkins, and Benjamin Cohn rounding out, actually Isabel Banks ran out your field of drivers who finished the race, and it was James Reynolds, Max Anderson and Natalie DeBeck who we lost at the start of the race. As I say, it's the easy thing. Aaron Lask was just like, I want to try and work with you, but if you're not going to help me out, I'm not going to get into that battle for third. I'm just going to drive off. And that's exactly what he did. It was
very nice little move there from Aaron Lask. Jack Dan guarding the inside line into Stowe corner, which left himself open going into the willows, and that was all that Aaron Lask needed. So a well-worked victory for him in heat number 2, and he will be hoping to bring it home in the shortened final, 6 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals, which means a good grid position is vitally important. We have 2 more heats to go. The senior Rotax are on the dummy grid right now, and they'll be making their way out onto the track very shortly. They'll be followed by the Rotax 177s before we get through to the first of our finals, Junior Rotax B final, a little bit later on. So the senior Rotax track is now clear, and they'll be making their way out onto the circuit now. Ryan Hedge, number 18, will lead the carts away onto the circuit for the formation lap with Adam White. Row 2 being Macaulay Bishop and Miles Roby. Noosh Safa-Leathers in 5th place from Jake Fisher, Charlie Webb, Oliver Walker, Charles Sutton and Benjamin Baker. So there is your leading group of drivers. Hedge from White, Bishop and Roby on row 2, Safa-Leathers, Fisher on row number 3, Charlie Webb, Oliver Walker on row number 4. 5th row then is made up of the number 40 of Charles Sutton from Benjamin Baker, George Cole and Daniel Kehoff on row 6, Callum Sims, Jacob Lee on row 7, Victor Hansen and Ethan Martin on row number 8. 9th row is made up of Joseph Orton and Joe Fox. Orton, I believe, is a non-starter, but we shall confirm that in a moment. Mikey Walker and Isaac Reynolds, Noah Barnum, Harvey Williams, Sky Fraser, Eli Singh-Baden on row number 12. Look out for the number 19 as he starts further back. Joshua Valence, Arminas, Sabaraskas, Michael Morgan, Charlie Neve, Tom Pryor, Joshua Smith, George Hart and Will Forber making up this big grid of drivers.
Let's get going and get racing now into turn 1. Now a couple of drivers taken to the concrete, but it all looks good into turn 1. Ryan Edge all into a spin, looking up them rear tyres, and I think that put Macaulay Bishop straight into the lead of the race. And what a drive so far from Macaulay Bishop. Great to see him back out on the circuit, saying what happened in that first heat, but round the outside went Charlie Webb, super late on the brakes, manages to get that move done. And look at the gap he's already got, the number 24 Charlie Webb, really feeding the power in as he came out of Dan Weldon. playing around with the engine now, just getting all the temperature we can into the engine. But Macaulay Bishop, from literally being on fire to setting the pace on fire as well.
There he goes. So Bishop looking good at the start as he tries to battle his way through to the front of the field, but Charlie Webb leads the way from Callum Sims. Had a great start up to second position in the number 69 kart. Benjamin Maker, Oliver Walker, Macaulay Bishop then in 6th place. George Cole, Charles Sutton, Nush Safaleathers and Victor Hansen running out the top 10 as they all go charging through the willows for the second time. Very close on the edge of the top 10 as we look at the 78 of Jake Fisher fighting away there, with the number 121 making his way through there. Oliver Walker, Bishop right in there as well, number 6. But Charlie Webb trying to break clear from the field at the start of the race, with Callum Sims now clear as well from this battle for third place, which is very close indeed. Baker holds on to third place as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner. Leaders over the line, so Charlie Webb leads. Callum Sims fastest lap of the race, 41.1. These two starting to pull away, and they will really hope that this fight for third starts to develop as number 78 there, Jake Fisher, has a peek on the inside as he makes his way out of Stowe Corner. And the leading group now making their way through towards Derek's Corner. As you can see, this battle for third place very close indeed, as Baker just pulls away momentarily. Charles Sutton, Victor Hansen, George Cole just getting involved a little bit further behind here. But as the battle for third and fourth place starts to intensify, this is great news for the leaders as they start to pull away.
This is mega racing. We've got racing going on all throughout this field, and a very good mix of drivers as well, which is always great to see as they head down the start-finish straight. Once again, Oliver Walker trying to cover off now from Charles Sutton, who's in that blue helmet, the black suit, and that blue car as well. A bit further behind as well is Nush Savalayas, who's in the green car. Oh, that's a very late move. Oliver Walker nearly getting overtaken there.
Just noticed, sorry to interrupt, just noticed a little bit further back, Macaulay Bishop, who's running strongly at the start of the race, seems to be struggling at the moment. The kart is noticeably slower on the straight. You can see him looking over his shoulder and almost not quite letting people through, but he knows that he's struggling for power. So whether he's got some kind of mechanical issue or whatever it is, he seems to be struggling out there.
Well, it depends what engine he's using. If he's using the one that's just flipped, then yeah, he's having a real problem. I think that's he's going to turn out to the pit, surely. No, he's going to carry on going. So he's going to go and do another lap. But, well, he's just losing huge amounts of time. And that is not ideal for the number 6, of course, the world champion, who was recently crowned world champion. And Ryan Hedge even having more issues as they come through the Willow section. Ryan Hedge not having the best of starts, the man who started from the pole position. But on your screens, Nush Savalayas, the blue helmet, the black suit there he is on your screens, getting past Charles Sutton, and the racing continues. Noah Barham and Victor Hansen getting a bit of a battle. Charlie Neve, who's fighting his way through. Now Charlie did say to watch out for him, because he's going to be starting from the back of the grid. He's doing alright so far. He's up 11 spots to 17th, but he's still got plenty of time to go. The biggest mover so far is Noah Barham. He's up to 8th. He's made up 13 spots, as well as Eli Baden, who's up to 11th. He made up 13 spots as well. So plenty of moves going on. Yeah,
certainly plenty of action throughout the field at the front. Meanwhile, Charlie Webb being caught now by Callum Sims. The leaders making their way over the finish line as we look at the number 43. Down the inside goes Nush Safaleathers. Neat move there going through to Kimbolton Corner. Leaders making their way through the willows. All getting close to the front, but this battle very close indeed for 5th place. Safaleathers holds on to the position and stays ahead of Oliver Walker and Noah Barham, who are all fighting away on the edge of the top 10. Leaders making their way through Derek's Corner. The chasing pack making their way down the Yamitsu Straight. As again we see number 32 there, Mikey Walker, getting involved in the action now. He's one of the drivers who's making his way through the field after starting further back on the grid. Now comfortably into the top 10 with the number 32 Mikey Walker also right in there with Noah Barham as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. There is the number 26 of Barham, with Walker right on his tail. Leaders making their way through the first corner. The rest of the pack just screaming over the line now. Getting close to the front as Callum Sims sets the fastest lap of the race, 40.65. But the battle in the top 10 very close indeed. Back to our leaders now. And Callum Sims, who's put some neat laps together here as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner. And Sims in second place is looking very threatening indeed.
Sims, who of course was battling for the Junior Rotax Championship, shall we say, decided to leave the Junior Rotax Class with a round to go. Decided to the senior, well, get his testing and senior sorted before he went into the new year. And, well, he's looking pretty strong at the moment. The number 69 here on your screens. He's chasing down the race leader. He's closing quite a bit. The gap to third place is 3.5 seconds, so he's had a lot of work to do to get past Baker and get the power down. But 1 minute left on the clock. Will Webb post defensive line into these final couple of corners, one to watch, but a few back markers having a few issues. I think that's Thomas Pryor, Michael Morgan having a few issues, so the rest of the pack comes flying through, and well, hopefully they won't get in the way too much. I don't think they'll be able to catch him just in time. Ryan Hedge, there he is on your screens. There is Bishop on your screens. He keeps looking down his engine, and you can tell there's a real problem going on as Noah Barham sets a fast lap of the race, up 16 spots inside the top 5 now. A 40.64 set by the Dan Holland racing machine. The number 24, there is Callum Sims, the blue and green kart. Of course, a blue and green helmet with a suit as well. It's very distinctive. And look at Charlie Webb, he's gone to the defensive line. He's decided now it's a time to defend. But look at Sims, he's right on his tail now, deciding should he go to the outside, should he go to the inside.
Oh, look
Stuck
at that
on the outside, but he's going to try and have another go into Derek's corner. But Charlie Webb has won finals here in senior Rotax. If anyone knows how to win a race, it's this man.
Yeah, Charlie Webb, very clever driving there, parking Callum Sims on the outside line to prevent the switchback coming out of the corner as well. So we're moving on now towards the final lap of the race. And Charlie Webb, we just saw Callum Sims a little bit hot into the Dan Weldon corner, just a little bit of a understeer, I think there, just lost a slight bit of ground. That could be the advantage that Charlie Webb needs, but there's still time to go here. And Callum Sims is fighting back as the last lap board goes out, and the senior Rotax heat race is going to go down to the wire as Charlie Webb opts to take the racing line in Stowe corner, doesn't defend the corner. He knows he's got enough gap there as they make their way through the willows for the final time. He knows that Callum Sims is right in there though, and again you see Webb just opening up into Derek's corner. Can afford to do that. He's got about 0.2 of a second, which doesn't sound much, but just about enough to stop any outbraking manoeuvres here. Webb making his way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. What's Callum Sims going to do here as they make their way down to Kimbolton corner? Can he go for the final corner overtake? Here they come down to the final corner, but look at that there. Webb guarding the inside line expertly there, parks the kart on the inside line, checkered flag goes out, and Charlie Webb with some good defending driving on the final lap there takes the checkered flag.
A pure defensive masterclass from Charlie Webb seals the victory in Heat 2 as Callum Sims in second place, followed by Benjamin Baker, who rounds out your top 3. Then it was Jake Fisher, Noah Barham, from Mikey Walker and Noosh Savalea. Eli Baden made up 16 spots to 8th. Then it was Victor Hansen and Oliver Walker from George Cole and Harvey Williams. It was Joshua Smith up 17th to 13th. Then Ethan Martin, Josh Valance inside the top 15 for Miles Roby, and Will Forber went up 15 spots to 17th. Then it was Charles Sutton, Joe Fox, George Hart rounding out your top 20. It was Isaac Reynolds from Ryan Hedge, Adam White and Sky Fraser, Jacob Lee, Macaulay Bishop all the way down in 26th. Now there's definitely a real issue going on there, and hopefully it should be sorted for the final, but that's going to put him right down at the end of the pack, so we're going to have to definitely watch out for Bishop. Thomas Pryor, who had a few issues as well as Michael Morgan and Armanas as well, number 74. And we lost Charlie Neve and a couple other drivers as well. 3 retirees, but a great way to end out the senior Rotax racing. And we've got one more still to go.
Yeah, our final heat coming up now with True Cut. It is the Rotax 177 heat number 2, and the drivers on the grid now will be Dan Wright, number 10, that will lead them away from Josh Howard, Oliver Smith and David German on row number 2 from Alex Jones, and Jack Taylor, who fought up through the field in heat number 1, will be starting in 6th position. Drivers now making their way out onto the grid now. Stavros Athanasopoulos on row number 4 in 7th from Chris Thomas. Row number 8, we will see Scott Clean there as well, and Reg Hayward, who ran really well in Heat 1 from Ollie Goodyear, Rob Simpson, Elliot Kennedy, Liam Ferguson, Scott Clee, Rob Ellis and Sean Rudge on row number 8. Then row number 9, Daniel Walker and 197 of Sam Yaxley, Ben Hitch, Colin Walker, Rob Church, Mark Hennings on row 11, David Williams and Johnny Kent in 24th position, the final cart, as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. The pack being drawn almost to a walking pace as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner before they come screaming over the line. And the final heat is about to get underway. We're through to the Rotax B final next, but this is the final heat now. Rotax 177 is about to get underway. Dan Wright and Josh Howard will lead the pack away almost to a crawl as they make their way out of Kimbolton Corner and looking to explode off the line. Here we go. And the final heat getting underway. Rotax 177s charging into the first corner. And you can see the pack really bunched up there at the first corner, so it does spread them out a bit as they make their way through to the first corner, charging through. I've got a spinner at the back, but everyone else seems to have got through okay. But very good start there from Dan Wright and Josh Howard.
That was a mega start from the front two there. Really slowed it down. And all of a sudden, just clicking a finger, they went and managed to get a pretty decent gap, of course. Leader Dan Wright absolutely floored it and managed to get out of the way. As the rest of the pack, David German having a little jump over the grass as they came through down Weldon. Reg Hayward's trying to get involved. Alex Jones going to the inside of one of the CHDD carts. Great to see their name back out. It's been quite a while for them as they head down. The yellow flag into turn one, so no overtaking is allowed. So they'll all slot into the positions they were originally and keep on going. Green flag's now out, and a great start by, my apologies, wasn't Dan Wright, it was Josh Howard, the number 9 cart. Of course, he exceeded 9th in the British Karting Championships. And the yellow flags, I think, should be coming in now. Yes, they are. So the yellow flags are in at turn 1. So the track is fully clear, and we can continue racing. And, well, what great racing there's going to be. Look at Reg Hayward. Proper dummy to the inside, and the opponent there could not do anything about it on the exit.
That was Jack Taylor who lost the position there, who's been on good form today so far, but Reg Hayward looking very strong in the first Rotax 177 heat, has already fought his way through into the top 5. Liam Ferguson on the charge as well. He's moved up to 8th position, one of the front runners from heat number 1, but Josh Howard with that brilliant start, just starting to pull away, the gap going up to 1.8 seconds at the start, as we focus on this great battle here developing between the number 8, Jack Taylor, Chris Thomas. Taylor with that very distinctive Golf Porsche inspired GT40 as well, inspired helmet from Le Mans, iconic orange and sky blue livery there, very easy to pick out in the crowd as he makes his way through. So Jack Taylor's still there, but losing momentarily to Dan Wright, who's still there in 5th place, and Chris Thomas. They're having a very fierce battle as Thomas has a look down the inside, forces the gap and makes his way through. Neat move there from the number 56 of Chris Thomas as down the inside. More action here as another great move there from Reg Hayward, who makes up the position, goes down the inside of Alex Jones. Hayward now in 3rd. He's going to try and fight for 2nd place here, and he needs to get past Oliver Smith as quickly as possible if he's going to have any chance of catching up with the leader Josh Howard, who already is pulling away. Oh, and look at that. Smith fighting all he can. He's compromised himself going into Kimbolton Corner though. So Reg Hayward in 2nd place, and he's been on good form today. He needs to defend this corner. He's going to, smart move there. Very good driving from Reg Hayward. Lets Oliver Smith have the corner, but he knew he could get the switch back. And Reg Hayward, who looked very competitive in the first heat, is 3.5 seconds down on the leader Josh Howard. Is there going to be enough time for him to close the gap?
It's going to be a tight one, but I think that was the perfect explanation of a love tap into a corner. But these guys, they're having the greatest time of their life. They're enjoying it. That's all that matters. Chris Thomas making the move down the inside, and looks like, I got very close there. Looks like Jack Taylor having a look on, I think that was Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith losing out big time. Couldn't get that one done. Going to try and have another go into turn 1. Liam Ferguson's here as well. And, I was looking at the history, actually, of the championships. And what a time Liam Ferguson's had around here. He's won multiple senior Rotax championships and multiple 177 championships. It's very impressive to see. And a pure legend, I say, around this circuit as well. But look out for Alex Jones, who's trying to just get the power down. But look at Thomas, really closing in. But as you say at the front, 3.5 seconds is a gap. Oh, Thomas going for the move on Alex Jones. Get that one done. Yes, he does. Now, what's the gap? Is it going to close? Yes. Reg Hayward, fastest lap of the race. 41.34. Now he's lapping 2 tenths quicker than Josh Howard. The gap, I have to say, 3 seconds. Oh, well, it's going to be a bit close. Let's see if he can close that one in.
Yeah, he's not giving this one up. He's lapping considerably faster than Josh Howard by karting standards, I would say. The gap reduced there by nearly 4 tenths on the previous couple of laps there, so he really is starting to chip away in that lead. Reg Hayward now clear in second place, but was there too much time spent in that battle? Could he not get through quickly enough? But he's still pushing, and the leader going over the line. He's going to keep an eye on the lap charts as they make their way through. So Josh Howard still leads, and the gap goes down yet further. Just under 3 seconds now between Howard and Hayward. Less than 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. So time is on Josh Howard's side here for the race leader, as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Hayward still charging in second, then Chris Thomas in third, Alex Jones, Oliver Smith, Liam Ferguson and Ollie Goodyear. So Ferguson, the experienced hand here, number 165, keeping the pressure on, knows this Kimbolton circuit extremely well, and now trying to find his way past the that'll be Alex Jones and Oliver Smith. There is a technical flag further down the field for Dan Walker, who's currently in 18th position. That's the look at that. Ferguson having a real go there.
Liam Ferguson, although with all the history, still trying to make moves that I don't think would have worked out, but he still had a little punt at it. Ollie Goodyear's trying to have a little go at Liam Ferguson as well as they come through into Derek's corner now. Will Ferguson have a look to the inside? Oh, that's a brilliant move, and that's on the inside of Oliver Smith, and he gets that move done pretty smooth sailing. Now he's going to try and chase down Alex Jones, one of his good buddies, so he's going to see if he can get that one done. But I say Liam Ferguson, a decade-written racer around here, and pretty impressive to see all of his history. Ollie Goodyear on the inside as well.
It's going to be
seconds. Okay, you're doing your maths.
It's going to be tight on the last lap flag here. We just saw Josh Howard crossing the line with 41 seconds on the clock, so whether he'll go through another lap at the end of this, at the end of the 7 minutes, the last lap board comes out next time the leader crosses the line. So if he goes through with 1 second left on the clock, then he could be going round for another lap, which would certainly benefit Reg Hayward, although at the moment it looks like Howard has responded to the pressure at the front of the field as the rest of the top 10 charging through. There's the 133 of Oliver Smith, who now drops to 8th place in this very close battle, but this could still go either way. And the last lap board goes out just in time there, you would say, for Josh Howard, who leads the race 3.32 seconds at the moment. So Howard at the moment has got the things under control here as the rest of the top 10 go charging through the willows. But at the moment looking like a very good race for this guy here, number 9, Josh Howard.
Well, that's one less lap of wiping the sweat off his face, because he's really been putting the laps in. Very, very consistent is the number 9, Josh Howard. And, well, what a drive he has had round the final corner. I have to say, a very dominant 3.5 seconds, and it's going to be a very nice victory to head into the finals. Coming up, Reg Hayward in second place, and it's going to be Chris Thomas who rounds out your top 3. Alex Jones from Liam Ferguson and Ollie Goodyear. Then it was Jack Taylor and Sean Rudge from Oliver Smith and Ben Hitch. Then it was Dan Wright and Rob Simpson from Sam Yaxley and Scott Clee. Rob Ellis from David German. David German having a really rough one, who started in 4th all the way down to 16th, and then came the rest of the pack. Rob Church and Colin Walker and Mark Hennings will be your last one to finish on the road. We also lost Elliot Kennedy, Stavros, Dan Walker, Johnny Kent, and Dave Williams didn't start the race. So a few retirees in that one, which always isn't nice to see. But as to say, Josh Howard, a very, very nice way to end the heats. And it's time to go for some finals.
Yeah, we are.
Final time.
That's it, the final time in 2025. The Junior Rotax B final will kick things off. A final will be our final race today, later on this afternoon. But the B final is about to get underway. Not only is this a final in itself, but also acts as a repechage for drivers who have failed to make the A final. Top 4 drivers in the Junior Rotax B final will progress to the A final. And remember, Because of the stoppages earlier on today, we are a little bit behind schedule now, so the finals have been shortened, and these will be scheduled for just 6 minutes plus 1 lap. So in reality, that's about 2, possibly 3 laps less in the final as well, for all finals, I hasten to add, which means that they certainly a good start is vital. Can't afford any kind of a mistake, and it'll put a lot of pressure on these drivers as they head towards the B final, not only for the victory but those all-important top 4 spots. It'll be Zane Perry, number 25, that leads them away from Matthew So, Oscar Keane and Daniel Butcher on row number 2, George Phillips and Theo Hamilton on row 3, Oliver Barton, Christian Kehoff on row number 4, and on the 5th row of the grid is the number 89 of Peter Lee from Bow Winslade, George Johnson and Joseph Berkery on row number 6, Jackson Heath and Sebastian Geldenhuys on row number 7, Jack Causer and Hugh Phillips on row number 8, row number 9, Noah Moulton, Archie Ray Watson, and the final 2 drivers out in the B final, Zoe Cattet and Agasta Silaka, rounding out the field. So there's 1 or 2, as always when there's a B final, there's 1 or 2 drivers in this final now that usually would expect to be shoo-ins for the A final, but have had some bad luck and find themselves in here. But there's no buys, there's no guarantees here. They've got to fight their way to get into those all-important top 4, and with only 6 minutes plus 1 lap.
That was Jack Corser. Jack Corser going straight off. That was coming out of the Dan Weldon complex.
Corner, yeah. So
Jack Corser straight off the circuit. I don't know what on earth went wrong with that kart.
He's well and truly in the grass, so we're going to carry on here by the looks of things. The drivers are making their way into the final corner. The kart is well and truly off. It's well and truly in the grass bank, so they look like they're going to let this one...
we're going. We're racing. It's finals time, and we're heading down into turn 1. Watch out for the 2 Jack Dex carts. Matthew So's trying to get one in. Oh, a couple of drivers going off. Oscar Keane going straight off in the middle of the circuit as well. A couple of drivers having a little spin. Noel Moulton trying to find his way through. One driver into the barrier on the entry to turn 1. And, well, I think they might be able to carry on this one going. Oh, a couple of drivers spinning yet again. And, well, there's going to be a big queue of drivers. Theo Hamilton's trying to find his way back onto the circuit, but they'll all come round. Finally, I think they've all managed to sneak their way through. One of the Dan Holland karts into 3rd place.
Daniel Butcher then emerges in the lead.
Butcher, very good start by Dan Butcher, up from 4th into the lead. And one of the Jack Dex Racing carts as well, having a good start as well. Matthew So losing a couple spots now. Yellow flags into turn 1, so no overtaking yet again, and it drops to 5 minutes plus a lap. Now there's plenty of time to get these overtakes done, but you've got to be nice and steady. Remember, the top 4 in this race head into the finals. If you're below the top 4, that's it.
Great opportunity here for Peter Lee, who's moved up to 2nd place, number 89, making up 7 places, going full defensive there, as we saw the 62 George Phillips desperately trying to find a way through, but comes off worse and has to try and regroup and fight again. But Peter Lee, who started in 9th position, so he had a bit of work to do to try and get into those all-important top 4 positions, is currently sitting nicely in 2nd place with only 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Daniel Butcher now clear in front. That's exactly where he wants to be, with a 1.7 second gap. Whether there's debris or something on the first corner, there's no carts from what we can see here on the first corner that are stationary, so I can only assume there, Charlie, that there's some kind of debris or some sort of something on the track that requires attention.
Well, I'm just noticing the marshal still over there at the barrier, so I wonder if there's still just a little bit more barrier damage that needs to be moved. But the battle you want to watch on your screens at the moment is right here. Watch that number 50. That is Matthew So. Now he's into 3rd. George Phillips is in 4th. So Phillips has the last spot on this final. He just needs to hold on to it now. Of course, great drive by the 2nd place man. Of course, Peter Lee, who is doing a good job. You need to watch out for the guy in 5th, who's got the red helmet, the red suit as well, and that blue and red card. That's Zane Perry, the number 25. Now, the number 25 needs to close this gap down. And, well, this is interesting. The battles are going on for 3rd place now. They don't need to do this. The top 4 will make their way into the final. That is what you need to focus on, instead of, well, there's no points that's going to be collected from this race. It's all about position. And, well, I don't think Matthew So... Well, I say that, Is it a tactical move? They are teammates.
Possibly, yeah. It's a dangerous tactic to make here, try and back up the driver into the chasing Zane Perry here as they make their way through.
And Noah Moulton's closing in as well.
Moulton getting involved as well. He's made up 11 positions, the number 51. So at the moment, barring any real trouble, Daniel Butcher looking quite comfortable at the front of the field, leading by 2.7 seconds. There he goes, just out of vision. But all of the action here is now for these vital qualifying spaces for the A final. And only 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. Peter Lee, Matthew So, the 62 of Phillips, sitting on the bubble at the moment in 4th place. But then, well and truly involved here are Zane Perry and the 51 of Noah Moulton, who's made up an incredible 11 positions, done very well indeed. As down the inside goes George Phillips and relegates So to the bubble now. So fighting back, though, as they make their way over the line. And Matthew So guarding the inside line. This is going to back everyone together with all this defensive driving. Oh, and look at that.
It's left George Phillips vulnerable, and look at Perry trying to go on the inside. Oh, I got very close.
Noah Moulton didn't need to be asked twice there as he sneaks through, and he'll be in 3rd place.
Superb stuff. Matthew So really on the defensive now. This is mega racing. Of course, 2nd place now. Peter Lee slowly starting to drive off. But the guys we need to watch out for, of course, Noah Moulton now has the final spot in the final. And all problems there, issue there for Peter Lee. And look what it's done. It's really pushed everyone around 3 wide. And Moulton's lost out on his spot. And that's moved Zane Perry up as well. What on earth is going on in this race?
Peter Lee, I think, drifted wide onto the grass. And that's bunched everyone together. Matthew So is the beneficiary there, who now goes through into a clear 2nd place. Daniel Butcher, there he goes. Brief glance at the leader. He'll be unaware of all this. He will love this. He leads now by an incredible 5 seconds, and everyone else scrapping for position. Well, Matthew So clearing away momentarily. Now, this is going to be great here because 3rd and 4th are heading off a whole train of drivers. And I think here, Charlie, anybody down to about 10th position, I would say, could feasibly get into the final here.
The last person in this battle at the moment is an 11th, Zoe Catet. Someone to watch out for. Noah Moulton is trying to go around the outside. It's going to cut to the inside. That gives the momentum. Can he get this one done? Now, the driver who's in 4th at the moment is Zane Perry. On your screens at the moment, he's that red helmet. Well, the sort of Charles Leclerc-esque helmet. That's the man we need to watch out for. 25 once again. Now, of course, the Dan Holland racing car of Peter Lee, he's in 5th now. He is losing out on this spot. Of course, everyone else behind is also losing out.
I'll tell you what drive to look out for here as well in this pack is actually the number 67 of Zoe Catet, who started right at the back of the field, and she's moved up to, well, she was in 9th. I think she's 7th now. And depending on how things go here, if these slots start fighting, she could yet make the final from the back of the grid. It'll be a tall order, but she could yet
Butcher's in this race. I forgot all about
him.
Here
we are. He's almost had time to buy karting stand. He's almost had time to stop for a beer, I think, and still win the race. He's absolutely
Junior's having a beer.
Oh, that's happened in motocross.
I'll let you go with it then. Dan Butcher then. What a drive he's had. 5.5 seconds lead. And Matthew So in 2nd place. George Phillips rounding out your top 3. But it's all about that final spot. And at the moment, it's going to Zane Perry. Now, I'm hoping we can cut back to the battle for 4th place shortly, because it is still looking very, very tight. Perry's still holding on for it for the time being. Of course, still in 5th is Peter Lee. This is the last lap of the race now. So, at the moment, Dan Butcher, if he can hold on for one more lap, he's going to take victory. This will put him in P31 or P30 when it comes to the final spot. Of course, the 2nd place, but we'll go through as well with Matthew So. George Phillips will go through as well. And a move for 4th.
4th place
Peter
Lee
at
the moment. So,
Peter Lee is into 4th place. And now he sits on the final spot into the A final. But now we're going to watch the rest of the pack come through. But at the front, Daniel Butcher with an amazing drive, nearly 6 seconds adrift. We'll take it, but we need to watch for 4th place, because off the camera it's all kicking off, and I think Oscar Key's got to 4th. Unbelievable. Watch them come through. 2nd and 3rd for Phillips.
37.
It's Oscar Keane.
Yeah, by the slenderest of margins there. Well, there he goes, and he effectively, that's winning the last place in the final. What delight for Keane, a bit of a punching of steering wheels a bit further back there with an opportunity lost, but what a race that was to the end there. Peter Lee then is the unlucky driver to miss out. Zane Perry, Noah Moulton and Zoe Catet, both those drivers a bit unlucky. They did very well And perhaps with a little bit more luck their way, both Noah Moulton and Zoe Katic could potentially have got into the A final despite starting at the back of the field. So fantastic racing, though.
It seems to be the only race where you actually want to focus on fourth place besides any other spot. But that was superb stuff, and Oscar Keane just nipping it at the very end. Of course, these are provisional. We still have post-race checks to go through, front fairings, whatnot's going on.
The B finals, the Premier League of karting, in the sense that everyone's focused on the top four above everything else.
100%. And I think some free kicks and some offside moments may have been called.
Here we go. So we're moving on to our cadet finals, starting with the MicroMax, and we'll have a look at the grid as they make their way out onto the circuit. Jayan Prakash will start from pole from Jensen Darlow, Arlo Gamble and Hendrix Verlat on row 2. Oliver Woodall, Wraith Owen on row number 3, Kai Shuri and Noah Wicklow on row number 4. Row number 5 is Zach Andrew from Mason Munster, Caden Hanley and Archie Gupta on row 6, Lana Eden, Jonah Allen on row number 7, Jackson Foots and Arthur Bowers on row number 8 in this 16-driver final.
This is going to be exciting then. Of course, Prakash, what a drive he's had so far. Superb racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight one here, isn't it, Charlie? Because Jayan Prakash, I would say, on balance, has been about the fastest driver today, but certainly Jensen Darlow, Arlo Gamble, Hendrix Verlat, Oliver Woodall, even Wraith Owen, I would say, have all asked questions of him, so this could potentially be wide open.
To be honest, I think anyone inside the top 10 has a good opportunity. I mean, we've seen Hendrix Verlat. What a race he's had so far this weekend. Now we're going to get Grace in. Yes, we are. Down to turn 1, and I think Darlow moving straight over to the outside line. That's really messed up his line. Watch out for Verlat. Nearly 4 wide as he enters into turn 1. Prakash runs wide, and it's going to open up an opportunity. Arthur Bowers going into a spin, and that is not the way he would have wanted to start his week, his final race. But a couple of drivers spinning, a couple of drivers still making contact all over the grass. But the Sam Pollitt Racing squad have had a brilliant start, leading the way, the top 2, and Prakash there in second place. Looks like Arlo Gamble into the lead of the race.
So those top 2 really do need to work together now. They've had a good opening half lap here. Here they come down towards the final 2 corners, and it is the number 72 of Arlo Gamble that leads away. Jayan Prakash right on his tail here. And you would have to say these two would be well versed here to put some good pace in here, not fight for the lead in these early couple of laps and then just fight over the last couple, because they have got a small advantage. Wraith Owen, Hendrix Verlat, Kai Shuri, Zach Andrews, 6th place. So most of the front runners, you would say, have got away very well here. Arlo Gamble, who has looked threatening throughout the weekend and today has been on top form and now looking to try and stake his claim, but you can't write off Jayan Prakash, who I would say on balance, the number 44 has been the on form, the top driver in this class today, but certainly has been a close call. And well, Gamble just trying to break away. Prakash has a quick glance over the shoulder. You can see that Wraith Owen and Hendrix Verlat are not too far behind here. So what's Prakash going to do here? Is he going to try and go for the lead, or I think he'd be well versed here just for a couple of laps here to sit on the back of the number 72 and to try and break away?
Yeah, there's no point having a scrap just yet. I mean, he has got to play the bigger picture of these 2 behind him. Of course, Wraith Owen. We haven't really spoken about Wraith Owen. Oh, moved for the lead. Oh, I got very close between Prakash. He had momentum. He had a look, but I don't think was just not enough alongside to get past Gamble.
I think Hendrix Verlat is just sitting on the back of Wraith Owen, just allowing himself to get pulled along here, because Owen's got some nice lines here, the number 31. And naturally is starting to close up on Prakash and Gamble at the front here. So we are very quickly turning this now into a 4-driver fight for the lead. There you see the back of the field there, Hendrix Verlat with that very distinctive Nigel Mansell helmet. The top 4 have now broke away. They've got about a second between 4th and 5th.
Second place.
Yeah, it's a fight there. That's Wraith Owen then into second place. So MicroMax final. Remember, only 6 minutes plus 1 lap, so we're all almost halfway into the race here, plus the additional final lap. And this one potentially is going to get wide open. And if these 4 start scrapping heavily, I would say the rest of the top 10 are not too far behind. So this has got every possibility of going wide open. Oh, was down the inside. Lovely little move there from Wraith Owen. Sneaking down the inside into Derek's corner. Gamble tries to fight back, but at the moment Owens has just about done enough to hold on to the lead. The top 4 well and truly in this one now. And look behind there. Rest of the top 10 not too far behind. Zach Andrew, Jensen Darlow, Noah Wicklow, Kai Shuri, Mason Munster. And as I say, if these 4 start battling aggressively for position, then the rest of the top 10 could well be in this one for the final for the victory.
This is going to get interesting. Rafe Owen, for the first time this weekend, leads the way, but look for second place. Sam Porter driver switch positions, and Hendrix Fallout's going for third place. Can he get that one done? Yes, he can.
Yeah, he's done it.
Very good.
Prakash into second as well.
Very smooth driving from these front runners, and Fallout is thinking straight about the lead and goes straight to second place. He has got some work to do now. Of course, fastest man out there at the moment, and he has got to put the power down now. But he's also got to work with the boys behind him, because that's the only way he's going to be able to close in to Rafe Owen. He's just a bit too far out. Oh, nearly making contact there with teammates. That's the number one rule of motorsport. Prakash running wide. And, well, this is not the strategy that this team would have wanted.
Yeah, Prakash, I think, compromised himself going through Kestrel Corner with that aggressive defence, went off the circuit, and now that's letting the top two just start to pull away, as again you see Gamble nipping down the inside of Prakash. Rafe Owen with that great move into Derek's corner a couple of laps ago. That's enough for him to control the race so far, but Hendrix Verlat is not giving up in second place. And the good news for Verlat at the moment is the teammates Jan Prakash and Arlo Gamble are fighting for third place, and this is allowing Verlat to pull away in second place now. So here we are, the battle for third place again. Oh, you see having a peek down the inside there, the number 72 Gamble trying to find a way through. Prakash urging him on it, let's work together.
Yep, it's the only way they're going to be able to close up on the boys in front. There's no way. I mean, the team orders so far, if there are any team orders, but their team strategy just hasn't worked well. They've just kept battling each other and just letting people drive past like it's no big deal. They've really got to put the work together now, because, I mean, look at Rafe Owen. He's absolutely driven off. He, of course, still has the fastest lap of the race. And, well, he's only lapping 600 quicker than Hendrix Fallop. But, well, will that be enough to close in? Of course, 40 seconds left on the clock, and it's looking pretty set for Rafe Owen. He's got to keep his nose clean for the championship as well. Looking pretty clean for Mason Munzer, but we'll talk a bit more about that when it comes to nearly check a flag. But he looks like he's got that one pretty much sealed. But look at Prakash, he's trying to put the work in. But without the teamwork, I don't think it's going to be easy.
I think that previous lap could be very costly indeed. 17 seconds left on the clock as they cross the line. So next time round will be the last lap of the race. And at the moment, Rafe Owen, that move into Derek's corner early on has been enough for him to take the lead. Hendrix Verlat is not giving this one up, though, in second place. The gap is around 7/10 of a second. They're pretty much identical on pace. So at the moment, Verlat can't do too much about the leader. But as the pressure heaps up, Rafe Owen, the race leader, can't afford any kind of a mistake here on the last final lap and a half of this final here, because if he makes a mistake, then Verlat would be right in there. But at the moment, Rafe Owen doing very well indeed as he makes his way down towards Kestrel Corner for the penultimate time. Verlat keeping the pressure on. And I would still say that Jan Prakash and Arlo Gamble potentially could get involved in this one if there's any kind of a mistake on the final lap. Here we go, one lap to go. And Rafe Owen closing down on the checkered flag at the moment. Verlat matching him for pace but can't find an opening. And Rafe Owen knows that the chasing pack aren't too far behind, but he's coping with the pressure very well. A bit further behind there in third place, you see still Jan Prakash and Arlo Gamble going wheel to wheel for third place.
This is exciting. Who's going to take that final spot on the podium? Is it going to be Prakash? Is it going to be Gamble as they come through the Dan Weldon complex? But the team strategy hasn't worked, and Gamble's pushed him wide, and they're going to go side by side. That got very close, and Prakash is pushing straight to the grass, saying, no, no, no. But round the final corner, we did not speak a single word about him all weekend long. He just kept to work, and Rafe Owen will take victory here in MicroMax. Fallat to second place, and Prakash rounding out your top three. But there's a very special boy who's about to come round and down the start-finish straight. In 2023 it was Jensen Sale, in 24 it was Finley Beals, and this year it's going to be Mason Munzer who will take the crown in MicroMax. A very deserved victory and a very deserved championship. Rafe Owen wins on the circuit. It takes the victory in the final round of the championship, but Mason Munzer is champion.
Yeah, brilliant driving there from Mason Munzer, doing enough there to bring it home in 7th place. And a fantastic finals victory today for Rafe Owen, who has been there or thereabouts all weekend and timed it to perfection in the final to bring it home and take the final victory in 2026. So we move on now to the Mini Inters, who are on the dummy grid right now. And this is another one that promises to be, on paper, I'd say here, potentially a very closely fought final. Austin Oman, number 6, will be the first driver away for the Mini Inters final. Rian Townsend sharing the front row with him in second place. Otis Cleary and Jensen Sale third and fourth. Jacob Underhill, Jack Paul McCarmer on row number 3. Lewis Herbertson and George Quinlan on row number 4. Eddie Duncan and Teddy Murphy just a little bit further behind. So Austin Oman and Rian Townsend first and second on the grid. In particular, 2 drivers who have looked very competitive indeed in this class today in the heat races. And like we say, we've got Otis Cleary, Jensen Snell and Jacob Underhill, Jack Fulbrook-Armour, all with a possibility as well. But Austin Oman and Rian Townsend head-to-head on the first row of the grid, and this promises to be a very closely fought final.
It's going to be a lot championship-wise for Townsend to take this one. Herbertson leads with about a 50-point gap at the moment, so it's going to be a retiree needed from Herbertson. Are we going to get racing for the first time asking? No, we aren't. We're going to go round once again. And what's been a brilliant year for the Mini Interclass. Such expiring drivers coming through the field. Of course, Rian Townsend, one to watch for as well. Here's another look through the grid as well. Austin Oman, as I said, 6th in the British Championship. He will start from the pole spot. And a man who has won at the front in the European stages has all the work cut out for him. Elliot Bork, another driver who came through the Honda Cadet route. He's now into the Mini Inter Series and is definitely putting up a fight. Top 10 for Teddy Murphy as well. Always great to see. Work cut out for Noah Hammond, who needs to drive and work his way through. But let's see if we can get this one going for the second time of asking.
Here we go then. Mini Inters making their way down towards Kimbolton corner, bringing it down almost to walking pace here. Austin Oman on the inside line, Rian Townsend on the outside as they make their way out to the final corner. This looks better as they charge over the line, making their way down to the first corner. Oman and Townsend side by side into the first corner. Oh, and Townsend almost outbraked himself there, and that has allowed Otis Cleary to sneak down the inside. Both the front 2 drivers very aggressive into the first corner. And Otis Cleary, brilliant move from him, saw half a gap and sneaks through into the lead. So it looks like Oman and Townsend have both recovered well. They both stay at the front of the field. But nice little move there from Otis Cleary, who jumps to the front at the beginning of this final.
A brilliant drive so far from Otis Cleary, but the work is not done. Well, it's barely even started for Otis Cleary. He has got to really get the laps in now whilst they still matter. It's always about getting away in these opening laps here, because that's when all the battle is happening. Townsend there in 3rd place. Now at the moment he's 6th second in the championship, 50 points off Lewis Herbertson. Herbertson still there in 6th, could be 7th place where he's sitting right now. That would be enough for the championship. And of course this was the same championship that 12 months ago went down to the wire with Max Wheatley, with Jensen Sale, who is still in this race. He's in 5th place at the moment, lost out of being in the championship fight, but will hopefully try and go for it next year. But Townsend has cut his work cut out for him. He needs to try and close down on these 2. I think for Townsend here, the best thing he can do is just win the race and see where Herbertson finishes. But it's going to be a big thing.
Herbertson
to try and change
still
it.
well placed in 7th position here. Otis Cleary getting the jump on the field in the first corner at the start of this final, now trying to clear away and maintain, battling from the front here. He's not interested in guarding the corners or blocking his position. He's just trying to out-drag everyone with sheer pace. Fastest lap of the race, 44.31. So Cleary charging away here. Austin Oman and Rian Townsend, both of whom struggled on the first corner, but still handily placed in 2nd and 3rd, and still number 34, Jacob Underhill, right in there. Jensen Sale, Elliot Bork, and the 53, the champion-elect, Lewis Herbertson, currently in 7th place as Townsend just starting to have a peek on the inside there of Austin Oman. And Rian Townsend here, what's crucial for him, he can't afford to be too aggressive going for the overtake on Oman if he does decide to go for the pass. Townsend with the fastest lap of the race, 44.07. The leading group of drivers very closely poised here, 1 second covering the top 5 at this stage, so it's still wide open. Otis Cleary trying to control the race from the front. As you can see, nice sunny day here at Kimbolton, but the sun is getting lower, and that's going to make things a bit more difficult for the drivers. You can see they're pretty much all wearing those mirror smoke visors. That was a bit of a banging your wheels. I think that was Lewis Herbertson there, so he's got to be careful as they make their way down towards the Bolton corner. Once again, you can see that low sun, the drivers with those mirrored visors, but even with those, it's still going to be difficult in places as the race leader, Otis Cleary, looks to guard his lead. Austin Amman now starting to ask questions, though, of the race leader as they make their way through Stowe Corner. Once again, flying through the willows. 2:47 plus 1 lap remaining on the clock. Now, these are, although this is very much a youth category, these are all very experienced drivers, and they know that they can't afford to be too rash when going for the lead. They're all settling in quite nicely here. Otis Cleary leads the race, but Otis Cleary and Ryan Townsend in particular are very well placed in second and third, and hanging on in there as well is Jacob Underhill. All four of these drivers still very well poised to go for victory here. Austin Amman just keeping that pressure on, though, as they cross the line. Here they come down towards Stowe Corner. Now it's Amman's turn to have a go on the inside. Oh, and you can see the kart scrabbling for grip. He's going to struggle to hold on to that one. And Otis Cleary down the inside. So there we see, once again, it's a cool day here at Bolton, and the grip not always there.
We're watching a great drive here between three front runners, not just in the British stage, but the European stage as well. And a great drive by Jacob Underhill as well, who's there in fourth place. He's going to try and find a way through. He's racing for the Jack Dex Racing squad. And all them years ago, a Jack Dex Racing kart won the Mini-Max Championship. Look at the lead change on the inside. Austin Amman and Townsend had a look as well, but lost a big amount of momentum, and that's going to ruin his run. But look at the inside, Otis Cleary. Austin Amman's trying to find around the outside, cut back to the inside. Can he get that one done? Yes, he can. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and Oman is back into the lead of the race, or is he? Because Cleary tries to fight one back, but Oman keeps it there, keeps it grounded. That's the drive of a champion. Jensen Sale there, of course, lost out last year to the championship. Isn't there in the championship fight this year, but would have wanted to be there. But Townsend, he's holding on to second place in the championship. Herbertson is still on circuit, still up high, and he is, well, he's in seventh place at the moment. He's looking set for the championship. And what a drive it's been, coming down to the very last race.
Yeah, Austin Amman here, you can see the kart, he's on the ragged edge, going into using all the grip he can, going into the first corner, very quick through there, as Otis Cleary is not giving this one up. 34 seconds on the clock. Don't forget, of course, these finals are a bit short this afternoon because of the stoppages earlier on, so time is at a premium here for the drivers as we make our way down towards the final lap. It's going to be tight here, 20 seconds on the clock any moment now as to how long we have left in this race. The number 40 there, Jensen Sale, could still get involved in this one as they make their way down to the final corner. Amman a bit defensive there as he makes his way to Bolton corner, and there you see parking the kart in the apex. Oh, a bit of a nudge there from Cleary as he backed into him, and they cross the line with 4 seconds on the clock. Oh, was Amman guarding all he can, and Cleary hangs on, but look at Ryan Townsend down the inside, rear breast going through into the willows, and Cleary now back into the lead as Amman drops to fourth place. So here they come back to Derek's corner, and with these drivers fighting now, it's brought everyone into it. Jensen Sale getting involved, and Jacob Underhill has now moved into second place, so 1.5 laps to go. There is a warning flag here for Otis Cleary, so he's got to be careful, but 1 lap to go, and still the final is wide open.
Warning flag, yeah, I wonder why. That was amazing racing going through that lap, and now it's 1 lap to go, and it's a 5-kart train for the win. It could be Jacob Underhill after all of this as they head into turn 1. Otis Cleary just needs to put the laps in now through Willow section, but of course Lewis Herbertson in the back of this pack is the man we need to watch out for at the end of this race. Townsend tried all he could. Oman's going to look for third place, but Townsend tried all he could, but 50 points just wasn't enough provisionally as they come round the final couple of corners now. Otis Cleary is looking set to take this one through Kestrel corner and into the final corner for the mini interseason. It's Otis Cleary who's going to take it on the circuit. Jacob Underhill in second place, and Ryan Townsend was second place in the championship, because that man right there, Lewis Herbertson, takes the championship by just 50 points. In 2023 it was Jaden Sherwood, then it was Max Wheatley, and then in this year it goes to Lewis Herbertson. What a drive from the number 53 all year long, but Otis Cleary brought that home in fine fashion.
Yeah, very good racing there from Otis Cleary to fight his way through and take the victory after a lot of pressure from Austin Oman, who was a bit unlucky in the end to finish in 4th place, Ian Townsend 3rd, and Jacob Underhill fighting his way through to 2nd place, although I would say at this stage Otis Cleary is under investigation. He had the warning flag earlier, so they'll have a look at that in a bit more detail. But provisionally, at least at this stage, Otis Cleary, the finals winner today, Lewis Herbertson, the new champion. As we move on to our next final of the day, it's the Honda 200s who are about to get underway. Race number 21 out of 26 at our final meeting of 2025. Green flag is about to go out as we look at what potentially could be another very closely fought, one of the cadet classes here, one of the very closely fought Honda 200s potentially here. I think we've got Keane Delaney, number 91, on pole position from Dino Rowlands, making up the front row of the grid. Mason Becker and trouble there though for somebody.
That's Delaney.
Delaney stalled the machine.
Oh no,
Let's have a look and see what he does there. So Keane Delaney, if he can get going, is the provisional pole sitter, although everyone's streaming away. Dino Rowlands, Mason Becker, Soy Henderson on row 2, Marcus Cooper, Jensen Culler, Alistair Saunders, Phoebe Shelton, George Teach, George Lilly, Archie Edgar, Harrison Maxwell, Harry Search, George Pickett, Mason O'Connor, Finn Hollis, Zach Squire, James Windsor and Connor Ratter. But the drama has already started. There is your grid. Keane Delaney on your graphics there is the driver in pole position, but he's for whatever reason lost the engine at the start as he made his way out onto the grid, and from what I can see, I didn't see him go onto the track. So drama starting in this Honda 200's final before they even take to the checkered flag, or the start flag I should say. Well, Dino Rowlands then, provision will lead them away. Here we go. 52 is going to be another wave round, is there? Yep, so we're going to call them round once again. I didn't see Delaney go onto the track. Now, if he can rejoin now, if he's got the kart going, of course, could he take his way back to pole position?
Effectively, yes, because they've not technically started the race. But I don't see him coming out.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either. Yeah,
and when he gets to about halfway around the circuit, there is no way he's going to be able to close that gap in. And yeah,
somebody else goes off onto the grass. That
one of
is
the Project One drivers.
72, I think.
Might be Harrison Maxwell.
Oh, George Pickett. That would be if it's 72.
So not the most ideal situation, but he's back on the road.
I haven't seen Delaney. He has lost the engine just as he went out of the formation grid. So early drama. That's a real shame for him.
Frustration, because what a year he's had ever since coming to the series. Really, really strong driver. So Soy Henderson looking set to take the championship home. He just needs to finish this race, and it should be enough, and what will seal the deal of a 2-year season of Thea Hamilton being champion in 2023-2024. Oliver Behrman years ago once contested for the championship and couldn't get it done. Well, they're going to go racing for the second time. Yes, they are. Down into turn 1, and Rowlands is on the inside. Mason Becker trying to move over to the outside, and they're going to single file themselves through turn 1. Watch out for Marcus Cooper and a spinner a bit further behind. That looked like George Pickett, it might have been, who had a few troubles
look at this
going
down
through.
the inside. I think Soy Henderson having a peek on the inside, looking to take the championship with a victory.
Rowlands.
Rowlands fighting back though as he makes his way through the bus stop chicane. This is backing everyone together, so a very close start. Don't forget, of course, only 6 minutes plus 1 lap in the finals today. So everyone's got to get a good start in and get up with this leading group of drivers. 6 drivers getting away at the front of the field here. We have lost Keane Delaney before the race even started, with evidently some kind of mechanical trouble. Down the inside goes Mason Becker, and this is about the third leader in about 3 corners. Very fast, furious start to this Honda 200 final. Over the line they go. Top 6 covered by less than a second. Mason Becker, Dino Rowlands,
almost
Henderson,
Cooper.
Cooper is down there as well.
Cooper into a spin, which is very, very frustrating, saying what a weekend he was having. one of his best weekends so far, it has to be said. So definitely something to take home at the end of this weekend. But just one small mistake, and it's lost him quite a big opportunity. He was on for the podium there after going nearly 3 wide as they head into Dan Weldon. That's right, Archie Edgar getting involved there. Now Becker once again leading the way, and we've said this multiple times throughout this year because, Baker's been consistently at the front end of this field. Rowlands there in second place. Now we know Rowlands is just going to be quite patient about everything. Just wait for that opportunity to come around. Will it be now as they head down into turn 1? He's just going to stick behind, think better of it. Although it is 6 minutes plus a lap, it can take forever.
Yeah, it's one of these things where still feels like a long way to go in this race for those guys at the front here, especially for Mason Becker, who, credit to him here though, he's not, the risk would be here to be too defensive and guard that lead by blocking the apexes, which would make him very difficult to pass, but it would also mean that he doesn't get any pace, he can't pull away from anybody and risks backing himself into the rest of the pack. So Becker at the moment running his own race here, making Daniel Rowlands work and follow his lines as he goes sweeping through the Kestrel corner into Kimbolton once again. And as you can see, Rowlands not quite close enough to go for a pass here as they make their way out of Kimbolton corner, which means that Becker has got the advantage as they cross the line. Becker with the fastest lap of the race, 48.7, quarter of a second between the top two. And at the moment for these two drivers, at least they have got a cushion now between them and the third place Sawyer Henderson, who is around 1.2 seconds behind the second place driver. Henderson holding off Harrison Maxwell, George Pickett, Jensen Culler, Harry Search, Archie Edgar, Mason O'Connor and Phoebe Shelton, who make out the top 10 in this final. But at the moment it's turning into a two-way battle here between Dana Rowlands and Mason Becker. And as we say, it is a shorter final, but Rowlands, I think, playing his cool here. He's not going for any dives down the inside just yet. And will he line him up into Kimbolton corner? Let's have a look. No, he stays there. He's just biding his time. He'll see the clock when they go over the line. There is a virtual marshal over the finish line that gives them a rundown of the clock as well, tells them how long they got left in this race. So Rowlands knows that he has got a little bit of time on his side here. He can't afford anything too rash. He just what he wants to do here, Charlie, I think, is make one pass and take the lead. If he's going to make a move, it's got to be passed and gone.
Yep, exactly that. And for that reason, he's going to do it near the end of the race, just so it closes out a bunch of opportunities that Becker can have to fight it back. But then, yet again, that could fall in the other hands. It could go wrong. He couldn't get that. He might not be able to get the move done, and it gives the victory to Becker. It's going to be a close one. But what they have got at the moment is a nice leverage, a nice little gap from Sawyer Henderson in third. So he can make moves, and if it goes wrong, he's got a bit of gap just to stay in second place and think, you know what, right, we can go for another move. But who is that onto the back of Sawyer Henderson? Harrison Maxwell, who we haven't spoken much about. He's on his inside, going for the final spot on the podium, and a first podium it would be for Harrison Maxwell here this year. We haven't seen much of him this year, but this could be someone to watch out for, especially when it comes into next year.
There they are. We just saw the number 60 at the back of the screen there, and he's keeping the pressure on the K-plate holder, Sawyer Henderson. This is great news for the two leaders, of course, because if these two start getting embroiled into a battle for third place, it allows the leaders to pull away. Mason Becker and Dino Rowlands working well together at the moment. No one really racing at the front. The battle now on for third. And all the time it's allowing the top two to pull away. You just saw Henderson there just trying to point down the road, say we need to work together to get back with the leaders. They've got just over 1 minute left on the clock as Henderson makes his way through the Kimbolton corner. Right on his tail still is Harrison Maxwell, and still the leaders working together. No one really going for the pass at the front. Here we go with the battle for third, and you can see Maxwell just hanging on back a little bit there, not going for the dive down the inside. It's very tempting just to dive down the inside going into Stowe corner, but potentially can be quite difficult to make that pass stick because it's a sweeping right-hander out of the tight apex and very easy to go for the cutback here. So let's have a look and let's see if he does anything here. Harrison Maxwell trying to find a way through. Deno Rowland still sitting on the tail of the race leader Mason Becker. Those two working well together so far, very tactically to pull away from the rest of the field. And George Pickett, Harry Search, who set the fastest lap of the race, 47.9, a little bit further behind in sixth position. As again, we see Harrison Maxwell trying to find a way through. Leaders going over the line. We've got 16 seconds on the clock right now as they go through. And there they are, the two race leaders. And still Rowland's just biding his time. He knows that next time around, if he's going to do anything, it's got to be then. So Mason Becker Just holding on to the lead right now. This is all going to... And you can see now Becker just getting a little bit more aggressive, blocking the corners there. So I think this one is going to ramp up, heading towards the final lap of the race.
Rowland straight into the lead then. What will Becker do to fight this one back? Of course, this is the penultimate lap of the race, so he's got to make it count now whenever he does it. Of course, he hasn't got many overtaking opportunities round here, so he's going to have to make this one fast. Feeding the power in nice and steady as they come around the final corner to start the last lap of the race. Now, the battle for the win will come down to Rowlands and Becker, but the battle for third place is still raging on between Henderson and Maxwell, and Henderson sticking right over to the inside line, and Maxwell is pushing his way through, but we need to watch out for this lead battle. Will Becker go for the inside, sticks to the outside, thinks about the over momentum, will he get the cutback manoeuvre going? He has a look, will this be into... Dan Weldon, he's going to go to the outside, try and cut to the inside. No, it won't, so he's going to have two more overtaking opportunities. Now, overtaking to Kestrel is quite hard to do, so he's going to have to make a count on the final corner of the season. Will he go to the cutback manoeuvre? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to take it to the end? It's Rowlands who takes victory. But watch for the third place man, Sawyer Henderson, a record-breaking season. He took his first win not long ago. He took the K-plate, and now he is champion in Honda Cadets. He takes in the same strides of his best friend, Theo Hamilton, who took the championship 2 times on the trot. That record is broken, and Henderson is a new champion. Congratulations to Henderson, and congratulations to Rowlands, both of who have been battling it out all year long.
Yeah, fantastic driving there from Sawyer Henderson to wrap up the title, and good driving there with a bit unlucky there for Becker. He went wide going into Kim Bolton for the cutback, but couldn't quite make it work. But nonetheless, a very closely fought Honda 200 finals. We move on to the KZ UKs. A little bit of a track work taking place as we open up the Amitsu Straight in its entirety for the drivers, and KZ UKs are about to get underway for their final. Like all the other finals, 6 minutes plus 1 lap, so the start, vitally important. Good opening 2 laps to get away from any kind of battling or troubles and then fight to the line. Here's how they line up. It'll be Isaac Smith from Bo Phillips, Lucas Ellingham from Leah Robinson, Hannah Lang and Harry Walsh on row number 3, George Robinson and Kai Springfield on row number 4. And then rounding up the field, we have the 63 of Oliver Harris from James Harvey. Neil Hepworth, who crashed heavily in the first heat, I believe, will be a non-starter. So 10 drivers for the KZ UK final. But as always, high speed and low temperatures making it a tough day for the drivers. They'll go through for another formation lap. It's a standing start for the KZs. And because of the extra power of these karts, these are the fastest karts that we have here today. They need just that little bit more time to get the temperature into the tyres, into the brakes as they make their way through. They run the full length of the Amitsu Straight, and as you remember, it's the only class that has a standing start. And as we saw earlier on today, it's low temperatures out there on the track. The track temperature is very cool, not much grip out there, and that start has got to be absolutely nailed. Too much power, too aggressive on the clutch, and the wheels just spin up. The kart doesn't really go anywhere. I remember in the first heat, Bo Phillips having a lightning start from the second row of the grid when he absolutely timed it to perfection. But, certainly the top 4 on this race, Isaac Smith, Bo Phillips, Lucas Ellingham and Leah Robinson in particular, have both have all threatened for victory. And you can see 1 or 2 late practice starts here coming out of the Kimbolton corner. That's that corner there. It's the closest one to the Kimbolton village. This track sits between the villages of Stowe, Stowe Longer and Kimbolton, hence why the first corner is called Stowe on this old airfield. So the drivers now in position for the KZ UK final. Only 10 drivers, so it shouldn't take them too long to get into position. And the drivers are in position, same as circuit racing. All eyes on the lights. They light at 1, 2, 3, 4. All eyes on the lights. And they're away as they charge into the first corner. Neck and neck here between Isaac Smith and Bo Phillips as they charge into the first corner. It's brinksmanship there, but Smith has the line and takes the early lead.
Robinson had a mega start. Robinson just went straight to the outside. Thought, you know what, you guys will sit on the inside. You have really slow entry speed. I'm just going to send it round the outside. He's into 4th place at the moment, and don't count him out for the rest of this race. Isaac Smith is the man to beat at the moment. An amazing start. Look at Ellingham, already battling for 2nd place, trying to go round the outside of Björn Phillips. Surely that won't work in any day of the year, and he's going to have to try and settle for another spot. On the inside is Iconic, overtaking past. Björn Phillips has had enough of it this weekend, and Ellingham is fighting back.
But look at that.
But look at Leah Robinson.
Leah Robinson says thank you very much as those two scrap for 2nd place and sneaks through unabated into 2nd place now. So he's had a bit of a good fortune there. He's snatched that with both hands and will try and close up on Isaac Smith as they make their way down towards the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner. Already Isaac Smith, though, with that brilliant start, breaking away at the front as everyone else fights for position, and he really needs to make that opening couple laps count here. 36.42. He's put the pedal down here as Leah Robinson charges away. Lucas Ellingham trying to get back with him now. Those two really fighting it out for 2nd place there, Lucas Ellingham and Bo Phillips, and that's allowed Leah Robinson through, and he is now clear. But look at Isaac Smith. He knows, I'm pretty sure he knows no one's behind him right now, and he knows he's got a vital couple of laps here.
This will be a nice way for Isaac Smith to end the season, because he's had a rough year. He's had a lot of issues, and, you know, it's just something to get him pumped and ready to go for the next year. I mean, it's been a very tough year for Isaac Smith, which started out really good, but just over the years just hasn't worked. And moving over to new chassis and trying to develop it, it's been a tough journey. But he's finally found the pace that he's been wishing for all year long. Leah Robinson into 2nd place, and a great move that was. I think if anyone knows about Lucas Ellingham's inside move at turn 1, it's Leah Robinson, because all their months to go is the reason that took them both out of that final, and they were both battling for the podium spots. Great to see George Robinson out there as well. He is all the way down in 8th place, but at the moment 8th place is pretty much the lead battle, as the whole pack hasn't really spread apart from each other. They've all stayed together pretty closely, and it seems to be one mistake and you'll drop.
Yeah, very close battle here as well. Just a little bit further behind there with Hannah Lang, Kai Springfield, George Robinson, all fighting it out for that 5th position. As we go back to Leah Robinson, and he can't shake off the number 99 of Lucas Ellingham, who keeps the pressure on as they make their way back down the TKM straight. Ellingham now well and truly clear, I would say, of Bo Phillips in 4th position. Isaac Smith controlling the race well at the front here, clears over the line. The gap, I think, over 2 seconds now. Yes, indeed it is. So Robinson very smoothly goes through Ellingham, just holding on in 3rd place, trying to find an opening here. Not much time in these 6-minute finals. So certainly Isaac Smith knows he needs to start. If you get a good start in these such finals, just need to floor it, really, as Ellingham very neatly makes the move down the Amitsu straight. Got the drive coming out of the Willows. Not very often you see a straight line pass in these KZ UK karts. So they are so quick, they get a lot of speed down the straight equally. So Ellingham, with a nice move coming out of the Willows, was able to just drive past Leah Robinson down the straight. So Ellingham now clear in 2nd place. The gap 2.3 seconds. 2:13 left, plus the 1 lap remaining. So at the moment, Isaac Smith is clear. There he is, clear away at the front now, number 1, 2, 3. Ellingham, after the pressure, is now clear in 2nd place. He's just pulled away momentarily from Leah Robinson, only by about 1/4 of a second, but just enough to be able to protect that 2nd place. Robinson 3rd, Phillips 4th. Walsh rounding out the top 5. As the leaders now make their way down in towards the Kimbolton corner. Smith now cleared away at the front, crossing the line in 1st place. Ellingham still 2nd, Leah Robinson, Bo Phillips. Harry Walsh now clear in 5th place, pulling away from Hannah Lang, who stays ahead of George Robinson and Kai Springfield. James Harvey and Oliver Harris rounding out the 10-driver field, all running very quickly indeed, only 13 seconds covering the entire pack. But Lucas Ellingham charging away, although time is not on his side if he's going to catch up with Isaac Smith. We've got 1:15 left on the clock, not very long left remaining now. Leah Robinson still hanging on to the back here of Lucas Ellingham. Can't quite get close enough to go for a pass. He just saw Robinson square the turn off there slightly, trying to get a bit more traction out of the corner. Of course, all the karts running in very neatly now. Everyone's tyres nicely warmed, everyone dialed into the track, so it's just a case of trying to look for lines in these final few stages of the final here. Isaac Smith leading by 2 seconds, though, from Lucas Ellingham, who has set the fastest lap of the race. So he's trying to close up. There's the number 73 of Harry Walsh. Hannah Lang goes through. Then we got 23 of George Robinson, currently in 7th place. And back to our leader, number 123, Isaac Smith, goes over the line with 30 seconds on the clock.
Super racing going on here, and a great drive so far, as we said, for Isaac Smith, who's just been putting the laps in. For Lucas Ellingham, though, in 2nd place at the moment, looking set for the championship. This would be his 3rd championship win here at Kimbolton. His first one he took in 2018 in Mini X30, and what a career and a history it's been ever since. It's been, well, 7 years in the making here at Kimbolton, just putting in the effort and putting the time in, and what may be one of his last ever races in karting. We never know what looks set for Lucas Ellingham next year. This may well be the end to a very great career, and what a way to end the deal, taking the crown in KZ. But for Isaac Smith, he has not got much else to look at except for one last lap. Never mind, it's going to be the checkered flag as they come round the final corner. Isaac Smith, what a dominant drive to take the victory, but Lucas Ellingham in 2nd place takes his 3rd title here at Kimbolton, and then what's been 7 years in the making to take it at the very end of his career. And we hope it won't be the end of his career. We hope to see him out once again next year, but a very good drive if that's the end. But a great way to end the season of KZ. What a year they've had.
Yes, some fantastic racing here for KZs across the season. And Isaac Smith, with a well-worked victory, takes the final in the last race of 2026. So our last 4 finals of the year are now getting underway. Senior X30s are on the grid, and they're about to take their place on towards the formation laps. We've got Senior X30s, Senior, it's all Rotax from now on really, Senior X30, then it's Senior Rotax, Rotax 177s, and the Junior Rotax A final. But in the meantime, Senior X30s with Jack Dan from Hayden Eldridge, Katie Ashburn and Peter Jurovic, Monty Brathwaite, Max Wright, Josh Jones and Jessica Fitch Hall on row number 4. Row 5 is Max Anderson from James Reynolds, Bailey Brooker, Jamie Jakins, Benjamin Cohn, Natalia Darbeck on row 7, Isabel Banks and Alex Wiley on row number 8. And rounding out the field, right at the back of the field, here's one to look out for, Aaron Lask in 17th position, as we've had a spinner. I think that was Banks that came off there on the Willows. We just saw in the background there, number 64. So Aaron Lask, one of the favourites here, starting right at the back of the field, so I can only assume he's had some kind of a penalty.
Yep, he's got a lot of work cut out for him, of course. As I say, we don't really know what's happened much with him. But at the front of your field, it's Jack Dan. Jack Dan, what a season it has been. And he's only got one race to bring it home. He's only taken one final victory this year. It's been a consistent year. There's been many times he's fell short of that final victory. Many more he should have deserved. But it's one last race to bring it home, and it's lights down. We're not racing because we're going to go round once again. A couple of drivers out of formation.
This could potentially be good news for Alex Wiley, who had some mechanical issues and has started half a lap behind. He's still not crossed the line, actually, so he can tag on to the rest of the field in a moment. He could at least join the final with the rest of the group. So we move round again for another lap, another opportunity for the drivers to get some more temperature into the tyres on this cold December afternoon. It's fairly steady weather by December standards, but not particularly cold out there. But there is a very stiff, biting wind that's going through, making the wind chill a real factor. And as you can see, meaning that the track temperatures are very cold as well. We see a lot of the radiator covers to help just generate some more temperature into the engines as well. So here we go for take 2. Jack Dan on the inside, looking to try and wrap this one up today, but Hayden Eldridge, Katie Ashburn and Peter Jurovic will have other ideas about that. So this looks a better start this time. Dan guards the inside, but a great jump there from Hayden Eldridge to snatch the lead. He's outbraked himself. Dan goes wide as well. Katie Ash, it's bumper cars on the first corner as everyone's filters for position. Who's it taken the lead. I think it's Monty Brathwaite in the lead. Ashman down the inside. Oh, she had a look down the inside, couldn't find a way through there. So Brathwaite from, what'll be, 5th position.
Oh, Max Wright's gone round on the outside for 2nd place. What a move from Max Wright. Katie Ashman's had some amazing starts this weekend, but Jurovic is alongside, and Jack Dan's managed to find his way back through. Now, I wonder what happened on that first lap there, because we saw Jack Dan really struggling to turn it into that first corner, and I wonder if there's a bit of loading that went on as they headed into
it looked like
turn 1.
as well. I think Hayden Eldred had a very good start, but just seemed to lose the grip into the first corner, which caught about the first 2 or 3 up in the melee as well. But yeah, Monty Brathwaite, after all that trouble on the first corner, this is exactly the sort of situation he would want in such a short final as well. Getting the jump on the field, and he is absolutely going to floor it now, number 19. Wright still there in 2nd from Dan. There's Katie Ashburn in 4th. Holding up a train of drivers here. We've got Josh Jones making his way through the field, a driver who we would expect to be towards the front of the field as well. So he's going to keep the pressure on as down the inside goes Jurovic. And very neatly tries to make the move, but I think Aaron Lask's charging his way through as well, up to 7th place as well. There he is. And Lask down the inside. Oh, 2 drivers in once. Jurovic fights back, though, down the inside. Aaron Lask really making inroads in these early stages.
Did he release his brake halfway through that corner? Because I don't really think he was going to stop for it. But that was super, super impressive. Now, Jack Dan's still there in 3rd place. He's just got to be sensible about what he does now. There's no point trying to throw anything silly against Max Wright.
I think Jack Dan and Max Wright have really got to work together here, because Monty Brathwaite has pulled out a very slender lead by just under a second. So if they just work together over the next 2 laps, they've still got just under 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining as the 33 fights back here of Hayden Eldridge. And there goes Aaron Lask charging through. I think Lask would still have visions of snatching the final victory here. He's got the 53 of Katie Ashburn in front, and Ashburn has been very adept at holding on to her positions today. So Lask's got a bit of work to do here, because I'm sure that Ashburn will not give that position up lightly. But Max Wright and Jack Dan now clear at the front. We've got 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining as Lask keeps the pressure on Ashburn. Here they come down towards the Kestrel corner, back to the leaders. And there we see they've worked well, I think, Max Wright and Jack Dan. They are right up there with Monty Brathwaite.
This is going to get exciting. There's a 3-kart train now. It's 3 minutes. The ticks on, and, well, Jack Dan, yet again, he needs to think about it. Monty Brathwaite is really struggling when he exits the corners, and I wonder if there's some sort of a setup issue that is really making him struggle. But he's having to go to the defensive line straight away, so he knows there's something wrong with his kart, and he's just going to have to drive the best that he can. But for Jack Dan, well, his only championship protagonist was Hayden Eldridge. And, well, he's had an awful race so far. So it's just played into his hands. And soon, 2.5 minutes time. Look for the lead change. Max Wright on the inside. Jack Dan's just going to sit behind, let him play, and let him do the work for him. Jack Dan, never mind. He's going to go straight to the inside.
The back wheels.
Contact made. And, well, that got very close between Brathwaite and Jack Dan. Mo for them managed to carry on going. But that's going to give the opportunity now for Max Wright to start putting away. Could be a first victory in Senior X30 for Max Wright.
Jack Dan knows here that he has got to get past Brathwaite. If he's struggling for traction and struggling for pace out of the corners, Dan has got to get past him immediately. We saw how aggressively he went for the move going down towards Stowe Corner. And he knows that, well, Brathwaite's trying to gesticulate to work together here. I'm sure that Dan's got no interest in that, because he knows that he's... Oh, well, look at that. Brathwaite's not giving this one up. Down the inside, he has a peek down the inside. That will allow Dan in. And tagging onto the back there is Aaron Lask, who very neatly tags onto the bumper of Dan. And they should both get through as they make their way through the first corner. So Aaron Lask with some very neat driving there to benefit from Jack Dan's overtake. And Aaron Lask from right at the back is well and truly in this one.
I love how Aaron Lask, he's just popped out of nowhere. He really has popped out of nowhere, and it's just thought, thank you, Monty. I'll be going through, thank you very much. And what a drive. And it's been up 14 spots so far for for Aaron Lask. He's just got 2 more to do now. Simple as that. He's going to close in under the brakes. Here's Jack Dan. He's going to try and look down the start-finish straight. Would he get the momentum? No, he's going to sit behind. Just think better of it. Will they work together now and try and close down Max Wright? 55 seconds left on the clock. So we're going to get a couple more laps left here of racing. Aaron Last to the inside of Jack Dan. Jack, just let him go. You don't need to fight this one. Just let him carry on, battling through. Just stick on his tail now and follow him. And I think Aaron Last, give him the laps, and I think he's going to close in here.
Yeah, he's looking very good here. Aaron Last fighting his way through to second place. Jack Dan tagging on to third place. So Max Wright, with that very timely move on Monty Brathwaite to take the lead, has established himself a gap here. Let's have a look if they cross the line. It's about 0.6 of a second here. So Aaron Last with some work to do. We've got 20 seconds, well, 19 on the clock now. So next time round will be the last lap. And Aaron Last knows that it's now or never. He's got to get this lap absolutely perfect here, I'd say, as they make their way through Derek's corner for the penultimate time. Max Wright still charging. He knows that this final is not over yet. You can see Aaron Last just trying to steal a slightly tighter line through the Dan Weldon corner, trying to get a few tenths on the race leader. Let's have a look. He looks visibly closer over this previous lap. Aaron Last absolutely charging here, and he knows that it's now or never as they make their way through to the final lap. One lap board goes out. The gap goes down to 0.2 of a second. Aaron Last with the fastest lap of the race, 40.59. And what can he do on this final half lap as he makes his way through the willows to the final time? Tags on to the back of Max Wright, the race leader, now looking for an opening. Right guards the inside line going into Derek's corner. So Lask knows he's going to have to fight for this one as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. This is where Lask was trying to use the tighter line. Here they come down towards the Kim Bolton corner for the final time. It's now or never for number 15. What's Max Wright going to do? Can he guard the inside? Goes full defensive on the inside line. Lask can try the switch back round the outside.
He's done it!
Side by side over the line. Aaron Last takes the victory just about there, wheel to wheel, literally to the line there. Max Wright, who looks a little bit disappointed with that one. Jack Dan, Peter Jurovic, Monty Brathwaite taking the top five, but Aaron Last pinning it round the outside. What a move from the number 15.
If anything, that's got to be the overtake of the day. I think Max Wright thought he had closed it off, but Aaron Last just said, no, I'm going to go full send. I think got about an inch to the barrier, manages to find his way by. That was super impressive stuff. Of course, Jack Dan writes his name in the history books with only one final victory win, takes the championship, showing that consistency is key all the way to the end, and a very, very impressive championship win for Jack Dan. He should be very impressed with that one, and Hayden Eldridge finishes up second in the championship. Great victory, great way to go out in Senior X30. It's time to get into our Rotax action now. This is going to go insane.
Yeah, here we go then. It's all Rotax to the end now, starting off with the Senior Rotax. 3 more races to go for 2025. We've got the Senior Rotax followed by the 177s and the Junior Rotax A final, including, of course, our 4 qualifiers from the B finals earlier on this afternoon. So we're working against the sunlight now. Not too long to go. Here we go. Eli Singh-Madden will lead them away in the Senior Rotax from Mikey Walker, Noah Barham, Will Forber, Jake Fisher and Joshua Smith on row number 3. Callum Sims, Joshua Valance on row number 4. Row number 5 will be the number 24 of Charlie Webb from Harvey Williams, George Cole and Benjamin Baker on row 6, George Hart and Noosh Safa Leathers on row number 7, Tom Pryor and Ethan Martin on row number 8. Row number 9 in 17th place will be Oliver Walker from Victor Hansen, Michael Morgan and Jacob Lee on row 10, Sky Frazier and Charles Sutton on row number 11, Arminas Zarukas on row number 12 from Ryan Hedge in 24th position. And then the rest of the field made up of Miles Roby and Adam White, Isaac Reynolds, Joe Fox, Macaulay Bishop down in 29th. Watch out for him. Daniel Kahoff, Joseph Orton and Charlie Neve rounding out the field. So one of the notables here, Charlie, Macaulay Bishop, the new world champion from last weekend in Bahrain. He's had a bad 2 heat races and starts right at the back of the field.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work, and I think a lot of work is an understatement, really, because this is no easy field of drivers to get through. He's got a lot of different experienced drivers, a lot of drivers he may have raced against at the British Champs, but this is going to be a very hard task, and that's if he's got his engine sorted. That's another thing that's going to be playing into effect as the drivers now head out onto circuit. A brilliant weekend for Eli Baden in what's been his debut weekend here at Kimbolton in the Senior Rotax category. He has so much potential for next year to try and take that championship home, but at the moment it's looking pretty good for the rest of the pack. Mikey Walker coming through, he's in second place. Nice little start it would be for Mikey Walker if he can get by. William Forbes had a mega weekend. First time on board the OTK chassis. He's running with the Vantage Racing team, and he's got a lot of work cut out for him as well. Jake Fisher in there as well. Another quick driver, Josh Smith. Charlie Webb, he's going to be trying to find his way through. But as you say, the main man, Macaulay Bishop. If anyone has, if anyone knows how to win a race, how to win a championship, how to win anything, it is Macaulay Bishop, one of the most successful racing karters in Britain, in Europe. That's all for one reason. Can he do it here? We're going to wait and find out. Eli Baden gets a very early start, and that is definitely going to go round again. He went just a bit too early, and a couple of drivers falling out the tram lines. That means that they go round once again. Now, of course, let's run through the rest of the pack, see who else there is to pick out. Thomas Pryor, another quick boy, he'll be up there as well. And a couple of drivers a bit further down. Of course, Ryan Hedge, another one to watch out for. Victor Hansen, a very quick driver as well. Benjamin Baker, someone who we haven't seen for a while here at the circuit. This is his first time here in the senior category, and it's really, really exciting to see how he gets on. Noah Barham, another one who came from the junior ranks into seniors. Joshua Valance, a veteran here as well. And you can see all the drivers try to get all that initial temperature in the tyres. And then obviously as the laps go on, they can try and build on that temperature, hold the temperature in the tyre, and make it work for themselves. So, one last senior Rotax race to take us to the end of the season. Of course, we've got the 177s and the junior Rotax coming up next. But this is where the big boys unite. And are we going to get going for the second time of asking? Yes, we are. Down into turn one. It's been an awful start for Eli Baden. That outside row had a mega start. And look at Mikey Walker, Baden running wide, and Forber is into second place. What a start from William Forber, getting the power down straight away. Driver already off at the end of turn one as the rest of the pack comes flying through, and a great start from Mikey Walker and William Forber into second place. Noah Barman ran at your top three.
Oh, wow, very closely fought start there, and Eli Baden tagged on the first corner, sending him wide. Notably there, just noticed that the 32 Mikey Walker under investigation, who has now taken the lead. So whether the race officials feel that there was a bit more to play in that first corner incident, but that will be decided afterwards. In the meantime, though, Mikey Walker focusing down the road here as he leads in the early stages. Will Ford with a good start to the second place. Noah Barham third, and it looks like Eli Singh Madden has recovered to fourth place. Charlie Webb rounding out the top five. Then we got the number 15, Joshua Smith, Callum Smins, George Hart with a very good start indeed, up to ninth position from Tom Pryor and Harvey Williams. Macaulay Bishop and Charlie Neve both getting to work early, making positions up into the midfield. But Mikey Walker leads the way, number 32, closely followed by Will Forber, 25, as they make their way down in towards the final corner. And a technical flag a little bit further down for the 129 of George Hart, who is currently in ninth place, had a good start, but unfortunately he will be out of the race. He's been black flagged for a technical infringement. So whether something's dropped loose or the bump has been dislodged on the cart, that's bad luck for him. We just saw him put his hand up. George Hart retires from the race, number 129. That's a real shame for him because he had such a good start. But sometimes that could be just things that are out of your control as well, can't it, Charlie? If you get tapped by another driver or the bumper comes loose, then in the interest of safety you have to be disqualified.
Yeah, it can just be like that, but unfortunately that's how racing goes. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Now, of course, the championship winner at the moment, provisionally, is James Tester. James decided that he doesn't want to do this last weekend just to stop any chance of him getting disqualified. That could affect his championship. Battle still going on between Barham and Charlie Webb. Charlie Webb losing out actually to Eli Baden as well. But a strong drive from William Forber as well. This is only his fourth ever session in the OTK car, and of course the chassis seems to be working really well for him. Callum Sims behind this great battle between Charlie Webb and Eli Baden. Charlie Webb, who's had a very rough year, it has to be said. Someone who I think was tipped to be the champion at the very start of the year, but has had a few issues, and he's going for another late move on the inside of Eli Baden. That's going to open up a move for Callum Sims as well. As the number 60 gets a warning flag. That's Charlie Neve, and I do wonder what that might be for. Of course, he's started a bit further back, so he's trying to work his way through, as well as a few drivers. Let's see how Bishop is getting on. Macaulay Bishop is already into the top 10. Got 19 spots
good
already.
going there, so he could still be a factor in this one. We've got the top 3 away on the front on their own at the moment, and he's about 4 or 5 seconds behind. We'll see the number 6, so of course time not really on his side, he would say at the moment. Mikey Walker, Will Forber and Noah Barham would be well versed to work together here, because they are on their own at the front momentarily here. There's a bit of a gap between them and the train from 4th place, headed by Charlie Webb as they make their way down into the first corner. So there's Webb, Baden just behind as well. Sims, Smith, Fisher, Harvey Williams, Macaulay Bishop rounding out that field. There is the number 6, the world champion, just behind the number 200, closing up on the number 200 now of Harvey Williams. So if he can get up there into 9th position, if he can get with the 9th place driver, then he is essentially with the lead group. As we look at the number 26 here of Noah Barham in 3rd place, looking to try and get involved. But look at 25 here. Will Forber still there in 3rd, so it's now Barham into 2nd place as they make their way, time ticking down here in these short finals. We did have some stoppages earlier on which pushed the calendar back, so as a result these finals are very fast and very frantic, so no margin for error as we look at the rest of the top 10 going through. So Mikey Walker is an investigation but still continues to lead the way. That'll be something for after the race, of course, so he doesn't need to concern himself with that just now. But Noah Barham and Will Forber still keeping the pressure on. And Charlie Webb and Eli Singh Baden, I think, are also starting to get involved in this one.
Yep, they're all closing in on each other, which is also helping out Macaulay Bishop, because Macaulay is on the back of the pack already. As I said, he is still in 10th place, but the rest of the pack is closing in on this lead group. There he is, he's just showing for a split second on the back of Shot, so he's just coming down the straight now. He's right on the tail of this pack. All it needs is a bit of defending from Mikey Walker, maybe an attack from Noah Barham, and this could really bunch up this race. Look at Mikey Walker really throwing the cart in. What a weekend it's been so far for him. William Forber could be on for a first podium in the senior Rotax category in the finals. Of course, he had a couple heat podiums, but never yet a final. Fastest lap, of course, going to Macaulay Bishop, 40.47. But the time is ticking down. 30 seconds.
2 laps to go then as they cross the line. Oh, Macaulay Bishop having a look down the inside, but at the front here, Mikey Walker holds on to the lead. So Bishop now getting past the number 200 of Harvey Williams. That moves him up to 9th place. So for him, he would be relying on the drivers in front of him getting together and fighting for position, but that could well happen on the final lap of the race as we look at the number 24 of Charlie Webb holding on to that 3rd place, stays ahead of the number 25 of Will Forber. Callum Sims in there as well, number 69, as the leading group make their way down the TKM straight, heading towards Kimbolton, the final corner here at Kimbolton. And for the 2 leaders, Mikey Walker and Noah Barham, who just pulled away slightly, they will get the last lap board any moment now, I believe. So the last lap board goes out.
Whoa, there was a little move. There was a little look for the lead from Noah Barham as they head through the first couple of corners. Barham is right in slipstream now, so he's going to have an opportunity, but the opportunities will start to close every single corner. As we said, James Tester has taken the championship, so we haven't got anything to worry about in that sense. So this is going to come down to a proper raw dog battle for the win. 2 corners to go here, and it's going to be Mikey Walker versus Noah Barham. Mikey can't take this steady because Noah Barham is going to be right there to attack. Round the final corner, Mikey Walker takes victory in a very, very strong fashion. Noah Barham in 2nd place and Charlie Webb rounding out your top 3. It was William Forber with one of his best results possible into 4th place. Rounding out your top 5 was Callum Sims. Eli Baden up to 6th. Joshua Smith in 7th, and from P29 on the grid, it was all the way up to 8th place for Macaulay Bishop, and a couple drivers having a couple of miscalculations there. Jake Fisher finishes up in 9th, and a great way to round out senior Rotax. A very, very great drive as the sun starts to set here at Kimbolton, with some beautiful shots from the TNL Sport crew. And of course, TNL Sports will be bringing all the Kimbolton action back for you next year. So stick around, and of course, we'll be back. As I said, on the 11th of January, the first round of the championship. And we'll go once again for another 12 months racing. 177s now starting to head off, and it's Reg Hayward who looks set to start from the pole spot, but will go through the rest of the grid. Liam Ferguson will start from second place from Ben Hitch and Ollie Goodyear. Then it's Jack Taylor and Alex Jones. Chris Thomas and Oliver Smith from Josh Howard and Rob Simpson. Then it's Rob Ellis and Sean Rudge. Sam Yaxley and Dan Wright from Scott Cleat and David German. And then it's Stavros from Rob Church and Elliot Kennedy. Dan Walker and Colin Walker. Mark Hennings, Johnny Kent and David Williams, who rounds out your field of drivers. Now, of course, plenty of action still to go on now. According to the timing screen, Stavros and David Williams haven't made their way out onto the circuit.
We did see a couple of drivers struggle to get their karts out of the dummy grid here, so everybody else makes their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. As you can see from the camera shots here, it's now December, heading towards the shortest days of the year. The light is getting very low indeed. Another difficulty for the drivers to contend with as they make their way out to the final corner. This one could be wide open here. Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson side by side on the grid as they make their way down to the first corner. Charging down here, Hayward guards the inside line. Ferguson trying to find an opening. Gets pushed wide. And a bit of banging and bumping there. 73 rides the wheels there, Ollie Goodyear, but they all stay on the track. And that is excellent news for Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson, who now have a clearing. They can fight it out at the front. And in the middle of all the melee on the first corner, it looks to me like the is that 73 Ollie Goodyear up there, possibly. Number 8, Jack Taylor, also well placed. But a brilliant start there for Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson, both clear at the front. And yes, indeed, Ollie Goodyear, after all that trouble on the first corner, now emerges in third place.
I was just about to say about Ben Hitch, he's really got to be steady. 15 points was the gap in the championship between him and Liam Ferguson when they headed into this round. Now the gap just sits with 14 points, so it really comes down to both finishing the race. At the moment, Liam Ferguson would take the crown unless any retiree. Great move from Chris Thomas, who gets past Alex Jones. So that's a bit further down the field, not that far down. That's inside the top 5. And, Reg Hayward just trying to put the laps in now. One of the Coles Racing karts in there as well. That is Rob Ellis, who is having a great driver for Rob Ellis, who used to race with the Praga karting team. And a great move there by Josh Howard, who gets on the inside and feeds the power in nice and steady as they come down. They start finish straight. Alex Jones, Rob Ellis, side by side, action going on. Great to see Rob Ellis back out here at Kimbolton. Sean Rudge in the battle as well. We've got plenty of drivers all having their own little tussle. But, I think the two boys at the front have really driven off the gap. Already 2 seconds to Ollie Goodyear and another second to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson first and second place, clearing away for the rest of the field as number 78 having a look down the inside there. Alex Jones, Rob Ellis all fighting away towards the edge of the top 10 with Josh Howard in there as well. All to play for at the edge of the top 10. The leaders making their way over the line already. They are well clear from the rest of the chasing pack as Goodyear goes through in third, Jack Taylor into fourth, Ben Hitch, then Chris Thomas, Josh Howard sneaks up a position there. Now he moves into 7th place. Rob Ellis, Alex Jones and Oliver Smith rounding out the top 10 with Rob Simpson, Sam Yaxley and Dan Wright, Scott Clee a little bit further behind as they go charging through the willows, heading up towards Derek's corner. And the leaders now well clear, heading through towards the Dan Weldon double apex here at the top of the circuit. Number 8 there, charging away. You can see in the low sunlight the glare. Going to be difficult for the drivers in these closing few laps. Just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson well clear at the front of the field as we look at the number 8 of Jack Taylor fighting for that 4th place, coming under a lot of pressure from the number 41, who will try and have a peek on the inside possibly. Not quite yet. Jack Taylor's got the line covered as he makes his way through. Then we got Ben Hitch, Chris Thomas making his way through as well. Reg Hayward, the race leader, with the fastest lap so far. Well, actually, Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson equal, 41.39 apiece. Those two running a very fast pace at the front and are 3 seconds clear of the chasing pack as all of the action is behind them now with Jack Taylor, Ben Hitch and Chris Thomas fighting for position. And there we see Taylor defending in towards Kestrel Corner. That allows the opening for the number 41 of Ben Hitch to go down the inside. Now, can he make the move stick? They're 3 abreast going down the Heinz Straight. And also looking into this one as well, Chris Thomas on the outside as 8 goes down the inside there. Taylor, but he will compromise himself there going in towards the Willows. And retaking the position is Ben Hitch.
That's what 177's racing all about. What a brilliant battle we're seeing here. Ben Hitch just finding his way through, but unfortunately I just don't think that was going to be enough for the championship. Of course, on drop rounds it may change around. Of course, we do call these championships as provisional. Of course, drop rounds do need to be considered as well, and that can move everything around. Chris Thomas gets to the inside of the number 8, but he'll try and fight this one back as he head down the start-finish straight as the sun starts to set here at Kimbolton. A very, very beautiful sunset indeed. And the battle's still going on between the number 9 as well. And let's have a look who's got the fastest lap at the moment. Of course, it's Liam Ferguson. Liam Ferguson, who's just been... Oh, Robelis getting pushed off there, straight off and into the grass. Onto the entry. He's very lucky not to collect the marshal post. And that puts him straight
so here we
down
go
the field.
back to the leaders now as Red Hayward now started to come under a bit more pressure from Liam Ferguson, who's found some good lines. He set the fastest lap of the race last time round. Equals it pretty much, 41.35, and is just starting to ask some questions here of the race leader Hayward, who has been superb today, but Liam Ferguson has been there or thereabouts for the both of the heat races, and will be looking to try and get involved in the last couple of laps here. We've got 48 seconds on the clock, so they'll have 2 more laps to go when they cross the line next time. Let's have a look at Ferguson. Again, just looking for openings, looking for lines. He has a quick glance over the shoulder there, so Ferguson knows he's under no pressure. He's 4 seconds clear of the chasing pack here, so he can afford to have a go for fighting for the lead here. So a good bit of racecraft there, just checking that he's safe as he goes to have a look, peek on the inside, little look, but no, nothing really going. He doesn't want to force the issue just yet. He has still got 2 laps to go here, including the one they've just started. So Hayward, again, just running his own race there, sweeping lines into the corners. Ferguson hanging on in there in second place. There is a back marker in front, which I think is Mark Hennings, number 79, who should get the blue flag, so he will hold this position and let the leaders go through. Blue flag goes up for the back marker. So nervous moments here for Reg Hayward. He just hopes that the slower driver has seen that flag, which he has done. There he is on the outside line. So the lapped Mark Hennings moves to the outside line, lets the leaders go as we move on to the last lap of the race. And Reg Hayward still leading the way here, but what can Liam Ferguson do?
Liam Ferguson has had a brilliant season. It's going to end up with another championship victory, but Reggie Hayward is going to try and defend this one. Reggie still wants to win, but Liam wants the championship. It's as simple as that. The first time Liam Ferguson won a championship here at Kimbolton, I was 3 years old, which just shows his first championship win was in 2010 in Junior Rotax. 15 years later, it's going to come around again, but in 177, a brilliant drive.
Yes, look at that.
And look at that.
Double celebration.
Perfect. Reggie Hayward takes the victory, but a 15-year stride from his first championship all the way over to his, well, I say it's about his 4th or 5th championship now. A great job by Liam Ferguson, a veteran, but yet he's still got some oomph.
Yeah, he's a very experienced driver there. He tried to go for the pass, but he didn't want to make any drastic moves on that last lap of the final. He knew that he had enough in the bag, but Reg Hayward fighting very well to hold on. He grabbed the lead in the early stages, held on to it, and those two ran a very close and competitive race at the front of the field. So well done to Reg Hayward for taking the final victory, and to second place Liam Ferguson for grabbing the championship. So now we move on to our final race of 2025 here at Kimbolton. It's the Junior Rotax A final. Drivers on the line now, and we will run through the grid in just a few moments. So this includes the drivers who qualified earlier in the heat races. We had there's been quite a long downtime for some of these drivers who had their second heat race around lunchtime. So they've got to very quickly get reacquainted with the track, and then there's one or two of the drivers who qualified via the repechage in the Junior Rotax B final as well. So how they line up will be the number 41 of Zach Turner from Harrison Bishop, Alex Shepard and Kevin Ivanoff on row 2, Blake Southern and Alex Goodson on row number 3, Teddy Cooper, K-Plate and Stanley Williams on row number 4. Row 5 is made up of the 21 of Samuel Aston from Aidan Clark, Max Wheatley, Fletcher Jameson on row 6, Toby Farthing, John Richardson on row 7, Cody Lapatarel and Adam Giuditis on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 19 of Jacob Aston from Logan Hartshorn, Aidan Hammond and Izzy Wykes on row number 10, Benjamin Lawn, Lauren McVeigh on row 11, Lucy Wielden and Miles Burton on row number 12. Row 13 is made up of Ryan Rapini, Archie Buchanan, Maximilian Braskoff, Connor Large, Tobias Johns, Charlie Wolfert on row 30. And then the winners of the B final, Daniel Butcher, the B final champion, and then Oscar Keane, Peter Lee and Zane Perry grabbing the final qualifying spot. Big group of drivers, final race of 2025, the Junior Rotax A final. Could be wide open here, gets underway. Oh, yep, it's good. The flag stays in. They charge down into the first corner. Everyone guarding the inside line. Oh, it's going to be tight through there. As everyone guarding the inside apex. Relatively good start. One or two collisions towards the back, but everyone stays on track pretty much. And Zach Turner emerges still at the front.
Zach really had to hold that brake on as he headed through the first couple of corners. Now, of course, when it comes to the end of the race, we need to watch for Blake Southern, because Blake is on his way to take that championship home. All he needs to do is finish the race, and it'll be quite interesting actually, because the year that Blake was born was the year that Liam Ferguson took the championship in Junior Rotax. Southern trying to go to the inside, but Ivanoff thinking, nope, you're going to have to try and fight this one just that bit more as he head down into turn 1 on the inside line. That is the move of the champion, or is it? Because Ivanoff straight into the barrier. Well, that will be something that the stewards might question. And I think, well, Kimi Ivanoff just turned it a bit too early there. And, well...
Yeah, we shall see on that one. It's an interesting one there, because Blake Southern very aggressively going in towards the Stowe corner, but I think Ivanoff may have seen him a bit too late. I think he just turned in on him without realising almost, and unfortunately for him, he's come off first. Real shame for Ivanoff, who has been one of the top cadet drivers in recent years, making the jump up to Junior Rotax, but the A final not going his way so far.
Stanley Williams on the inside of Blake Southern. That was a good move. That put him up into P5, so just nipping inside the top 5 now, trying to chase down Teddy Cooper, but the driver's still having a great race. Fletcher Jameson's having a mega race. This is one of his, I'd say, luckier drives. He's been quite unlucky throughout the year, getting involved in quite a few collisions, have to be said, but he is looking alright for the time being. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Just looking on the virtual marshal there, I can see no repercussions at the moment for number 100 Blake Southern as a result of that collision, so they're usually quite quick. If there is something they're not happy with, they would pretty promptly put the warning flag investigation. I think it's just a racing incident, that one.
Yeah, I would assume it'd be a racing incident. Just the way it all played out, I think that's the best way to take it. And for Ivanoff, it's just one of them things. You've got to shrug it off and say, look, you know, it's one of them things I've just got to carry on working on.
I think it's just part of the learning process, unfortunately, for him. It's a real shame, because he's a great driver, but I think it was just a little bit too late. He saw Southern on the inside and he came off worse, sadly. So Southern, unaffected by that, he carries on, and he's currently in 6th place, looking at the back of the number 84, Stanley Williams. Zach Turner still leads the way from Alex Shepard, Harrison Bishop, Teddy Cooper and Stanley Williams. Turner with a 1.6 second gap at the front, so he just needs to charge now, because he's only got 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Zach Turner, if he can put a couple of good strong laps in here, he could do enough to secure the final victory here as he charges away. Alex Shepard, Harrison Bishop, they're fighting for second place, so this will be good news for Zach Turner as Teddy Cooper gets involved as well, all getting tight for second place.
This is going to get interesting. Of course, Alex Shepard, who leads this battle, of course, for second place. Harrison Bishop around at your final podium spots, but he's got his teammate behind in Teddy Cooper, the K-Plate winner. Teddy's just been there or thereabouts this weekend, bringing it out when it matters in the final, and he's going to try and see how on earth he's going to make a way past for third. But, of course, Blake Southern still in the battle here for the top 5. He's just got to pick moments. And, he's going to keep working his way through. But it doesn't matter much. He can't do anything silly, because he just needs to finish the race, and that is enough to secure it. Now, of course, the battles for second place, they're going to keep bunching up. It's going to bring more drivers into the fleet. At the moment, it's going all the way down to, I'd say, Alex Goodson, who's there in 9th place at the moment. A good debut weekend for Alex Goodson here at the Kimbolton circuit.
Who has actually set the fastest lap of the race there, 41.81, so he's charging in involved. Down the inside goes the K-plate holder, so that's a position there for Teddy Cooper. And this is all fantastic news here for Zach Turner, who is nearly 3 seconds ahead with 1:48 on the clock. He just needs to keep charging at the moment. I think even if Alex Shepherd is starting to pull away a little bit in second place, not by very much, but the moment he can't really shake off the chasing pack. Here we've got Alex Shepherd then second place, Teddy Cooper, Harrison Bishop, Stanley Williams all charging. A little bit of close contact action there. Fletcher Jameson, Blake Southam, Samuel Aston, Alex Goodson all fighting away towards the edge of the top 10. There's Southam, there's the number 21 in there as well as Samuel Aston. Second and third just starting to break away from this peloton as you were on the top 10. We've got Teddy Cooper just pulling away from Harrison Bishop as they all come charging out. Very close indeed there, Charlie.
Yep, it looks pretty tight now. Yellow flag's out at Derek's corner, and I think that might be, let's see who's falling down. It's Cody Patorel, who's had a brilliant weekend so far, ending in discomfort. He is out of the race. Super unfortunate for the MLC driver, who was really performing here this weekend. Now the battles for second place. There they are on your screens, but look at Zach Turner. What a drive so far, and this looks like it may be a first final victory here for him here at Kimbolton. And he's going to take it in pure domination. Battle for second. Look at Teddy Cooper, side by side, or is he? They're going to battle for second place. This is going to be a mega battle that will only help out Zach Turner.
Yeah.
Cooper trying to go for second, he can't get it done. Boxed off by Alex Shepherd, but he's in an Evolution sandwich.
You can really see on that camera angle the gap that Zach Turner has got here. The perfect race for the number 41 so far. He's been able to jump to the front nice and early. He got his elbows out on the first corner, kept it nice and smooth, held on to the lead, and everyone else has been fighting. He can afford himself a little look over the shoulder. He'll like that when he looks over his shoulder and see that he's all on his own.
That's a good feeling.
Notably there, he's running the clear visor. I've noticed one or two drivers switching away from the mirror visors on these final few races where the sun really starts to go down. So here we go for the final lap of 2025, and Zach Turner almost has got it home now. Incredibly, 4.6 seconds the gap as he goes through. There you see once again that camera angle. He's well clear of the huge battle for second place, but Zach Turner, he just got to keep it steady on the final half lap, bring it home, and it looks like the Junior Rotax A final is going his way.
The final lap of the 2025 season, and what a season it's been, with packed action which have always come from this category. And Zach Turner, for the first time at Kimbolton, is going to take a final victory. Now the battle for second is going to come through, and who's going to take it? It's a drag race. Alex Shepherd to second, Teddy Cooper rounds out your top 3, but in the midst of the pack, who will add his name to the history books, Blake Southern is champion in one of the most competitive categories this season. Junior Rotax, it goes to Blake Southern, and what a championship, and yet what a great victory from Zach Turner. What a season.
Yeah, fantastic way to round things off there. Two types of race action, you would say. Blake Southern grabbing the title in the final race of 2025 with that 6th place position, wheel-to-wheel action. Meanwhile, Zach Turner with a cool, calm, collected race. He did enough. He got his elbows out on the first corner, took that lead on the first corner, and as everyone else scrapped behind him, he just put his foot down and won the final by karting standards an incredible 5.6 seconds. And that is it, as quite literally the sun sets on 2025 here at Kimbolton. Big thanks, of course, to the HKRC Kart Racing Club and to TNL Sports for all their hard work this year in bringing us the on-track action throughout the season. Big thanks, of course, to our marshals, our medics, the officials at HKRC Kart Racing Club. What has been a fantastic season of racing. and leaves for me to say, well, a big Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and we will see you in 2026 on January 11th for the first round of the championship. And over to you, Charlie, for the final words of the season.
Well, what a season we've had. Plenty of action, but we've learned that it always comes down to consistency. Whether you've had a bad race or a good race, if you keep chipping at it, you can become a champion. If you're looking at racing here next year, get yourself down. Let's see your name here on the big screen. Well done to all the drivers here in the 2025 season. We crowned our champions, but it's time to go again in just 4 weeks' time. Round on the 2026 season. This one is going to be exciting, and we'll see you there.
Yeah, we'll see you there as the sun sets. Quite literally, wonderful wonderful winter sunset here in 2025. And as Charlie said, we will see you very soon, just under 4 weeks' time, January the 11th, 2000.